A raging inferno consumes the royal palace, signaling the violent and sudden downfall of a prosperous kingdom. Inside the chaotic castle, a pair of delicate hands focuses entirely on stretching soft, warm dough. The freshly pulled dough splashes into a bubbling, delicious stew filled with colorful vegetables. Heavy leather boots stamp urgently up the wooden stairs as danger draws closer by the second. The piping hot, savory soup is carefully poured into a rustic wooden bowl ready to be eaten. Armed knights storm up the castle tower, led by a determined red-haired commander holding his sword. Just as the silver-haired girl takes her first bite, the door bursts open with a loud shout announcing her presence. Clad in a simple maid-like dress, the silver-haired girl holds her precious bowl of hot soup in surprise. Ignoring the armed threat, she tries to quickly stuff another spoonful of food into her mouth. The red-haired commander confronts her, demanding to know if she is indeed Luana, the sixth princess. A close-up reveals her stained, messy apron, proving her focus was entirely on cooking instead of escaping. She stands completely unbothered, silently enjoying her meal despite the high-stakes interrogation surrounding her. The commander and his guards stand completely dumbfounded by her bizarre lack of concern for her safety. Suddenly, the guard sees her, sending her beloved soup bowl crashing tragically to the stone floor. Dragged away by the soldiers, Luana screams in agony over her ruined, lost meal. The epic and unexpected tale of this food-obsessed princess officially begins now. Under a bleak, rainy sky, the conquered palace stands cold and defeated. The defeated royal family bows their heads in submission to their terrifying new conquerors. Pushing through the rows of weeping servants, Luana tries to squeeze her way into the crowd. Luana plops down next to the royals, sighing in relief while they stare at her in complete disbelief. The elegant blonde first princess, Ingrid, harshly orders Luana to sit somewhere else to avoid getting them killed. Luana points out that she is technically a legitimate member of the royal family too. Ingrid goes silent while the red-haired princess suddenly recognizes Luana's identity. The red-haired princess smirks, remembering rumors of a forgotten child hidden away in the abandoned palace. Cruel whispers spread like wildfire among the servants, mocking the return of the maid's child. Kneeling in the dirt, the sisters find themselves surrounded by pitying glances and hushed insults. Luana remains completely unbothered, letting them laugh because she holds a secret advantage. The truth is, Luana is a reincarnated soul who already knows the dark future of this entire kingdom. In her past life, she was just an ordinary girl reading a popular fantasy romance novel before her untimely death. That very novel starred the stunning Princess Ingrid and a ruthless conquering emperor. When Ingrid refused the emperor's summons, his irritation sparked a brutal invasion led by his fearsome duke. The tragic war marked the beginning of an unforgiving, bloody era. It was a desperate, dark romance where the second male lead fell hopelessly in love with his master's woman. In that original bloody story, Luana was merely an extra, destined to die a nameless death. Reincarnated as the neglected daughter of a maid, she spent her days locked away in a lonely tower. Realizing she couldn't escape her tragic doom, she made a bold new resolution. Instead of despairing, she decided to live her remaining days to the absolute fullest. Her master plan was simple: gather ingredients and prepare for the ultimate feast. She poured all her energy into kneading dough, determined to eat her favorite foods before the end. Prepared to meet her fate with a full stomach, she happily baked her worries away. Back in the present, a towering, dark-clad general strides menacingly toward the kneeling prisoners. As his heavy footsteps echo, Luana can only mourn the delicious soup she left behind. The dark commander asks if all targets are secured, and the red-haired knight confirms their success. The fearsome conqueror Legion stands tall as the absolute ruler of the battlefield. While her parents grovel for mercy, Luana silently notes that the general's uniform looks like delicious chocolate. Beside her, the red-haired princess trembles in terror, desperately trying to recall the general's deadly nickname.
Ingrid and Luana look up as the tension in the courtyard reaches a boiling point.
Known as the Emperor's loyal dog and brutal sword, Legion's terrifying reputation precedes him. Ingrid bravely asks what their fate will be, while the desperate king begs the general to spare them in exchange for anything. Luana watches the pathetic display, wondering what a ruined kingdom could possibly have left to offer. Locking his piercing red eyes onto the captives, the ruthless Duke Legion senses something unusual. He strides with heavy, deliberate steps directly toward the captives, prompting Luana to wonder why he is approaching her. Standing tall before the silver-haired princess, Legion singles her out directly as she frantically protests her innocence. Suddenly, the brave blonde Princess Ingrid steps in front of her sister, demanding he spare her, though Luana quietly realizes Ingrid doesn't even know her name. Unmoved by royal blood, the Duke dismisses Luana's value entirely, sparking Ingrid to desperately offer herself as a substitute prisoner. In this tense standoff, Luana suddenly remembers this exact pivotal event from the pages of the fantasy novel. This is supposed to be the legendary moment where the cold-hearted tyrant falls helplessly in love with the blonde heroine. Thrilled by the prospect of the plot unfolding perfectly, Luana happily cheers on her sister's sacrifice. An awkward silence blankets the courtyard as her bizarre, cheerful gesture leaves the terrifying commander utterly speechless. Intrigued despite himself, the Duke demands to know the meaning behind her bizarre hand gesture. Dropping instantly to the ground in a desperate kowtow, she shamelessly flatters him by claiming it means he is the greatest. Cutting through her desperate brown-nosing, Legion coldly orders her to present her hands, throwing her into immediate panic. Extending his heavy, black-gloved hand, the fearsome general commands her once more to show him what she is hiding. Sensing she is hiding a secret, he accuses her of suspicious activity and demands to inspect her hands. With his patience wearing dangerously thin, his cold red eyes lock onto her trembling form. She frantically fabricates a lie about a bug bite, but the unconvinced Duke instantly orders his heavily armored guards to search her. She screams in panic as the soldiers close in, determined to uncover whatever contraband she has hidden in her pockets. What was supposed to be a terrifying interrogation quickly devolves into a hilarious tickle fight, sending her into fits of laughter. The laughter abruptly cuts short when a soldier triumphantly announces he has discovered her hidden treasure. Held high in a black-gloved hand is a single, perfectly cured strip of savory cheese beef jerky. The baffled guard demands to know what this strange object is, while Luana internally panics that her secret food stash might get her executed. Misinterpreting the snack, the paranoid guards panic, accusing her of carrying a deadly poison or a secret weapon. As the guards press their poison accusation, the atmosphere in the courtyard turns deadly serious. Watching from the sidelines, Ingrid stares in absolute disbelief at her sister's bizarre life-or-death struggle over a snack. In a flash, Legion draws his massive blade holding the razor-sharp steel directly against her throat. Looking at her terrified reflection in the polished steel, Legion feels his grim suspicions have finally been confirmed. He coldly considers whether to make her inevitable execution quick and painless or slow and excruciating. Realizing her life is hanging by a single thread, Luana bows her head in complete silent defeat. When he demands she state her final words, she mutters her defense, finally snapping in frustration at his utter lack of comprehension. Fed up with his demands to speak louder, she screams at the top of her lungs that the mysterious contraband is just cheese jerky. The bizarre confession echoes across the silent courtyard, leaving the red-haired commander utterly dumbfounded. The rest of the captive royal family freezes in place, mortified that she chose this life-or-death moment to yell about snacks. Blushing furiously from her loud outburst, Luana glares at the conquerors, refusing to back down from her culinary defense. The brutal Duke stands in stunned silence, completely unprepared for this level of defiance over a piece of meat. Glaring down at the eccentric princess, Legion tries to process the sheer absurdity of the situation. While the confused guards scramble to understand what cheese jerky even is, Luana tries to quietly sneak away. Sliding right back behind her protective sister, she proudly brags that she cured the delicious jerky all by herself. The red-haired princess looks on in utter horror, appalled that Luana was secretly snacking during a violent coup. Ever the protective sister, Ingrid frantically begs for mercy, explaining that Luana was simply neglected and abandoned. Completely missing the gravity of the situation, Luana playfully hides behind her sister, entirely unbothered by the threat of death. With slow, heavy steps, the menacing Duke strides forward to settle this bizarre dispute once and for all. Clutching her precious homemade snack tightly, she prepares to defend her culinary masterpiece at all costs. In a desperate move, she offers the savory snack directly to the fearsome general as a peace offering. Slowly lowering his gaze, the legendary tyrant reaches his hand out to accept the offering. His black-gloved fingers wrap around the strip of jerky, sealing a bizarre moment of culinary negotiation. The red-haired commander screams in pure panic, warning his master that the suspicious meat could be laced with deadly poison. Ignoring his subordinates' desperate warnings, the fearless Duke brings the savory jerky to his mouth and takes a bite. Cut to the dark, cold castle dungeon where the food-obsessed princess finds herself locked behind thick iron bars. She hysterically demands to know if the tyrant disliked her culinary masterpiece, completely ignoring her imprisonment. The dumbfounded red-haired commander can only stare, wondering how a prisoner could possibly care more about food than her own survival. Trapped behind heavy iron bars, the silver-haired Princess Luana completely flabbergasts the red-haired commander by asking about her beloved cheese jerky. The stunned red-haired commander is utterly speechless, wondering how her mind is on food in a situation like this. He delivers the soul-crushing news that all of her delicious snacks have been systematically destroyed on the Duke's direct orders. Gripping the wooden post of her cell in sheer devastation, she realizes her quiet, delicious retirement plans are ruined. Looking out at the rain-soaked palace, she remembers that as a minor extra, her death was already written in the original novel. Her desperate outburst about cheese jerky in front of the entire courtyard has officially shattered her chance of surviving quietly. Crumbling in the cold cell, she bites her nail, panicking over whether the terrifying Duke will execute her painlessly. She sits in anxious silence, bracing herself for the inevitable, brutal judgment of the Empire's most ruthless commander. The lonely tower where she spent her entire life stands silent, a grim reminder of her forgotten past. Looking out through the heavy barred windows, she prepares herself to spend her final moments locked away from the world. Her grim thoughts are shattered when a massive polished black boot suddenly steps in front of her cell door. Glaring through the iron bars, the fearsome dark-haired Duke Legion coldly addresses her as a witch. Luana stares up at him in complete tearful disbelief, her heart sinking at the wild accusation. Her mind conjures a ridiculous image of a green-skinned crone stirring a boiling cauldron, leaving her completely baffled. The cold-eyed Duke demands she drop the act, directly referencing the cheese jerky she prepared. Leaning in closer, he delivers a shocking revelation. He was actually able to taste her homemade recipe. This triggers a memory of the ancient dark curse on the Duke's lineage that robs his family of their sense of taste. Luana's brain completely short-circuits as she tries to connect the dots between curses and her culinary masterpieces. Clinging to the iron bars, she realizes that she wasn't locked up because her cooking tasted terrible. The Duke turns away, revealing she was imprisoned because her food was actually the only edible thing he's ever tasted. The atmosphere turns deadly as a heavy metal toolbox filled with menacing, sharp pliers and hammers is set down. Reaching into the kit with his black-gloved hand, the Duke explains how the witch's curses plagued his family for generations. Sweating in terror, she backs away as he notes the impossible nature of his sudden sense of taste. He dramatically raises a pair of iron pliers, demanding to know if her culinary magic makes her a witch. As he paces outside her cell, he reiterates that her cooking broke through his family's generational curse. He turns back to lock his glowing red eyes onto her, pressing her once more for a confession. The sheer absurdity of the accusation hits her like a physical bolt of lightning, leaving her frozen. She desperately yells back, demanding to know what kind of wild misunderstanding has brought her to this point. Suddenly, a crucial memory from the pages of the original fantasy romance novel flashes in her mind. She recalls the specific lore highlighting the tragic backstory of the fearsome conqueror. Long ago, a powerful witch cursed the Duke's ancestors, robbing them of taste and driving them to hunt her descendants. The curse made every meal taste like absolute trash, driving the Duke to smash his dining tables in pure frustration. This ancestral torment fueled a deep, unyielding hatred toward any magic wielder in the Empire. Terrified of his wrath, Luana frantically screams that she is merely an extra, not a sinister magic user. The cold Duke remains completely unmoved, dismissing her desperate denials as he prepares to extract the truth. His glowing red eye narrows as he ominously promises that his interrogation methods will soon force her to speak. The dungeon door creaks open, sending a wave of absolute dread through her entire body. She laments how her perfect plan to eat delicious food and die peacefully is turned into a horrific nightmare. Looking at the encroaching boots and the heavy iron pliers, she panics at the terrifying prospect of torture. Crimson warnings flash in her mind as she desperately brainstorms a way to survive this deadly interrogation. The oppressive silence of the dungeon chamber deepens as the final seconds before her torture tick away. Realizing her survival hangs by a thread, she spots a wild loophole to stop the crazy Duke. In a split-second decision, she drops flat on the cold stone floor, executing a dramatic kowtow. She decides her only way out is to shock him by boldly admitting to being a witch. The stunned Duke halts in disbelief as she claims to be a mere apprentice witch who cannot cast or break curses. Sweating profusely under his intense gaze, she frantically tells him to look closely at her arm. With theatrical flair, she pulls up her sleeve to present her ultimate proof. She points to a prominent red mark on her skin, confidently declaring it to be her witch's mark. A cartoonish flashback reveals the mark is actually just a clumsy burn she got while boiling a pot of soup. The feared, legendary conqueror is left completely speechless by the sheer, unadulterated absurdity of her confession. Facing the legendary conqueror, Luana desperately lies that she used magic to make her beef jerky, hoping to survive. In her mind, she secretly admits that magic was never actually necessary for her mouth-watering recipes. A healthy pasture-raised cow was a true secret to her success. She stands proudly, intently boasting about the special secret ingredient that elevates her culinary creations. The paranoid Duke suspiciously asks if she added bugs to the food, which she frantically and comically denies. The menacing Duke stands prepared with horrifying tools alongside his commander. Sweating profusely, Luana nervously awaits his next terrifying judgment. An intense, heavy silence fills the chamber as Duke Legion stares coldly down at her. He recalls taking a bite of her savory beef jerky, amazed that he could genuinely taste it. Looking deep into his own memories, he confesses to himself that her cooking was absolutely delicious. He gazes at her through the heavy iron tongs, contemplating her status as an apprentice witch. Shifting his gaze, the dark-haired Duke commands his men to immediately halt the interrogation. While Luana looks up in utter confusion, Duke Legion contemplates his next critical demand. A quiet transition shifts the scene away from the gloomy dungeon cells. The glorious imperial palace shines brightly under a clear morning sky. Luana stands by a massive window, letting out a heavy emotional sigh of relief. Looking out at the bright heavens, she weeps tears of joy, grateful to have survived. The stern, red-haired commander abruptly breaks her joy by demanding to know when she will begin cooking. Startled, she frantically promises him that she is going to begin preparing the food immediately. Looking at the array of ingredients, she realizes she cannot afford to let her guard down yet. She firmly grabs a fresh Napa cabbage to begin her preparation. A dramatic tension builds as she mentally prepares her culinary strategy. She remembers the Duke's direct command ordering her to cook for him the following morning. The sudden, unexpected command leaves her mind spinning in complete comical bewilderment. She recalls the terrifying tyrant promising to spare her life if her meal is satisfactory. She stands in the kitchen, silently steeling her resolve over the cabbage. She casts a nervous, sweating side glance at her watchful prison guard. The red-haired commander stands firmly with crossed arms, closely monitoring her. She marvels at the premium ingredients, which are far superior to her previous palace rations. She wonders if she has ever laid eyes on such magnificent, high-quality cooking supplies. Pulling her thoughts together, she firmly resolves to give this life-or-death cook-off everything she has. Armed with a kitchen knife, she passionately vows to create a final meal that he will never forget. She pulls her apron strings tight, fully focusing on the challenge ahead. With swift, rhythmic motions, she begins slicing the fresh green onions. She tosses the freshly chopped ingredients into the steaming aromatic broth pot. She meticulously cleans a large bowl of crisp, golden bean sprouts. She diligently prepares the meal under the silent, imposing watch of her guard. Watching her moves, the red-haired commander silently notes her highly unusual choice of ingredients. She pours the rich, simmering golden broth to finish her dish. The finished soup gleams brilliantly inside the large, polished cooking pot. Proud of her masterpiece, Luana beams with a wide, confident grin. She quickly secures the cover, determined to ensure the hot meal does not lose its heat. Stepping up to her serving cart, she prepares to present her culinary creation. Opening the kitchen door, the red-haired commander sternly instructs her to follow him. She carefully wheels the covered food cart down the brightly lit corridor. Luana laments her cruel fate, starving while pushing delicious food she isn't allowed to eat. They arrive outside a massive set of double doors guarded by soldiers. The heavy wooden doors swing open, revealing a bright grand hall. Deep inside the study, the intimidating Duke sits quietly at his desk. Feeling their presence, Duke Legion slowly raises his cold, crimson gaze. Stealing her resolve, the silver-haired chef swallows hard as the ultimate culinary trial begins. Pushing her heavy silver serving cart, she announces the arrival of her high-stakes masterpiece. But with a bright, confident smile, she prepares to unveil her secret survival dish. A thick wave of steaming, aromatic vapor rises as she lifts the heavy dome lid. The dark-haired Duke watches intensely, waiting to see what creation lies before him. His glowing crimson eyes narrow as he prepares to evaluate her life-or-death recipe. The beautifully arranged hot pot glows brilliantly, showcasing meticulously layered ingredients and rich broth. Her confident front wavers, leaving her sweating under his cold, silent inspection. She explains that this comforting meal is a nostalgic delicacy from her previous life. Internally, she panics over the dangerous secrets she must keep hidden from him. Striking a proud, theatrical pose, she boasts about her absolute culinary perfection. The Duke remarks on her surprising confidence despite her life hanging in the balance. Annoyed, she silently challenges him to just taste it before making any judgments. With a dramatic and inviting flourish, she presents her beautiful masterpiece for his appraisal. Skeptical of her intentions, the cold tyrant orders her to take the first bite. Readily agreeing, she scoffs at his paranoid fears of poison while holding a pair of chopsticks. She carefully dips a tender piece of wrapped meat and cabbage into the rich sauce. Gently blowing on the steaming hot bite, she prepares to enjoy her creation. With pure anticipation, she opens her mouth to taste her fresh, savory recipe. A cascade of blooming roses erupts as she loses herself in pure, flavor-filled bliss. Distracted by her unusual eating utensil, the curious Duke demands to know what she is holding. She pauses in complete confusion, holding the wooden sticks up to her face. She presents her simple wooden utensils, sparkling in her delicate hand. She emotionally recalls handcrafting these wooden utensils with her beloved nanny long ago. Convinced that the meal is safe, the Duke studies her joyful, crying reaction. He brandishes a shining table knife, declaring his intent to wait for slow-acting toxins. Terrified his food will ruin, she slams her hands on his desk and urges him to eat immediately. He stares up in disbelief at her bizarre, eccentric behavior as a supposed witch. He reaches for his fork, finally preparing to take the ultimate taste test. With a gloved hand, the Duke plunges his fork into the beautifully arranged cabbage pot. He raises the savory, glistening wrap to his mouth, taking the fateful bite. The silent room holds its breath as his jaw slowly begins to chew the food. He swallows the warm bite, sending a wave of shock through his cursed lineage. Her heart beats furiously as she waits in absolute agony for his final verdict. He slams his fork down, his eyes blazing with sudden dangerous fury. A tense spotlight shines on the formidable ruler as a dark aura fills the study. He experiences an explosion of vivid flavors, recognizing the cabbage, beef, and savory peanut sauce. She eagerly asks if it is delicious while his mind reels from the overwhelming taste. Caught completely off guard, he quickly turns his blushing face away in denial. He slowly turns back, trying to regain his stern, unyielding composure. Reluctantly, he admits the food is acceptable, leaving her gasping in sheer relief. A warm, bubbly energy fills her soul as she notices his subtle, content expression. Clutching her hands to her chest, she blesses with pure, unadulterated joy. The sudden crash of his hand slamming onto the desk completely shatters her happiness. Standing up, he reveals the secret promise the Emperor made to him during the conquest. He recalls the chained foreign king and the written decree granting him any prize he wanted. He paces forward, explaining that he initially had no interest in anything from her small kingdom. She looks up at him with wide, trembling blue eyes filled with rising dread. Towering over her, the powerful Duke dramatically claims that he has finally found his prize. Her mind completely spins in terror as she wonders what his dangerous words could possibly mean. What started as a life-or-death cook-off takes a shocking, completely unexpected turn. The scene shifts to the towering spires of the Grand Palace. The dark-haired Duke opens a heavy door, ushering the silver-haired chef inside. He stops abruptly, turning his cold gaze back in mild curiosity. The Duke demands to know what she wants while she remains completely silent. She looks up with giant, trembling eyes full of deep worry. The Duke coldly announces he will keep her locked up until his business is finished. Luana spirals in utter panic at the thought of cooking under constant threat of death. When she asks about his taste in princesses, the Duke flatly replies he has no interest. The tyrant gets dangerously close, warning her not to oppose his absolute decree. He orders his guards to feed and lock her away as she desperately pleads. Back in the quiet kitchen, she stands alone with her thoughts. After imagining a dramatic scene of the Duke, she sighs about her aching head. She slams a heavy cooking pan onto the burning stove. With impressive speed, she begins slicing onions, carrots, and green peppers. She cracks a fresh egg next to a pile of chopped vegetables. A pristine egg sizzles beautifully as it cooks in the hot pan. She tosses the vibrant ingredients over the roaring flames of the stove. She decides that filling her empty stomach is her absolute first priority. With a bright smile, she rolls the seasoned rice into balls. The red-haired commander asks what she is doing, and she claims it makes it more delicious. The commander suspiciously asks if she is performing some sort of witch's spell. She internally giggles, amused by the strong knight's surprisingly naive belief in witches. She playfully goes along with the rumor, inviting the knight to try a bite. Flustered by her sudden invitation, the red-haired commander points to himself in shock. He silently stares down at the mountain of freshly rolled rice balls. His gloved hand slowly reaches down to take a warm treat. Surrounded by a comical floral aura, he quietly whispers for the food to be delicious. Giggling at his intense concentration, she eagerly asks to inspect his finished work. She looks down at his messy creation and laughingly calls it incredibly ugly. She strikes a proud pose, ready to show her professional skills. She details the simple steps of mixing ingredients and molding the perfect rice ball. Suggesting he try again with his large hands, she makes the knight realize she might not be evil. The red-haired knight flinches as a sudden thought crosses his mind. The knight shivers, wondering why he suddenly feels the terrifying gaze of the Duke on him. A beautiful, glittering stack of perfectly shaped rice balls is finally completed. With a bright, cheerful smile, she politely thanks him before taking her first bite. She happily chews, delighted that the seasoned rice and vegetables cooked to absolute perfection. She holds out her fresh creation, encouraging the quiet knight to try it himself. The red-haired commander looks at the offering, sweating with nervous hesitation. Steeling his resolve, he closes his eyes and takes a huge bite. His eyes fly wide open as flavor explodes across his palate. He admits the meal is savory and comforting, while she happily boasts about her talent. She wraps up the remaining treats, telling him to share them with the other knights. The commander holds the bag, surprised by how many rice balls she plans to eat. He happily explains she is drawing a face on the bag to save some for her nanny. The commander's expression darkens as he softly tells her that won't be necessary. His sudden somber words catch her completely off guard, leaving her deeply confused. She stands before a massive iron door, sensing an unsettling mystery. She suddenly remembers that the conquerors separated the captured royal family from their loyal servants. Locked inside a royal pressure cooker, the silver-haired chef spirals into utter panic as she envisions her grim future of being treated like a foot towel by the dazzling princesses. She tearfully begs to stay outside, but the red-haired commander flatly refuses to disobey the Duke's absolute commands. Stealing her fragile courage, the girl swallows her fear and slowly approaches the ominous doors to face her fate. With a trembling sigh, she finally reaches out and pushes open the door to her new confinement. Determined to survive whatever humiliation awaits, she silently prays for divine protection as she steps inside the luxurious chamber. Outside, night falls over the Grand Palace, casting a quiet but tense atmosphere over the entire domain. Meanwhile, the red-haired commander paces down the quiet, empty corridors of the castle on his nightly patrol. He shudderingly recalls how the royal hostages completely lost all sense of dignity, fighting like wild beasts over the delicious rice balls she had prepared. His thoughts are suddenly cut short when a familiar voice calls out to him from the shadows. A cheerful blonde-haired knight approaches, casually waving to greet his weary comrade. When the blonde knight asks what he is doing, the red-haired commander explains his guard shift has finally ended. The blonde knight groans in exhaustion, complaining about how he is absolutely starving after his own long shift. Taking pity on his hungry peer, the red-haired commander reaches into his pocket to offer a secret treat. He reveals the adorable hand-drawn paper pouch containing the leftovers of the princess's fresh culinary creations. The blonde knight stares in surprise, prompting the commander to explain that the locked-up princess crafted these savory rice balls. Intrigued, the blonde knight leans in close, deeply impressed by the wonderfully savory aroma wafting from the simple package. Suddenly, an icy, suffocating pressure descends upon them as the formidable crimson-eyed duke looms right behind them. The blonde knight completely freezes in terror, instantly realizing they have been caught red-handed. Both knights quickly snap to a rigid salute, desperately trying to hide their sheer panic before their terrifying commander. The duke demands to know exactly what they were discussing, his cold voice dripping with dangerous curiosity. Trembling under his gaze, the red-haired commander nervously admits that the package contains a rice ball prepared by the princess. The duke contemplates this revelation, quietly noting just how remarkably bold and unpredictable the captive chef truly is. Back in the chamber, the silver-haired chef looks down at her completely empty bag in absolute despair. She tearfully remembers how the greedy princesses violently snatched away almost every single rice ball she had painstakingly made. As she weeps over her lost dinner, a soft, gentle voice suddenly breaks the heavy silence of the bedroom. She looks up in utter surprise as a delicate, elegant hand gently extends toward her in a gesture of kindness. The blonde princess warmly invites her to get off the cold floor and sit comfortably beside her on the bed. Overwhelmed by this unexpected warmth, the grateful chef sheepishly offers her sincere thanks. She quietly studies the pristine elegance of her savior, deeply struck by her graceful presence. She marvels at how the stunning blonde princess manages to remain so effortlessly beautiful and elegant despite being held captive. Shaking off her awe, the chef begins rummaging through her clothes to find something she managed to hide. With a triumphant grin, she reveals a single, perfectly saved rice ball she had secretly stashed away for breakfast. She notices the elegant princess staring intently at the food, her eyes reflecting a quiet but intense hunger. Realizing the noblewoman might be starving, she gently offers the precious meal to her companion. Flustered by her own stomach's betrayal, the proud princess turns pink with embarrassment. Ingrid quickly apologizes, insistently claiming she is not hungry and urging the young chef to eat it instead. Chef quietly realizes the noble princess is simply too proud to admit her desperate hunger. She recalls how Ingrid was the only hostage who refused to abandon her dignity and fight like the others over the food. Knowing that even the most beautiful princess is still human and bound to be starving, her heart aches for her. The elegant blonde princess waits in quiet, dignified silence, unsure of what the young girl will do next. Disregarding all rules of status, she brightly holds out the savory treat, insistently begging her to accept it. Although Ingrid hesitates out of politeness, the cheerful chef reassures her that she has already eaten plenty while cooking. With a beaming, genuine smile, she urges her new friend to enjoy the comforting meal. Deeply moved by the young chef's pure kindness, the princess's icy guard finally begins to melt. Finding a perfect compromise, the clever princess suggests a heartwarming solution to share the snack. Smiling softly, she hands half of the savory treat back, declaring that a portion is more than enough for her. Holding the simple rice ball, the dazzling princess glows with a radiant, truly angelic beauty. The young chef internally screams with absolute adoration, completely captivated by the princess's incredibly golden heart. But their peaceful moment is shattered when the door is violently kicked open, revealing a familiar, terrifying silhouette. The cowering hostages tremble as the menacing duke steps into the bedroom, his glowing crimson gaze locked directly onto his target. In a shocking twist of fate, the dark-haired duke corners the two terrified sisters. With cold authority, the terrifying duke demands that Luana step forward. Luana points at herself in shock, wondering what on earth is happening. Thoughts of simple food flash by as she desperately holds her sister's hand. The duke's crimson eye flares with an ominous, chilling focus. He swiftly turns away, coldly commanding her to follow him. Bewildered, Luana protests, reminding him of his previous order to stay. Defeated, she quietly decides to just leave if that is what he truly wants. A sudden hand cuts through the air, shattering the tense silence. Ingrid bravely steps forward, demanding he stop bothering her little sister. He responds with an icy, warning question about his authority. Turning back, his shadowed expression radiates pure, unadulterated danger. An armored guard rushes in, instantly responding to the Duke's command. The guard grabs Luana's hand roughly, causing her to cry out in surprise. The Duke quickly corrects the guard, ordering him to seize the other sister. The armored guard halts, realizing his mistake. He forcefully grabs Ingrid instead as she groans in discomfort. Ingrid screams for her sister as she's dragged away. Pushing forward, the Duke commands Luana to lead him directly to the kitchen. Standing by the counter, Luana nervously asks what he wants her to cook. Seated regally, he demands the dish she prepared for his subordinate. Luana clarifies if he means rice balls, and he confirms. She mentally panics, recalling his violent entry and her sister's imprisonment. Forcing a bright smile, she questions the extreme lateness of the hour. The Duke narrows his eyes, coldly asking if she intends to refuse. His menacing crimson gaze pierces through her, radiating absolute dread. Terrified, she quickly backpedals, claiming she is a late-night cooking expert. The dark-haired Duke merely stares back in deadpan silence. Turning to the counter, Luana quietly prepares to start cooking. The Duke delivers a sudden command, telling her to cook only for him. He grips the armrest of his chair with absolute possessiveness, makes it clear she must not cook for his subordinates or his sister. He leans in close, whispering that he never throws away what belongs to him. Luana's face flushes a deep red as she looks up at him in shock. He looms over her in a suffocatingly intimate moment. She frantically points at the pan, warning him that the vegetables are burning. He casually walks away, reminding her to understand its conditions. Clasping her chest, Luana pants heavily, utterly flustered by his closeness. She quickly dumps the colorful diced vegetables into the frying pan. The Duke quietly looks back at her as she finishes cooking. He takes a massive bite of the freshly prepared rice ball. Luana watches him in absolute awe and silence. He asks if he should chew first before swallowing the food. Seated at the table, he flatly declares he has chewed enough. Luana's sweat drops, mentally critiquing his unbelievably fast eating habits. He aggressively devours another rice ball in rapid succession. A peaceful, heavenly aura surrounds him as he finishes his meal. Leaning back with a soft sigh, he admits he is finally full. Luana wearily sighs, noting he just ate 6 massive servings at midnight. Tears of relief fill her eyes as he finally suggests they head back. The silver-haired chef tries to bid her farewell and flee to her own room. Her plans are instantly shattered when the cold voice of the Duke stops her dead in her tracks. He delivers a shocking command, declaring that she is to stay in his personal chambers. The silver-haired chef completely freezes, her mind spinning in sheer disbelief. In a daze, she can only stammer out a question, wondering whose room she is truly being sent to. Turning back to her with a cold look, the Duke reiterates his command, leaving no room for argument. She desperately tries to play off the absurd situation with a forced, trembling laugh, but internally she screams in absolute terror at the sheer madness of his sudden decision. The Duke dismisses her fears, coldly pointing out that she lacks the power to escape on her own anyway. He turns away, his imposing figure radiating a dark and suffocating authority that crushes her hope. Helplessly watching him go, she frantically searches for any shred of hope to survive this nightmare. She tries to comfort herself with the thought that his massive room must surely have multiple bedchambers. With a bright, nervous smile, she clings to this naive assumption as she steps inside. Her quiet hope is instantly shattered by a terrifying shock that echoes through the room. Blushing furiously, she covers her face as she realizes the true nature of her compromise. She spirals into comical despair upon discovering it is a single-room suite, realizing she would rather face a crowd of hostile princesses than share the space. Outside the heavy wooden doors, a tense and quiet atmosphere settles over the palace as night deepens. Inside the dimly lit room, a pale hand slowly begins to unbutton a pristine white shirt. The Duke casually slides his shirt off, prompting a sudden, high-pitched scream of shock from the girl. Desperately shielding her eyes, she stammeringly apologizes and turns away from his bare back. Blushing intensely, she hides her face and wonders how she will survive this incredibly awkward ordeal. In her panic, she internally screams that dealing with a room of greedy princesses would be a walk in the park compared to this. A tense silence fills the massive bedchamber as they sit at opposite ends of the room. Breaking the quiet, a curious thought suddenly flashes through her mind as she steals a glance. Staring at his remarkably fit physique, she is taken aback by how slender he appears without his heavy armor. She quietly notes how his delicate wrists and sharp neck were completely hidden beneath his uniform. Her gaze is met by his sharp crimson eyes staring intensely back at her, sending a shiver down her spine. Feeling the heavy weight of his dark gaze, she instantly cowers behind the chair in sheer panic. She wonders what kind of meager meals he must have been eating to look so terribly thin. She recalls how he ate her rice balls, questioning if he can truly only taste the food she prepares. Her deep thoughts are abruptly cut short, causing her to jump in sudden alarm. She nervously squeaks a question to check if he has finally put his clothes back on, to which he coldly confirms. With his white shirt now loosely draped, the Duke sits gracefully on the edge of his bed. Admiring his undeniable charm, she quietly admits to herself that a handsome man is still incredibly handsome. But the moment of admiration is instantly crushed as his terrifying blood-red eyes glow from the shadows. Clinging tightly to his massive sword, he explains that a dark curse prevents him from ever sleeping deeply. Her heart aches as she quietly repeats his words, deeply intrigued by the mystery of his affliction. Sitting across the room, she gathers her courage to ask if he truly cannot taste any food at all. The Duke looks back with a chilling glare, warily wondering if she is seeking to exploit his weakness. His hand grips the dark hilt of his weapon, adding a palpable layer of danger to the silent room. He remains silent for a tense moment, his piercing gaze locked onto her trembling form. Looking directly at her, he softly reveals the shocking truth that he can actually taste things. He pauses, preparing to explain the dark reality of his sensory torment. He describes how normal food tastes like dry sand, while savory soups taste like disgusting sewage water. She gasps in soft realization, her eyes reflecting deep empathy for his agonizing curse. She finally understands why he ate her simple rice balls with such desperate, voracious hunger. But his dark aura flares again as he demands to know if she plans to use this curse against him. Terrified by his sudden accusation, she dives onto the couch and hastily bids him goodnight. The Duke is left staring in quiet bewilderment at her sudden, comical retreat. Outside, the beautiful full moon shines brightly in the silent night, leaving their fates intertwined in the darkness. Trapped in the lion's den, a terrifying night of survival begins now. Curled up on the couch, the silver-haired chef relishes the rare, peaceful silence. Her mind drifts back to the bloody invasion, remembering her fear of execution or imprisonment. She recalls the terrifying moment the cold commander unexpectedly ordered her to sleep in his room. A sudden, daring realization begins to dawn in her mind. Knowing she holds the sole key to curing his curse, she resolves to survive no matter what. Drifting deeper into sleep, she clings to a desperate hope of escaping this living nightmare. In her dream, she returns to a simpler, peaceful past. Running through the Grand Palace corridors, she desperately calls out for her beloved nanny. She flings herself into her nanny's arms seeking comfort. Surprised by her sudden desperation, her nanny warmly calls out to her. Tears streaming down her face, the silver-haired princess tearfully complains about the cruel Duke forcing her to cook. Hugging her tight, the nanny soothingly reassures her that it was all just a bad dream. Snuggling close, the princess tearfully expresses her deep relief that the terrifying ordeal wasn't real. But a cold wave of suspicion hits her as she questions her nanny's comforting presence. Opening her eyes, she feels something incredibly solid beneath her hands. Confused by the muscular chest she is clutching, she wonders what she is touching. A deep, chilling voice suddenly asks if she is awake, snapping her back to reality. She shrieks in absolute horror upon realizing she fell asleep clutching his chest. Talk about a terrible morning alarm. Looking up at her, the dark-haired commander coldly calls her a witch. The Duke silently notes that she possessed quite the bold courage to touch him. The Duke smugly points out how she crawled into his bed and held him tight, sending her into a state of pure panic. Blushing furiously, she demands to know why he did not just kick her out of his bed. The Duke smoothly claims his knightly honor prevented him from kicking a lady, but she instantly accuses him of lying. Looming over her with his sword, the Duke menacingly demands if she is prepared for the consequences of her actions. The silver-haired chef completely freezes in sheer terror under his deadly crimson-eyed gaze. Dropping to her knees, she desperately begs for forgiveness and asks how she can make amends. As the Duke coldly questions if he should decide her punishment, she frantically promises to think of a solution herself. Sitting back, the terrifying commander calmly declares that he is hungry, giving her a sudden way out. Grasping her chance to survive, she frantically promises to prepare a meal immediately. Inside the kitchen, her mind screams at her own unbelievable recklessness. She furiously slams a massive slab of raw meat onto the wooden prep table. As she chops, she frantically questions if her body has completely lost its sense of survival. She desperately tries to shift the blame to the Duke for forcing her into his bedroom in the first place. Sweating profusely, she realizes that failing this meal could cost her much more than just her job. She meticulously cuts the raw meat into perfect, bite-sized cubes. Pouring fresh milk over sliced bread, she carefully begins mixing the ingredients. She seasons the mixture with aromatic spices, rich tomato sauce, chopped onions, and cheese. Wielding a blue oven mitt, she proudly pulls her fresh creation from the hot oven. The perfectly baked golden dish sits steaming on a platter. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she happily notes the main meal is almost complete. Realizing she needs a side dish, she decides to quickly whip up some savory onion butter soup. Suddenly, a knight opens the kitchen door to nervously check on her progress. The silver-haired chef looks up in shock, stammering that her hot soup is not quite finished yet. The knight warns that the hungry commander has already begun sharpening his sword, sending her into a panic. Desperately wheeling the food cart down the hall, she decides to skip the soup to save herself. Trembling with fear, she desperately worries that the delayed meal will only make him even angrier. She nervously stops right before the massive wooden doors to the Duke's inner sanctuary. Standing tall inside, the dazzling commander radiates a suffocating, majestic authority. Struck completely speechless, the chef can only stare as their fates are about to collide in a dramatic confrontation. Standing before the absolute terror of the Empire, the silver-haired chef nervously confirms her presence to the imposing commander. She stammers anxiously, trying to introduce her latest culinary creation while trembling under his intense gaze. The main course is revealed, a perfectly baked, glistening meatloaf drizzled with a rich tomato glaze. She softly suggests pairing the savory meatloaf with her fresh potato salad as he watches silently from his desk. Her heart leaps into her throat as she reacts in sudden wide-eyed surprise to his unexpected command. Trembling, she extends a golden-rimmed plate, offering him the first serving. The dark-haired commander takes the plate, coldly instructing her to take a seat across from him. When she hesitates, he menacingly asks if she is defying his order, prompting her to sit down instantly. Sitting at opposite ends of the incredibly long table, she feels a vast cosmic distance separating them. She warily wonders if she should test the food for poison, only to realize he is already dug in. The Duke questions her hesitation, demanding to know if she plans to join him in eating. Realizing she must comply to survive, she carefully scoops a portion of the savory meatloaf onto her plate. Gathering her courage, she resolves to enjoy the meal fully, even if her execution is scheduled for tomorrow. With absolute determination, she lifts the perfect bite to her mouth, fully committed to her creation. Closing her eyes, she takes a large, eager bite of the steaming meatloaf. An explosion of flavor sends her mind drifting through a cosmic void of culinary perfection. Eagerly moving to the side dish, she takes a generous scoop of the creamy potato salad. The refreshing velvety texture of the potatoes instantly puts a blissful, content smile on her face. Savoring the perfect combination, she secretly steals a glance to see if the Duke is enjoying it as well. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she looks down at a completely spotless, sparkling clean plate. She frantically questions how we finished so quickly, knowing she had prepared 5 massive servings. The commander casually wipes his mouth, revealing he finished while she was distracted by her salad. She clasps her hands together, nervously begging to know if the meal was to his liking. The commander glows with a majestic, dazzling brilliance, his dark presence momentarily softened. Misunderstanding his silent satisfaction, she tearfully rejoices, believing her life has finally been spared. Her relief is instantly crushed as his dark inner thoughts suggest keeping her hands intact solely for cooking. He coldly declares that he will overlook her offense from the previous night due to her culinary success. Deeply relieved to be alive, she bows her head in frantic gratitude, weeping tears of pure joy. The commander watches her silent, tearful breakdown with a cold and completely unreadable expression. She keeps her head bowed low, silently praying that her terrifying ordeal has finally come to an end. Her hope is immediately shattered as the commander raises his black-gloved finger to halt her departure. Snapping his fingers, he menacingly declares that there is still one remaining matter to address. Before she can react, a pair of hands suddenly grabs her from behind, causing her to shriek in terror. She desperately begs for mercy as she is seized, fearing her execution has been ordered after all. The Duke glares down at her with cold, glowing crimson eyes, offering no comfort. She gasps in utter confusion as the commander abruptly turns away from her without another word. Horrified by his sudden, scornful gaze, she internally screams in panic after cooking such a perfect meal. With absolute coldness, the Duke commands the guards to take her away. The castle maids physically drag her away from the dining hall while she desperately cries out to him. The massive wooden doors slam shut with a heavy thud, sealing her away in the unknown. A sudden, brief transition marks the start of a wild new chapter in her captive life. Instead of a dungeon, she is thrown into a luxurious warm bath surrounded by the palace maids. She nervously asks the braided maid if she is being prepared for a terrifying interrogation. The red-haired maid looks back in confusion, completely baffled by her prisoner's bizarre assumptions. The maid explains that the commander simply ordered them to bathe and dress her beautifully. Another maid adds a scandalous comment about the Duke protecting someone he spent the night with. Blushing furiously, she splashes the water in absolute panic, frantically denying the scandalous rumors. Completely ignoring her protests, the eager maid grabs her hands to begin manicuring her nails. Outside the Grand Palace, her frustrated screams echo through the skies as no one listens to her. Looking completely exhausted yet stunningly glamorous, the princess realizes her struggle to clear her name has only just begun. A stunning transformation begins as dirty rags are discarded for a pristine violet gown adorned with white roses. Standing in the elegant lavender gown with a red rose in her hair, the silver-haired princess looks remarkably beautiful yet deeply uneasy. The dark-haired commander towers behind her, dryly noting that her appearance is finally acceptable. He casually points out her previously filthy state, prompting a sweat drop and a comical face of pure outrage from the princess. Shaking off the insult, she gazes away, deciding that his motives ultimately do not matter. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she remembers her bleak past in the abandoned palace where she dressed barely better than a servant. Realizing she received high-quality clothing, she clears her throat, deciding it is only polite to thank him. She hesitantly calls out to get his attention as he starts walking away. The commander pauses, bathed in a majestic, glowing light that highlights his cold, sharp features. He turns with a questioning glance, instantly making her lose her nerve as she squeaks out a hasty denial. Gathering her courage, she manages to thank him, but panics as his black-gloved hand suddenly reaches toward her face. Squeezing her eyes shut, she winces in terror, expecting a harsh blow from her captor. Instead of striking her, the commander gently brushes a stray green leaf out of her silver hair. Their brief moment is suddenly interrupted by a guard, who urgently calls out to the commander. The guard delivers a shocking message: the imprisoned princess in the dungeon is demanding an audience. The news strikes the silver-haired chef like a bolt of lightning as she realizes her sister is still locked below. Deep in the gloomy dungeon, the blonde princess Ingrid sits in captivity, looking defiant despite her chains. Dragged along down the stairs, the silver-haired princess frantically protests being brought back to the terrifying dungeon. Standing before the heavy wooden bars, the commander coldly announces his presence to the blonde captive. Glaring fiercely through the bars, Ingrid demands to know what the commander's true intentions are. The Duke smirks coldly as Ingrid accuses him of locking her away solely to break her spirit through isolation. Rising to her feet, the blonde princess defiantly declares that her confinement will never break her will. Backed by an intense crimson aura of royal pride, she vows to resist his schemes to the very end. The commander merely stares back with an utterly deadpan, unbothered expression. An incredibly awkward silence fills the dungeon as the commander and his silver-haired chef stand frozen before the captive princess. With brutal indifference, the commander shuts her down, calling her dramatic speech a complete waste of his time. Turning on his heel, he coldly advises her to save her useless promises for the castle guards next time. Trembling with pure rage, Ingrid tightly clutches her gown as her pride is utterly trampled. Suddenly noticing her sister, Ingrid frantically calls out to Luana, asking if the terrifying Duke has harmed her. Surprised by her sister's concern, the silver-haired chef tries to reassure her that she is perfectly fine. Before she can say more, the Duke grabs her shoulder and coldly demands she stop lingering and follow him. The silver-haired chef is dragged away, frantically yelling for her sister to hang in there. Running to keep up with the Duke's brisk pace, she waves a tearful goodbye as Ingrid watches in absolute shock. Left alone in her cell, Ingrid can only stare blankly, completely baffled by her sister's bizarre words. Up on the staircase, the Duke roughly spins the princess around, warning her that she is still a prisoner. Thrusting a glowing iron lantern into her hands, he commands her to carry it for him. Clinging to the warm lantern, she quietly follows the commander up the dark, winding stone steps. She casts a worried look back down into the shadows, unable to shake her concern for her family. The eerie silence of the stone stairwell is broken only by the sound of their echoing footsteps. Swallowing her fear, she nervously speaks up to ask him a crucial question. She asks if the captured royals are at least being fed, but the Duke coldly retorts that he has no reason to feed prisoners scheduled for execution. Horrified by his ruthless response, she trembles as the grim reality of his cruelty sinks in. Their dark shadows stretch across the stone stairs as she desperately asks if there is any way to spare their lives. The commander stops and glares back with glowing red eyes, warning her that she is asking far too many questions. Sensing her impending doom, she swiftly holds up her lantern and throws out her ultimate survival card, asking if he is hungry. The scene transitions to the next morning as bright sunlight bathes the Grand Imperial Palace. Back in her kitchen sanctuary, the exhausted princess lets out a heavy, dramatic sigh. A nearby knight watches her in utter bewilderment, wondering why she is dramatically brooding in the dark corners of the room. Deep in thought, the silver-haired chef frantically brainstorms what spectacular dish she can create with her limited ingredients. Her eyes burn with a fierce, unstoppable resolve. This next meal is her one and only shot at survival. Seizing a golden opportunity to negotiate for her life, the silver-haired princess boldly asks the intimidating commander if he is hungry. Caught completely off guard, the commander admits that his stomach is indeed beginning to rumble. When the commander questions why she isn't already preparing his next meal, the princess is left comically fuming. Clasping her hands around her warm lantern, she nervously tries to brush her irritation aside. Stealing her resolve, she proposes a daring trade. If her food is delicious, he must feed the prisoners. She begs him to show mercy, but her desperate plea is met only with his cold, silent stare. Fear washes over the princess as she immediately regrets pushing her luck with such a dangerous man. She panics internally, terrified that her bold request will land her in the gloomy dungeon with her sister. Breaking her spiral of panic, the commander dryly demands to know her true motive behind the proposal. He coldly reminds her that the captive royals are already scheduled for a grim, inevitable execution. With absolute ruthlessness, the commander argues that feeding doomed prisoners is a completely pointless waste of resources. He questions her loyalty, reminding her that the royal family has always neglected her as an abandoned princess. The princess hesitates, struggling to find the words to counter his cold, logical argument. She quietly admits that she lived isolated and never even knew her own family members' faces. Despite their neglect, her compassionate nature refuses to let her ignore their suffering. She reasons that it is simply too heartbreaking to let anyone suffer from starvation. A gentle, breathtakingly pure smile graces her face, radiating a warmth that cuts through the cold dungeon stairwell. The commander freezes, completely stunned by the sheer sincerity and purity of her brilliant smile. She rambles on about her ultimate life philosophy of enjoying delicious food before death, until he cuts her off. To her utter shock and delight, the commander abruptly relents and agrees to accept her culinary bargain. He warns her that this deal only stands if he personally deems her next meal truly delicious. Armed with a new lease on life, the princess is fired up and officially accepts the ultimate cooking challenge. Confident in her cooking skills, she gathers fresh ingredients to prepare a legendary feast that will win him over. With lightning-fast precision, she expertly chops raw chicken pieces on her wooden cutting board. She drops the freshly cut chicken into a bowl of creamy milk to tenderize the meat. A generous sprinkling of pepper, cooking wine, garlic, and fresh chilies brings a fiery burst of flavor. Wearing a triumphant smile, she prepares the next secret step of her master recipe. A deep pot of high-temperature cooking oil begins to sizzle and bubble with intense, roaring heat. She rejoices in having access to a fully stocked royal kitchen with unlimited cooking oil. Gently dropping the battered chicken into the hot oil, she prepares for the magic to happen. She happily double fries the chicken, ensuring each piece achieves a glorious, mouth-watering golden crisp. Meanwhile, in his private office, the commander inspects a stack of official imperial documents. He notes that his duties in the conquered territory are wrapping up, allowing for an early return home. He contemplates which high-value prisoners he will transport back to the capital of the empire. Suddenly, her emotional plea to spare the prisoners from starvation echoes loudly in his mind. He recalls the trembling princess begging him to show a shred of humanity toward her family. Her expressive, beautiful eyes from their stairwell encounter linger persistently in his thoughts. He runs a hand through his hair, deeply annoyed at himself for humoring her ridiculous request. He mutters that anyone else daring to make such demands would have paid with their life. His internal grumbling is suddenly cut short by a very loud, betrayal-filled growl from his stomach. A heavy, incredibly awkward silence settles over the empty room as he processes his intense hunger. He sighs in frustration, blaming his unusual weakness on his desperation for her heavenly cooking. Resolving to cut her off after this meal, he is suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. When a voice calls out to him, the commander flatly grants them permission to enter. The doors burst open as the princess triumphantly rolls in a cart, loudly announcing lunch. With a dramatic flourish, she lifts the serving cover to unveil her highly anticipated masterpiece. She presents a mouth-watering platter of crispy double-fried chicken, potato wedges, and a tall, frosty glass of beer. The commander blankly repeats the strange word as she enthusiastically explains the legendary pairing. As she explains her recipe, he notices her stained apron, noting she must have worked incredibly hard. He declines the beer in favor of wine, but she aggressively insists he try the classic combination just once. Her survival hangs on a single bite, but when the silver-haired princess enthusiastically begs the intimidating dupe to taste her chicken before it cools, he bluntly commands her to stop talking. Slicing into the crispy golden chicken piece, the dark-haired commander remains utterly stoic, his glowing red eyes showing absolutely no emotion under her watchful gaze. Purity and anxiety clash in the quiet room as the Duke slowly lifts the forkful of chicken to his mouth while the nervous princess watches with bated breath. The room is dead silent as the cold-hearted commander slowly chews, giving away absolutely nothing about his true thoughts on the dish. Moving with slow, deliberate precision, his black-gloved hand reaches for the tall, frosty glass of foaming beer sitting beside his plate. The silver-haired chef watches in agony, sweating profusely as she tries to read the Duke's completely blank expression. When the Duke quietly chugs down his beer in one massive gulp, the princess dramatically bursts out, demanding to know why he refuses to say a word. Suddenly, the oppressive tension of the office evaporates as the scene dramatically shifts to a vast, sparkling blue sky filled with beautiful starlight. Transported by the heavenly taste, the commander has a breathtaking sensory hallucination of standing in a warm, golden field of wheat. Turning around in utter shock under the bright blue sky, the red-eyed Duke struggles to comprehend how a single meal could transport his mind to a sprawling barley field. His composure completely crumbles as another explosive wave of mouth-watering flavor shocks his senses. He watches hard-working farmers harvest the golden crops in his vision, deeply moved by the incredible depth of the beer and chicken combination. Beautiful sun-kissed stalks of barley shimmer with dazzling golden sparkles, representing the majestic flavor of her cooking. Staring in awe at a massive roaring waterfall of golden beer pouring down beside him, the stunned Duke is entirely conquered by her culinary genius. Snapping back to reality, his black-gloved hand gently sets his fork and knife down with a soft, satisfying clack. Duke abruptly demands a name, sending a wave of absolute relief through the silver-haired princess as she celebrates that he is finally speaking. Thinking he is asking about his meal, she proudly and eagerly explains that the legendary dish is called fried chicken. The Duke dryly clarifies that he was asking for her personal name, leaving the princess completely frozen in surprise. Caught off guard by his unexpected personal interest, the silver-haired princess nervously clutches her gown as she struggles to reply. Surrounded by blooming, elegant flowers, she softly reveals her name as Luana, gently asking if he already knows her lineage. The Duke simply grunts in indifferent acknowledgement, immediately returning to cutting the savory chicken. Glaring back at her with his intense crimson eyes, the dark-haired commander coldly declares that he will keep her name in mind. Meanwhile, the quiet stone corridors of the palace echo with the steady footsteps of gossiping imperial guards. From a high angle, a knight walks down the hall carrying a simple food tray as guards whisper about the abandoned princess staying next to the Duke while Ingrid remains in the dark dungeon. A silver-haired knight with a black and red uniform opens a heavy door, expressing absolute confusion over why the Duke ignored the famously charming Ingrid in favor of the forgotten princess. With a sharp, echoing clang, a simple tray holding a bowl of soup and some solid food is roughly slammed onto the floor. The captive king and queen stare down at the humble meal in sheer trembling shock, unable to believe they are being fed. The silver-haired knight coldly informs them that they will now be fed twice a day, telling them to thank the Duke's sudden mercy. Bewildered by their sudden survival, the imprisoned king whispers to his wife, deeply suspicious of the ruthless conqueror's change of heart. The red-haired queen eagerly reveals rumors she heard from outside, suggesting that the abandoned princess must have done something to influence the Duke. Looking down with a wicked, plotting expression, the scheming royal couple realizes they might be able to use the forgotten princess as a tool for their salvation. The scene fades through a dark, grainy texture as the dark schemes of the dungeon transition back to the bright, warm morning light of the palace. Back in the kitchen, Luana clasps her hands together, looking absolutely radiant and sparkling with pure joy. In the office, the Duke continues to silently eat his meal as the princess stands nearby, overjoyed that her ultimate survival gamble has succeeded. Giggling happily behind her hands, she apologizes for her excitement, still in disbelief that her delicious meal actually saved her family from starvation. She secretly glances at him, playfully wondering if the prideful commander was simply too embarrassed to admit aloud how delicious her food was. Crying happy chibi tears on a sparkling background, she celebrates that her proud sister Ingrid will finally have food in the dark dungeon. The Duke continues eating in quiet silence, completely unbothered as he enjoys another tender piece of chicken. Seeing his subtle reaction, the princess teasingly notes that he must have really loved the chicken since he ordered her to make the exact same dish for dinner. The commander glares back from his desk, dryly asking if she has any complaints, prompting her to frantically wave her hands and deny it. Resting her finger on her chin, she admits that while fried chicken is delicious, she knows of a way to make it even better. Her words immediately capture his attention, and the Duke demands to know what could possibly be more special than this heavenly meal. Holding his fork, he curiously asks for details as she smiles and prepares to reveal her master recipe. With a dramatic wink and a brilliant smile, she proudly announces the ultimate upgrade, spicy seasoned chicken. The intrigued Duke questions if seasoned chicken requires extra ingredients, prompting her to passionately describe soy sauce, mustard, and green onion variations. Suddenly, a terrifying dark aura surrounds the Duke as he fiercely demands to know why she dared to serve him the most basic version first, causing her to panic and plead for mercy. When he questions why she can't just make the special variations right now, she nervously explains that she lacks the necessary ingredients. The Duke immediately offers to find any seasoning she names, but she quickly replies that she must make the special sauce from scratch. Stroking a dramatic pose with a confident pinch of her fingers, she boldly declares that her biggest problem is that she simply doesn't have enough of a key resource. High above the desk, she complains about needing a budget and time for trial and error, just as the Duke interrupts to summon his loyal guard Knight Loon for their next mission. An incredible fortune of glittering gold coins spills out, marking the ultimate turning point in her survival. The silver-haired princess beams with joy as the Duke assigns Knight Loun to assist, asking if the massive sum is sufficient. She enthusiastically assures him it is plenty and admits she misjudged his character, taking back her initial assumptions. The commander sternly warns her against suspicious purchases, prompting the princess to eagerly declare her absolute innocence. Clutching her heavy bag of gold, she resolves to check the kitchen inventory and buy necessary ingredients. With a loud clatter, she dashes off in a flurry of excitement, leaving the quiet Duke to his meal. Suddenly halting at the doorway, she catches the silent Duke's attention as he looks up in confusion. Radiating pure joy, the silver-haired princess enthusiastically promises to cook him the absolute best seasoned chicken. She sprints down the corridor, leaving the black-haired commander utterly speechless by her sudden exit. The red-eyed Duke raises an eyebrow in disbelief, realizing she just boldly used his personal name. Surrounded by floating flower petals, the ecstatic princess dances triumphantly down the palace corridors. She happily plans her next culinary steps, plotting to make her signature sauces entirely from scratch. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly crashes into a solid figure with a startled cry. She sheepishly apologizes for her carelessness, facing a mysterious figure draped in a heavy black cloak. Before she can walk away, a firm hand suddenly grabs her wrist with shocking force. The figure pulls back her hood, revealing a red-haired woman who excitedly calls her name. The mysterious red-haired woman holds her tight, deeply relieved to finally locate the young princess. When the princess asks if they've met, the woman insists that she could never forget her. The woman declares she is the king's precious youngest daughter, sending a jolt of anxiety through Luana. Realizing she skipped her introduction, the red-haired woman quickly moves to clarify her true identity. Introducing herself as Layla, the queen's lady-in-waiting, she urgently warns that time is running out. Looking down, the lady-in-waiting reveals she is acting on strict secret instructions from the queen. Shrouded in darkness, she whispers that she has a critical message to deliver directly to the princess. A new morning breaks over the Grand Imperial Palace, shifting the focus back to luxury. A sharp silver knife gently slices into a perfectly cooked golden soft-boiled egg. The dark-haired commander sits quietly at the table, enjoying his breakfast in his formal white and black uniform. Today's morning menu features ham cheese toast, soft-boiled eggs, tomato ricotta cheese salad, and fresh yogurt juice. Watching her silently eat, the commander internally notes how uncharacteristically quiet and subdued she is today. His sudden voice breaks the silence, instantly startling the nervous princess mid-bite as she looks up. The commander flatly asks if this meager portion is all the food she has prepared for him. She quickly denies it, eagerly claiming that she has finally figured out his true desires. Her thoughts focus entirely on satisfying the massive appetite of the man she calls Sir Legion. With a proud flourish, she reveals a towering platter of freshly made golden toasted ham and cheese sandwiches. The commander pauses, questioning the overly familiar way she has been addressing him. Slicing his knife, he coldly demands to know when he ever gave her permission to use his name. Gasping in horror, her grip slips, sending a freshly made sandwich tumbling from her tongs. Absolute terror strikes the princess as she realizes she casually called the terrifying Duke by his first name. She desperately stammers out excuses, laughing nervously and claiming she thought his formal title was too boring. She trembles as she finishes her weak excuse, hoping her casual attitude won't cost her life. To her shock, the Duke, indifferent to the title, just demands she hand over the food before it falls. He calmly slices into the fresh sandwich as the stunned princess struggles to find her words. Still in a daze, she slowly wheels her serving cart out of the dining room. Standing alone in the quiet corridor, she mutters to herself in absolute disbelief over his reaction. She internally screams, wondering how such a ruthless tyrant could possibly let her massive blunder slide so easily. She recalls his usual brutal threats, shocked that he chose to demand more food instead of her head. Her eyes widen as a sudden, incredible theory begins to form and erase her mind. She gasps, realizing that her legendary culinary skills might be the secret key to domesticating the beast. She compares his terrifying demeanor from their first encounter to his current, adorable demands for more food. Gripping her cart tightly, she realizes the profound power her delicious recipes hold over his mood. She concludes that Legion has genuinely softened, but her thoughts are suddenly cut short by a mysterious voice. The high-stakes game of survival takes a shocking turn when a mysterious cloaked figure unmasks herself directly in front of the startled princess. The red-haired woman immediately demands to know if she has deployed the secret weapon she was given. Terrified and sweating, the princess struggles to concoct a believable excuse on the spot. Her hurt completely stops as a towering, dangerous shadow looms directly behind her. Spinning around in absolute panic, she's confronted by the suspicious commander who demands answers. She frantically conjures a clumsy cover story claiming that a servant was wandering nearby just moments ago. Sweating under his piercing gaze, she desperately babbles about laundry issues to deflect his attention. The dark-haired knight looks on with sheer disbelief, clearly unconvinced by her hysterical excuses. He quickly clarifies his presence, stating he only came to deliver the Duke's dinner request. Hearing that her delicious recipe is demanded once again fills the princess with sparkling joy. The moment she is finally left alone, her artificial smile collapses into a heavy, worried sigh. Retreating into the quiet hallway, she cautiously reaches into her dress pocket to retrieve a hidden item. She pulls out a small glass vial containing a sinister purple liquid accompanied by a lethal written order. Staring at the ominous bottle, she realizes her treasonous family expects her to carry out a deadly poisoning. A sudden knock on the door startles her, forcing her to frantically hide the dangerous vial away. She nervously opens the door, laughing off her suspicious behavior while secretly cursing her family's demands. Walking past the quiet night, she bitterly resents how her neglectful parents suddenly expect her to play the dutiful daughter. As she prepares the dinner tray, her mind is consumed with dread over the lethal bottle. Looking at the unsuspecting commander, she realizes she simply cannot bring herself to ruin such an exquisite meal with poison. Wiping down the dinnerware with fierce determination, she makes a high-stakes decision to reject her family's plot. With an intense glare, she resolves to throw the toxic vial away at the very first opportunity. She frantically weighs the consequences, knowing that getting caught acting suspiciously means certain execution. Clapping her hands, she plots to dump the toxic contents into a nearby field or watercourse. She rallies her courage with a dramatic cheer, leaving the nearby silver-haired knight completely bewildered. When night falls, she lies wide awake in her dark chambers, utterly exhausted by her failure to find an escape. She recalls the constant supervision of the vigilant knight and a friendly maid that ruined her chances of discarding the bottle. Tossing and turning on the couch, she resolves to keep the vial safe until she can safely dump it tomorrow. Sitting up in his bed, the dark-haired commander quietly watches her from across the dim room. His sudden, deep voice slicing through the silence causes her to violently bolt upright in terror. The commander dryly notes how jumpy she is, contrasting her current fear with her past culinary confidence. He coldly begins to lay out her impending fate once his business in the territory is finished. He reveals his ruthless plan to present her to the emperor as bait for other witches while keeping her close. He demands she stop treating him like a wild monster that is ready to devour her. She lies awake in a cold sweat, unable to tell if his blunt request is a rare mercy or a threat. As his footsteps approach, she retreats into a corner, pleading with him to keep his distance. She frantically yells out that she understands, desperately wishing he would stop approaching her bed. Refusing to be dismissed, he reaches down and firmly grabs her dark blanket to force her attention. He demands she look him directly in the eyes whenever she is speaking to him. A sudden chaotic struggle in the dark ends with a spectacular echoing crash on the floor. Sprawled out on the floor, the commander dryly notes that her clumsy reaction was entirely expected. Mortified to find herself pinned directly on top of him, she blushes and loudly accuses him of causing the fall. She frantically defends herself, arguing that the blanket was pulled first and dragged her down. But their embarrassing tangle turns to absolute horror as the purple vial rolls out into plain sight. She freezes in sheer heart-stopping panic as her deadly secret is exposed on the floor. Before she can scramble to hide it, a fast hand swiftly snatches the dangerous vial away. Her blood runs cold as the commander sits up, staring intently at the mysterious glass bottle. He instantly recognizes the toxic contents, his red eyes narrowing into a terrifying glare. She desperately tries to deny any knowledge of the item, but a chilling, murderous grin spreads across his face. He mockingly questions how she could possibly be ignorant of a lethal weapon hidden inside her own dress pocket. Holding up the vial, he points out the deadly hypocrisy of her behavior, leaving her survival hanging by a single terrifying thread. Terrifying smirk spreads across the commander's face as he takes absolute pleasure in her desperate situation. Believing her to be a dangerous witch, Legion casually uncorks the mysterious purple vial right in front of her. The princess screams in utter horror as the dark-haired commander recklessly downs the entire contents of the bottle. Left completely stunned, she can only watch in absolute silence as his self-destructive act unfolds. Driven by sheer panic, she lunges forward to snatch the dangerous glass container directly out of his hands. Her worst fears are instantly confirmed when she finds the small glass bottle is completely empty. When she demands answers, the dark-haired commander coldly reveals that the substance holds no power to kill him. He casually brushes off her rising panic, explaining his unique and powerful immunity to lethal poisons. Furious at his reckless behavior, the princess grabs his collar and demands to know why he would still drink it. Overwhelmed by sheer exhaustion and relief, she slumps against his chest while complaining about his stubbornness. She looks up with tearful, fierce eyes, scolding him for being so careless with his own life. Suddenly, the heavy doors slam open as the silver-haired knight bursts in to investigate the loud commotion. Seen through the knight's highly romanticized perspective, the two appear locked in a passionate and dramatic embrace. Blushing furiously, the knight instantly realizes he has interrupted an incredibly intimate, private moment. He quickly shuts the door, leaving them alone while enthusiastically wishing them a wonderful night together. The ridiculous misunderstanding leaves the princess and the commander frozen in an incredibly awkward silence. Annoyed by the guard's absurd assumption, the commander grumbles under his breath as the princess flinches. Realizing their highly compromising position, she quickly backs away while desperately apologizing for her outburst. Adjusting his open collar, the commander flatly reveals that the mysterious liquid wasn't actually poison. He coldly orders her to keep her distance and commands her to leave his chambers immediately. Walking away with deep concern, she looks back as he promises to discuss this bizarre situation later. The heavy, suffocating tension of the night slowly dissolves as a quiet morning begins to break. A sudden loud thud echoes through the quiet castle hallway, breaking the morning silence. Left standing outside the massive double doors, the princess remains completely dazed by the chaotic night. Her deep thoughts are suddenly interrupted as a familiar voice calls out to her from behind. The cheerful blonde knight approaches, curiously asking why she's been locked out of the commander's room. The sudden arrival of the stern, red-haired knight instantly shifts the conversation to a much more serious tone. The stern guard informs her that the Duke has officially requested a separate room be prepared for her. Silent tension sparks between the two guards, leaving the nervous princess caught awkwardly in the middle. Hesitating for a moment, the worried princess gathers her courage to ask about the commander's current state. Her eyes filled with genuine worry, she softly asks if Legion is truly going to be all right. Back in his private study, the powerful commander breathes heavily, struggling against a sudden wave of intense pain. Staring at the empty container, he realizes the liquid was actually a highly potent, refined drug. Examining the pure quality of the substance, he notes that the simple princess could never have prepared this. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, recalling how he previously ignored the rumors circulating about his territory. Snapping his fingers, he wonders if the enemy mastermind has completely misinterpreted his true weakness. A loyal masked shadow instantly appears before him in the moonlight, awaiting his next command. With a swift toss, the commander flings the empty glass bottle directly into his agent's waiting hand. He commands his subordinate to investigate the drug's origin, and the shadow vows to obey. Clutching his aching head, he realizes he already has a strong suspicion about who the culprit is. Grasping the hilt of his weapon, his mind darkens as he thinks of those whose lives he has spared. Drawing his glowing sword, the commander vows to show them the lethal consequences of crossing him. The scene shifts to the kitchen, where a sharp silver blade cleanly slices a fresh tomato in half. Busy with her morning routine, the princess suddenly pauses as shocking news reaches the kitchen. The blonde knight casually reports that several conspirators were executed at dawn and hung publicly at the gate. Her heart completely stops in panic when the knight suddenly asks if she knows anything about the plot. Sweating profusely, her mind completely derails as she recalls her highly embarrassing tangle with the Duke. To her absolute relief, the knight merely gestures to the pot and asks if she is preparing breakfast. Wiping down the counter, she internally hopes her specially made dish will soothe his highly irritated stomach. The blonde knight laughs heartily, teasing her for being in the mood to cook after such a chaotic night. A cheerful blonde knight breaks the heavy tension, flashing a bright smile as he offers his assistance. Princess reacts with absolute surprise, blushing deeply as he asks if she is too embarrassed to face the Duke. Seeing her obvious hesitation, the friendly knight quickly offers to deliver the dinner tray to the study in her place. She stares at him in disbelief, wondering if this kind knight is genuinely feeling pity for her tragic circumstances. Admitting her embarrassment, she accepts his offer while he playfully demands a reward for his helpful service. She promises to reward him with a homemade meal, prompting a joyful and highly enthusiastic cheer from the knight. With the tray finalized, her delicate hands carefully arrange the polished gold-trimmed plates in the quiet kitchen. Standing alone in the spacious room, she lets out a soft sigh of relief as a quiet peace finally settles around her. She reflects on the shocking news of the executions, her expression hardening into a cold, detached mask. Preparing the ingredients, she realizes with stark clarity that she feels absolutely no grief over their deaths. Knowing how cruelly her adoptive parents treated her, she reasons that her lack of sadness is entirely justified. Submerging her hands into a wash basin, she begins rinsing yellow grains as her mind wanders to darker memories. She vividly recalls the raw desperation of a clenched fist slamming down during a past struggle. The heartbreaking memory of her sister locked behind cold, dark prison bars continues to haunt her soul. She remembers writing a letter of polite refusal, desperately trying to escape an unwanted and forced courtship. That single act of rejection sparked a wave of bitter resentment among the mocking high society nobles. The ultimate consequence of her defiance was the complete destruction of her kingdom in a roaring blaze. She bites her lip in silent fury until it bleeds, the phantom pain of her past lingering in her mind. A desperate trembling fist slams against the cold stone wall as her anger reaches a boiling point. Tears of pure rage stream down her face as she vows never to forgive the monster who ruined her life. Back in the present, gloved hands carefully present the steaming covered platter to the waiting commander. Sitting at his massive desk, the dark-haired commander demands to know why the knight brought the food instead of her. The blonde knight cheerfully explains she asked him to deliver it, prompting the commander to ask what she is doing now. Meanwhile, the princess remains in the kitchen, vigorously washing the yellow grains in a large wash basin. The commander glares intensely at the massive double doors, leaving the nervous knight sweating profusely. With a heavy, resigned sigh, the dark-haired commander finally permits the knight to serve the meal. The heavy lid is lifted to reveal a beautifully prepared steaming beef and tomato pot-au-feu. The blonde knight proudly confirms it is a stew, presenting the freshly made dish with absolute confidence. The commander notes how unusual it is to stew beef without heavy spices, intrigued by her simple preparation. Examining a spoonful of beef, carrot, and tomato, he observes the clean, subtle seasoning of her creation. He brings the gold spoon to his lips, taking his first bite of the mysterious, aromatic dish. The robust, tender beef and sweet carrots create an explosion of rich and comforting flavors. The sour tomatoes and deep, savory broth instantly soothe his stomach, filling him with unexpected warmth. Chewing slowly, a sense of immense satisfaction washes over him as he realizes how comforting her food is. Appreciating the lingering, pleasant aftertaste of the meal, he sits quietly at his desk as the knight watches. The blonde knight carefully replaces the heavy lid, preparing to take the cleared serving cart away. With a polite farewell, the knight wheels the cart out of the study and closes the door. Left alone, the commander grumbles to himself about her choice to hide in the kitchen while leaving the dishes to another. Tapping a document on his desk, he wonders if her sudden absence is a silent protest against his recent executions. He notes that keeping her under constant supervision allows him to track her actions without meeting her in person. With his curiosity lingering, the powerful commander turns his focus back to his official duties. Far away under a bright blue sky, a stunning white castle stands surrounded by a lush garden of blooming red roses. Standing in the garden, a messenger reports the shocking news of Legion's ruthless executions to his lord. The elegant blonde lord in white and gold attire listens calmly while plucking a fresh red rose. He turns his piercing yellow eyes to his subordinate, asking if their secret request was successfully delivered. Receiving a positive response, the blonde lord smiles as he clips the rose stem with golden shears. Watching the red petals flutter through the clear sky, he prepares to make his next decisive move. Holding the rose, the beautiful blonde lord smiles a dangerous smile, plotting a grand welcome for the returning war hero. A dark and looming shadow of unrest settles over the empire as hidden alliances begin to shift in the background. Back in the quiet kitchen, she continues washing the grains, completely unaware of the massive storm brewing on the horizon. Gathering ingredients in the quiet kitchen, the silver-haired princess carefully plans to soak her yellow soybeans for 8 hours before finding the right cloth to ferment them. Her peaceful morning routine is shattered when Legion suddenly appears, demanding to know what she is doing as her startled movements cause a massive splash. Panicking and soaking wet, she desperately stammers an apology while wondering what on earth has brought the powerful commander to the kitchen. Looking up at him anxiously, she asks if there was an issue with the stew she prepared for him. Legion calmly reassures her that the meal was perfectly fine, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from her. He flatly admits his annoyance lies entirely with the annoying knight who delivered the tray instead of her. Feeling extremely guilty, she lowers her head and humbly begs for his forgiveness. Dismissing her apology, Legion casually commands her to pack her belongings immediately. With a serious expression, he announces their sudden departure to the Grand Empire. Holding her wash basin, she freezes in absolute disbelief at his sudden, life-changing command. Finding her composure, she points to her kitchen ingredients and asks if she can bring her food supplies. When she lists her cheese, jerky, and fruit jam, the dark-haired commander sighs, asking what else she could possibly need. She innocently tilts her head, pointing out that food is the most critical survival tool, leaving him completely speechless. As Legion walks away, she suddenly realizes that returning to the Empire means facing her sister. Her beautiful sister Ingrid stands gracefully in a sunlit garden, holding the reins of her horse. Realizing her beloved sister Ingrid will be traveling with them, the princess beams with absolute joy. Looking at the heavy security surrounding her sister from afar, she realizes getting close to her will be nearly impossible. Her deep thoughts are suddenly interrupted when Legion sternly asks if she has finally finished packing. She quickly hands over a freshly prepared travel platter to the waiting commander. The simple menu features rustic whole wheat bread, savory cheese jerky, and sweet mulberry jam. A bowl of steaming, comforting, warm corn soup completes her thoughtful outdoor meal. Sitting beside him, she nervously asks if such a humble meal is truly acceptable for him. Taking a bite, Legion admits this simple fare is vastly superior to eating tasteless dirt. Blushing softly, she wonders if his unexpected praise is merely a side effect of his ongoing curse. She brightly inquires if she will be residing at his personal mansion once they arrive at the capital. Legion immediately shatters her hopes, dryly explaining that they are going to meet the Emperor, prompting her to gasp in shock. He explains that he must officially present his high-profile prisoners to the monarch. Terribly anxious, she desperately wishes she could avoid meeting the powerful ruler altogether. Sensing her growing fear, the commander focuses his intense gaze directly on her. With absolute gravity, Legion warns her never to fall in love with the dangerous Emperor. She blinks in absolute bewilderment, completely baffled by his bizarre and sudden warning. She scoffs in annoyance, insisting she is not so easily swayed, while he warns her that the emperor is uniquely dangerous. Laughing off his caution, she retorts that he doesn't even know her personal tastes in men. Leaning back with a smirk, he challenges her confidence as she proudly declares she will be fine. The dark-haired commander suddenly closes the physical distance, looming over her. Looking directly into her eyes, he promises to reward her handsomely if she successfully guards her heart from the emperor. Trumpets blare and crowds cheer wildly as the war heroes make their triumphant return to the imperial palace. Standing on the balcony, the golden-haired emperor looks down at the noisy celebration awaiting them. The emperor formally greets the returning group, praising their successful military campaign. Stepping into view, the beautiful yellow-haired emperor flashes a dazzling, charismatic smile as he welcomes them home. Watching his grand display, Sister Ingrid glares at him with pure, unspoken hatred. Unable to contain her rage, Ingrid bitterly confronts him for his shameless pretense after destroying her homeland. The emperor's smile turns mocking and dark as he listens to her furious accusations. Surrounded by a chilling aura, he reminds her that none of this would have happened if she had listened to him sooner. The silver-haired princess and Legion silently witness the incredibly tense royal standoff. Sweating in fear, the princess internally marvels at how incredibly bold and terrifying the emperor truly is. Bowing his head, Legion formally acknowledges the emperor amidst a shower of red and purple roses. The emperor expresses his satisfaction with Legion's deeds, while the commander politely plays along. The sound of approaching leather boots echoes through the grand hall, signaling a sudden shift in focus. Bypassing Legion, the emperor steps directly in front of the startled princess, demanding to know what she is. Standing before the throne, Legion stands tall, boldly demanding the emperor fulfill a long-promised deal. The golden-haired emperor contemplates his choices, determined to claim his prize from the fallen kingdom. The emperor questions why Legion chose this specific captive princess of all people. The emperor demands to know what hidden talents the princess possesses to capture Legion's attention. Sweating under pressure, the silver-haired princess struggles to find her voice in their presence. The imperial palace halls echo with the frantic murmurs of onlookers. Scarred chef commands the rest of the kitchen staff to back off. Guarded staff announce that an imperial decree has taken command of the royal kitchen. Holding raw ingredients, the silver-haired princess stands completely baffled by the news. A heavy silence fills the grand chamber as tension hangs in the air. The emperor presses Legion for answers, but the dark-haired commander remains stubbornly silent. The golden-haired emperor flashes a chilling, knowing smile. Legion firmly clarifies that his relationship with the captive princess is strictly professional. The emperor questions why a tasteless duke would keep a princess with only cooking skills. The golden-haired emperor is stunned to realize that he too can taste her dishes. A tense silence settles as the sound of approaching footsteps breaks the royal standoff. Laughing, the emperor notes Legion's healthier build and playfully pats his chest. The emperor officially grants Legion custody of the youngest princess as promised, which Legion politely accepts. The emperor demands Legion bring the princess back to the palace occasionally. Legion objects to the request, warning the smiling emperor that she is too dangerous. The emperor asks if her cooking is tied directly to Legion's ongoing curse. The imperial kitchen staff whispers in utter disbelief about the sudden guest. Standing before her station, the princess plans her next culinary move. The princess laments cooking in the palace, recalling the emperor's order to showcase her skills. Rolling up her sleeves, the silver-haired princess prepares to start cooking. She is relieved to find a fully stocked pantry and a newly installed oven. She decides a crispy fried dish will captivate the emperor's sophisticated palate. Smiling brightly, she gathers a basket overflowing with fresh local vegetables. She considers how to keep her recipes fresh and exciting for Legion. She reaches out to examine a fresh cut of raw meat. She enthusiastically charges into her high-stakes imperial cooking challenge. She slices the raw meat and seasons it with salt, pepper, and garlic. She carefully prepares a light batter with flour, cold water, beer, and oil. She chops onions, carrots, and cucumbers with rapid professional precision. She simmers the sweet and sour sauce using sugar, lemon, and sturge. The princess asks the orange-haired chef to help cool down the sauce. She prepares to coat the seasoned meat pieces with her specialized batter. She gently drops the battered meat into a pot of sizzling oil. She plans to double fry the meat to achieve the ultimate golden crispiness. She successfully finishes her crispy and savory sweet and sour pork dish. The chibi princess eagerly takes her first bite of the creation. She thoroughly enjoys the delicious results despite lacking traditional soy sauce. She strategically plates a massive portion for Legion and a smaller one for the emperor. She places a shining silver cover over her finished culinary masterpiece. The princess warmly thanks the orange-haired chef for her crucial assistance in the kitchen. She apologizes for hijacking the workspace and promises to clean up afterward. The kitchen staff stands completely stunned by the princess's humble manners. The heavy double doors creak open to reveal the grand dining hall. The emperor looks up in surprise as the delicious aroma enters his chambers. The silver-haired princess wheels in the covered cart ready to seal her fate. Determined to survive her highest-stakes challenge yet, the silver-haired princess presents her rapid culinary masterpiece to the realm's most powerful men. She urges them to eat the sweet and sour pork while it remains hot, revealing the drastic difference in plate sizes. The princess panics internally as she realizes the two men's plates have been swapped. The golden-haired emperor questions the unusual deep-fried meal placed before him. She silently frets over her plate mix-up, terrified that the commander has been left with barely anything to eat. The emperor skeptically contemplates the giant heap of fried pork. Legion calmly takes his first bite of the crispy dish. The princess nervously awaits the commander's silent reaction to the taste. A heavy silence hangs over the table as Legion slowly swallows the bite. Legion flatly confirms the dish is safe, prompting the princess's frantic defense and the emperor's amused understanding. She regrets her mistake and resolves to fry another batch of pork later. The princess introduces the specially crafted sweet and sour dipping sauce. She explains the classic culinary debate of dipping versus pouring the sauce to the interested emperor. Following her advice, the emperor prepares to try the dipped delicacy. A loud, perfect crunch echoes through the dining room as the emperor takes a bite. The explosive flavor instantly blows the emperor's mind, triggering an overwhelming sensory awakening. Breaking his stunned silence, the emperor calls out directly to the startled princess. The emperor commands her to visit the palace regularly to cook, catching her completely off guard. Seeing the emperor's intense fascination, Legion sits in a dark, protective silence. Legion suddenly interrupts, addressing the emperor directly to halt his demands. Legion boldly asserts his absolute exclusive ownership over the captive princess. The tense standoff between the commander and the ruler reaches a silent peak. The emperor playfully questions the claim, and Legion unhesitatingly confirms his possession of her. The clever monarch suddenly realizes that the portion sizes on their plates had been swapped. The emperor erupts into amused laughter at the realization of the kitchen mishap. The emperor agrees to swap the plates back, while Legion politely reclaims his rightful heap of food. The charismatic ruler playfully teases the princess for trying to give him the larger portion. The emperor eagerly begs her to prepare another batch of the incredible dish. He expresses his absolute delight with the specialized recipe. Staring at the beautiful monarch, the princess freezes under his mesmerizing presence. Desperately trying to escape his gaze, she promises to make more and runs back to the kitchen. Left alone with the emperor, Legion's silent annoyance continues to simmer. Finally away from the palace, she collapses onto the carriage seat with a heavy sigh of relief. She cheerfully rambles about how the seemingly delicate emperor devoured her hearty meal. She admits the emperor wasn't nearly as scary as she expected, completely oblivious to Legion's growing irritation. The commander's jealousy flares as he coldly demands to know if she has fallen for the emperor. She quickly denies his accusation, suddenly realizing the underlying reason for his sudden interrogation. She wonders if Legion is simply checking in to see who won their prior bet. She acknowledges the emperor's stunning, typical male lead good looks. She compares the two powerful men, realizing her true preference as she focuses on the brooding commander. She makes her final decision with a gentle, reassuring smile. Boldly voicing her true feelings, she confesses that Legion is much more her type than the emperor. The stoic commander is completely frozen by her unexpected, heartfelt confession. To hide his intense embarrassment, Legion dryly insults her taste, prompting her to snap back at him in annoyance. The carriage moves along the scenic path, carrying the bickering but close pair back to their destination. Meanwhile, the emperor remains on his balcony, lost in silent contemplation. A dangerous, calculating look glints in the ruler's yellow eyes as he reviews the day's events. The emperor mentally pieces together the connection between the princess's culinary magic and the commander's ongoing curse. Knowing his secret is out, Legion internally accepts that he can no longer hide her true value. The truth is laid bare in the darkness, setting up an even more perilous gain for the magical chef's future. Determined to break his curse, the dark-haired commander Legion secretly vows to keep the oblivious silver-haired princess by his side, earning a knowing reaction from the golden-haired emperor. Tension fills the air as the dark-haired commander addresses his sovereign with icy formality. Flashing a chilling grin, the golden-haired emperor falsely reassures Legion that he has no intention of stealing his subordinate's captive princess. Legion remains deeply skeptical, silent as the emperor casually questions if there is any other use for her. Meanwhile, the silver-haired princess hurries out of the dining hall, eager to escape their overwhelming presence. She looks back at the dining room where the two powerful men sit before her massive mountain of fried food. Left to his thoughts, the dark-haired commander wears a grim expression of silent concern. The golden-haired emperor chuckles in amusement, while his brown-haired guard stands watch in the background. With a calculating smirk, the golden-haired emperor compares taming people to taming wild animals with food. Looking out over the grand estate at sunset, the emperor eagerly anticipates the chaotic entertainment ahead. The carriage arrives at the imperial estate, where the dark-haired commander welcomes the amazed silver-haired princess to her new temporary home. She gazes in sheer awe, mentally comparing this lavish palace to her former abandoned country home. When she questions where he is going, the cold commander dismisses her inquiries entirely. Left pouting by his cold attitude, her frustrations are interrupted by a warm, welcoming voice off-screen. A polite gray-haired butler wearing glasses introduces himself as Kane, the loyal servant of Legion's family. The humble silver-haired princess insists on carrying her own heavy luggage. Kane politely refuses, carrying the heavy suitcase himself, while the princess frets over making an elder work. Hand in a white glove, the gray-haired butler opens the wooden door to show her to her quarters. She stands completely breathless at the sight of the incredibly lavish bedroom before her. Kane informs her that a maid will arrive tomorrow and offers his assistance for any immediate needs. Flustered by the high-class treatment, the silver-haired princess stammers out her heartfelt thanks to the polite butler. Kane dismisses the praise as simple duty, while the princess senses a strangely familiar warmth from him. She grows increasingly bewildered as the gray-haired butler looks at her with an intensely happy, blushing face. Kane praises the commander's hidden emotional depth, leaving the silver-haired princess completely dumbfounded. The butler eagerly talks up Legion's gentle nature, striking good looks, and legendary combat skills. As Kane lists the Duke's endless virtues, the deeply embarrassed princess hilariously begs him to stop the overwhelming flattery. Claiming she is exhausted, she quickly excuses herself to rest as the apologetic butler bids her farewell. Finally left alone in the massive bedroom, the absolute exhaustion of her crazy day washes over her. She clutches her head in frustration, reminding herself that she must absolutely avoid any romantic entanglements. With her energy completely depleted, she faceplants directly onto the luxurious plush bed. She laments her terrible luck, recalling that Legion is destined to fall in love with the story's true heroine, Ingrid. She shivers in fear, dreading that getting too close to the dangerous male lead might cost her life. As night falls, the silver-haired princess's eyes suddenly snap wide open in the quiet room. She tries to fight her heavy eyelids, desperately wishing to sink back into a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, she bolts awake as a persistent problem completely ruins her rest. Sitting up in the pitch-black room, she wonders how long she has been asleep. Her hand rests on her stomach as she realizes she is completely starving. A thunderous growl echoes from her stomach, demanding she find food immediately. Determined to survive, the silver-haired princess quietly peeks out of her bedroom door into the dark hallway. She stealthily creeps into the quiet kitchen, relieved to find absolutely no one around. She frantically rummages through the kitchen cabinets, terrified she might starve to death before morning. She places her hands on the counter, examining a meager selection of bread, onions, milk, and seasonings. Wasting no time, she chops the onion and tosses it into a sizzling pan to stir-fry. She tears the bread apart and boils it in a pot of water over a blazing fire. She adds milk, salt, and pepper into the boiling mixture as the dish begins to soften. Smiling proudly, she presents her warm, freshly made bread porridge. Just as she takes her first delicious bite, a sudden loud bang shatters the kitchen silence. Shivering in absolute terror, she grips her bowl as a dark, imposing silhouette appears in the doorway. Fleeing into the courtyard, she clutches her cooking pot, desperately hoping it was only the wind. Huddled on a bench under the night sky, she desperately tries to stay positive despite her terrifying midnight adventure. A dark silhouette suddenly cuts through the peaceful night, trapping the startled silver-haired princess right in her tracks. She looks up in sheer panic, questioning what the imposing commander is doing wandering around so late. She nervously confesses her intense hunger, prompting him to suggest calling the servants before she quickly declines to wake them. Noticing his formal attire, she wonders if he has only just returned from his meeting at the imperial palace. Sitting down beside him on the wooden bench, she gently inquires if he has eaten dinner yet. The stoic commander quietly admits he hasn't eaten a single bite, leaving her deeply concerned. Lifting the metal lid of her cooking pot, she warmly invites him to share her humble bread porridge. He questions if she is giving away her only food, but she happily promises she can always cook more. In a hilarious burst of generosity, she proudly thrusts the entire cooking pot right into his hands. The dark-haired commander stares down at the simple, unrefined mixture in stunned silence. Stealing his resolve, he raises a wooden spoon to taste the bizarre, unfamiliar dish. A painful flashback triggers of a masterfully cooked steak clattering to the floor as his curse rejected exquisite food. He recalls his younger self bitterly declaring he would rather consume poison than endure the torment of eating. When his butler desperately pleaded with him to try another bite, the young master snapped in complete frustration. Unable to chew, he demanded his meals be served strictly as soup to get it over with. He vowed to drink everything in a single gulp just to minimize the agonizing sensation. Returning to the present, he notices this porridge visually resembles those agonizing liquid meals from his past. Expecting the familiar pain of rejection, he slowly guides the spoonful of porridge to his mouth. Instead of agony, a gentle, comforting wave of delicious warmth spreads through his entire body. As he eagerly devours the food, she beams with pride, surprised that he is enjoying such simple fare. She watches him closely, realizing that his curse makes standard food completely intolerable to him. Knowing he would choose starvation over eating bad food, she wonders how she can help him find happiness. Breaking his focused eating, she softly calls out his name under the quiet night sky. She smiles warmly, gently vowing to never let him go hungry as long as she is around to cook. In a determined declaration, she proudly announces her new grand plan to help the slender commander gain weight. Having completely cleaned the pot, Leiden dryly notes that she sounds exactly like a devious fairy tale witch. He playfully teases her about fattening him up, while she passionately defends her deep love for the culinary arts. Refusing to let his teasing slide, she confidently holds out her pinky finger to seal a solemn vow. She takes hold of his hand, playfully assuring him that she has absolutely no interest in eating him. Their pinkies lock together as she commits to keeping his stomach full of wonderful creations. With a radiant smile, she demands that he always finish every single bite of her food without leaving leftovers. Struck by her dazzling, genuine warmth, the stoic commander is completely frozen in place. Pulling his hand away in sudden embarrassment, he gruffly warns her not to touch him so casually. Fearing she went too far, she quickly changes the subject to the wager they made before arriving. She reminds him of his promise to reward her if she managed to resist the emperor's charms. The handsome commander looks away, silently contemplating her request in the cool night breeze. He delivers his answer, revealing that his reward will be keeping her close to prepare his morning meals. Overjoyed by his approval, she happily thanks him as they sit comfortably side by side on the bench. From the shadows of a nearby tree, the loyal butler Kane watches their sweet interaction with a knowing smile. Morning light breaks over the grand estate, signaling the dramatic start of a brand new day. A sudden loud crash echoes through the palace kitchen as a porcelain plate shatters to pieces. A terrified ginger maid frantically repeats an unbelievable decree straight from the Duke to the head chef's assistant. The Duke's head chef Wei stands frozen in complete disbelief upon learning his culinary services are no longer required. Chef Wei desperately protests, pointing out the fresh chicken he was in the middle of preparing for the commander's feast. The burly assistant chef anxiously asks if this sudden change means the Duke is going to starve himself. The maid clarifies that the Duke has already selected a brand new personal cook to take over his daily meals. Totally oblivious to the kitchen uproar, the silver-haired princess happily prepares her fresh ingredients with a smile. She firmly clacks a polished silver dome lid over her newly completed breakfast masterpiece. Right on cue, the butler Kane arrives at the kitchen door to collect the special delivery for his master. Hearing the footsteps behind her, the princess turns around in curiosity, setting up a thrilling start to her official duties. With the fate of the imperial kitchen hanging in the balance, the gray-haired butler Kane eagerly welcomes the silver-haired princess to begin her legendary cooking duties. Luana beams with absolute delight, letting the surprised butler know he arrived at the most perfect moment possible. Standing proudly beside her gourmet food cart, the confident princess prepares to deliver her masterpiece to the Duke. The loyal butler Kane stands completely frozen in speechlessness, praying this morning breakfast goes smoothly. Meanwhile, the proud head chef Wei storms down the palace hallway with his anxious blonde assistant trailing behind him. The nervous assistant desperately grabs Wei's arm, begging him to reconsider confronting the Duke's protected princess. Refusing to back down, the dark-skinned chef fiercely declares his sole purpose is to serve the absolute best meals to their master. Memories of 5 painful years wash over him, reminding him of how the Duke repeatedly rejected his culinary creations. Standing before a table of untouched food, the defeated chef laments how his best efforts were utterly crushed by the Duke's curse. Suddenly, a dramatic declaration of pure love threatens to completely disrupt the established hierarchy of the palace kitchen. Unconvinced by any talk of miracle cures, the stubborn head chef remains determined to seek out the truth himself. Under the bright blue sky, the proud chef marches toward the Duke's quarters to verify this unbelievable news. As the food cart wheels rattle down the hall, Luana raises a sudden question about the commander's morning appetite. Pushing the cart forward, Kane explains that the picky Duke rarely consumes anything during his morning routine. A hilarious misunderstanding prompts the silver-haired princess to tilt her head in sheer confusion. Pausing outside the massive double doors, the gray-haired butler politely announces their arrival to the sleeping commander. Inside his private quarters, the muscular, dark-haired commander prepares for his day and commands them to enter. Stepping into the sunlit room, the startled princess gulps and freezes at the sight of the half-dressed Duke. Blushing furiously, she covers her face in deep embarrassment while the stoic Duke casually shifts attention to his breakfast. The worried butler steps in to explain that Luana personally poured her heart into preparing this special morning meal. In a shocking turn of events, the normally food-avoidant commander calmly sits on his sofa and commands them to serve. Hand-clad in a white glove, the butler slowly lifts the polished dome to unveil the morning's secret creation. A breathtaking spread of fluffy souffle pancakes, savory sausage, fresh salad, and warm tea is finally revealed. While the quiet Duke stares down at the unique dish, the flustered princess desperately asks if it is safe to turn back around. Spinning around with a joyful smile, she proudly reveals the secret culinary trick behind her unbelievably soft meringue pancakes. Although the dish looks incredibly appetizing, the anxious butler secretly doubts if it can appease his master's curse. Stealing his resolve, the handsome commander raises a silver fork to take the first historic bite of the fluffy pancake. He guides the soft pastry to his mouth, bracing himself for the usual agonizing sensation of rejection. Instead of pain, an explosion of delicious flavor prompts the Duke to rapidly inhale the food while the butler stands completely flabbergasted. Tears of overwhelming relief swell in Kane's eyes as he realizes the profound, miraculous connection brewing between the two. He fondly recalls the moment he secretly observed her chaotic but passionate cooking session in the palace kitchen. He remembers watching her from behind a courtyard tree, realizing her radiant warmth was the key to saving his master. Overwhelmed by absolute joy, the gray-haired butler weeps tears of gratitude for this long-awaited culinary miracle. As the princess happily prepares the tea, the weeping butler mutters about the incredible power of love fattening up his master. Humming a happy tune, the silver-haired princess cheerfully wheels her empty cart down the grand palace hallway. Unbeknownst to her, a dark silhouette silently looms behind her, watching her every move with intense focus. Sensing an imposing presence behind her, the princess suddenly pauses right in her tracks. She gasps in surprise, feeling the heavy, silent gaze of an intruder in the empty corridor. Turning around slowly, she nervously inquires about the identity of the dark-haired stranger standing before her. She shrieks in absolute terror as the imposing man suddenly turns to face her directly. Bowing with flawless grace, the dark-skinned chef formally introduces himself as Wei, the Duke's personal head chef. Trying to maintain her composure, the sweating princess stammeringly asks if he has any business with her. Standing tall under a grand painting, Wei coldly admits he remains entirely unconvinced of her cooking abilities. He recalls overhearing the butler's praise for her food, his pride deeply wounded by his lord's sudden change in preference. Clenching his fist in frustration, the disgruntled chef grits his teeth, unable to accept being replaced so easily. In a sudden burst of intensity, Wei fiercely demands a high-stakes cooking match to prove who truly reigns supreme. He corners the panicked princess with his demands, leaving her sweating profusely as she wonders how to escape this mess. Suddenly, a cheerful voice pops out from a nearby doorway, interrupting their intense standoff with playful curiosity. The energetic blonde knight Henry walks in carrying his red-haired comrade Lugard, eagerly volunteering them both to judge the fateful match. While the knights happily plan out the cooking duel, the completely ignored princess can only sweat drop in sheer disbelief as her quiet life spirals out of control. An unexpected voice interrupts the tense kitchen standoff, advising the startled, silver-haired princess that she has absolutely no obligation to accept this insane cooking duel. Bowing with perfect manners, the polite blonde sous chef Garth introduces himself and immediately apologizes for his hot-headed superior's rude behavior. Garth gently reassures Luana that she can safely ignore the chef's aggressive challenge right before an angry shout from his master cuts him off. He explains that the proud head chef was driven by pure curiosity after learning that the cursed, food-avoidant Duke devoured every single bite of her cooking. The sous chef softly explains that Wei only wanted to discover what masterclass recipe could finally break through their master's tragic culinary curse. Struck by the head chef's sincere devotion to his master, the empathetic princess stands completely frozen in surprised silence. Garth bows deeply once more, reiterating his profound apologies for the unnecessary trouble his prideful head chef has caused her. As the stubborn head chef tries to walk away in frustration, Garth desperately grabs his arm to prevent any further disrespect toward the princess. Finding her fiery resolve, the silver-haired princess locks eyes with her challenger and boldly declares that she accepts the legendary cooking match. Meanwhile, in his private chambers, the muscular dark-haired Duke looks into his mirror, highly concerned by playful teasing about his sudden weight gain. Back in the bustling palace kitchen, a rich pat of butter sizzles dynamically in a hot pan, officially starting their high-stakes culinary battle. While the professional head chef cooks with intense precision, he glances back in absolute exasperation at the frantic, sweating princess rushing around her kitchen station. Standing tall and proud, the determined princess steels her resolve, fully prepared to defend her honor with her unique cooking skills. Wei establishes a strict, high-stakes condition for their duel, declaring that they must both prepare the single dish they are most confident in. Pointing out that their panel of knight judges is even, Luana requests that the energetic Henry recruit one final, unbiased tiebreaker for their match. A confident smirk plays across the princess's lips as the stage is finally set for a historic kitchen showdown. Radiating pure, cheerful energy, she warmly encourages her formidable opponent to bring his absolute best to the cooking table. Preparing his raw steak, Wei quietly acknowledges her sportsmanship, knowing she easily could have called the royal guards to have him dismissed. He marvels at her fairness in recruiting the butler Kane as their third judge, ensuring a completely unbiased and transparent evaluation of their food. A genuine smirk forms on the chef's face as he realizes her relentless determination is born from pure, unadulterated love. Fired up by her impressive resolve, Wei flips a premium cut of steak with flawless, show-stopping flair. Watching from the sidelines, Garth raises a hand to his head as he instantly recognizes the elite cut and the master chef's ultimate signature dish. While kneading her dough, a clueless Luana is educated by Garth on the legendary high-end steak dish Wei is preparing. Garth curiously asks about her own secret menu, prompting the princess to offer a highly suspicious, nervous laugh. Flashing a brilliant, playful smirk, the confident princess boasts that her mysterious dish is nothing short of a culinary lethal move. With a flourish, Wei presents his completed signature steak masterpiece, glistening under the warm palace lights. The esteemed panel of judges is instantly blown away, showering the proud head chef with endless praise for his flawless steak. Smiling triumphantly, the confident chef basks in their applause, knowing he has just delivered the absolute performance of his life. Instead of being intimidated, the starry-eyed princess gapes at his glorious steak with absolute admiration, completely throwing Wei off guard. She eagerly begs him for a taste after the evaluation, leaving the sweat-dropping chef completely bewildered by her lack of competitive hostility. Wei's suspicious thoughts are suddenly cut short as the judges eagerly command Luana to present her own mysterious creation next. Smiling brilliantly, the silver-haired princess steps forward to slowly lift the polished dome and reveal her secret culinary weapon. Underneath lies an unconventional golden mountain of crispy fried chicken smothered in a rich white sauce and sliced onions. Luana proudly introduces her innovative carbonara chicken, explaining she wanted to present a highly unique twist for this crucial competition. She warmly encourages the judges to dig in immediately, warning them that her crispy creation is best enjoyed piping hot. Using a pair of silver tongs, a judge lifts a golden piece of chicken heavily coated in rich melted cheese. Wei looks on with extreme skepticism, mentally criticizing her bizarre decision to serve heavy pasta sauce over fried chicken. A plate of the unorthodox cheesy chicken is pushed directly toward the highly skeptical head chef. With a radiant and welcoming smile, the princess encourages Wei to taste the controversial dish for himself. Holding the plate, the proud head chef stands completely frozen and sweating in nervous anticipation. Taking his first dramatic bite, Wei is instantly hit by an absolute lightning bolt of intense, unexpected flavor. He marvels at how the crispy chicken perfectly fuses with the savory sauce, balanced beautifully by the sharp bite of raw onions. Henry happily prepares to start the official voting, only to be cut off by a sudden, booming objection. The entire kitchen falls silent as the shocking declaration of defeat echoes across the dining table. Wei humbly admits he was completely wrong to doubt her creative, heart-centered approach to cooking. The chef bows deeply to beg for punishment, causing the panicked princess to sweat over not even inventing the dish herself. Luana frantically begs him to stand straight, completely overwhelmed by his intense, sudden display of submissive guilt. In a surprising twist, the princess asks the legendary head chef to help her instead, leaving him completely wide-eyed. She confesses she is entirely unfamiliar with the empire's traditional cuisine and deeply respects his decades of elite palace experience. Looking up with pure sincerity, the princess begs the head chef to teach her, turning their fierce rivalry into a legendary partnership. Laughing nervously at the sudden twist of events, the silver-haired princess chuckles softly as she reflects on this unexpected new partnership. A rare, warm smile graces the dark-skinned chef's face as he finds a newfound sense of respect and peace with his former rival. While the night judges playfully bicker over not declaring an official winner, the relieved gray-haired butler admits his deep anxiety over the kitchen showdown has finally dissolved. Giggling with absolute delight, the cheerful princess celebrates the successful and peaceful resolution of their intense culinary clash. Under a brilliant blue sky, the Grand Palace stands peaceful as time marches forward into a new culinary endeavor. Standing out in the palace gardens, the silver-haired princess raises her arms in pure triumph, loudly declaring a massive success over her latest fermentation project. The black-haired chef questions if their experiment worked, prompting the silver-haired princess to nod furiously while explaining that the newly made ingredients just need a little time to mature. Looking up at the clear sky, the duo eagerly anticipates the completion of traditional soybean paste, celebrating their successful extraction of authentic soy sauce. Hugging the massive clay jar with pure adoration, the princess marvels at the unlimited resources and time she now possesses to perfect her craft. The silver-haired princess drools in sheer culinary ecstasy as she daydreams about the endless spicy feast she can prepare next. Snapped out of her delicious fantasy, a flushed, chibi-sized princess gets hilariously called out by her partner for drooling in public. Startled by her sudden exclamation, the black-haired chef flinches in surprise as the princess calls out his name with renewed intensity. Grabbing his hands in a frantic, energetic shake, she passionately credits him for making this miraculous culinary achievement possible. The prideful chef turns his head away, a visible blush creeping onto his cheeks as her sincere gratitude melts his remaining defenses. Scratching his neck sheepishly, the humbled chef mutters that his assistance was barely worth mentioning. A gentle breeze rustles through the vibrant green canopy, shifting the scene back to the quiet halls of the palace. Back in his private chambers, the brooding, black-haired Duke stares out the window, lost in deep thought. Summoning his trusted aide, the Duke calls out to the gray-haired butler, who instantly offers a flawless, respectful bow. A cold, curious question echoes through the room as the Duke inquires about the age of his head chef. Narrowing his piercing crimson eyes, the master awaits the butler's explanation with intense curiosity. A heavy atmosphere thickens as the silent room waits for the details of the young chef's background. The butler explains that the chef is only in his 20s, chosen specifically for his raw genius, prompting a thoughtful acknowledgement from his master. Pacing across his study, the Duke silently recalls how even the chef's expensive genius creations failed to satisfy his cursed appetite. Sinking into his luxurious red chair, the Duke feels a strange, unexplainable sting of jealousy as he realizes how close his princess and the head chef have become. Noticing his master's brooding expression, the worried butler suggests asking the silver-haired princess to brew a special, fatigue-relieving tea. To the butler's absolute shock, the usually stubborn Duke instantly agrees to the suggestion, leaving his aide utterly bewildered. Maintaining his stern royal composure, the Duke commands the butler to immediately fetch the princess for his tea service. Her eyes widening in complete shock, the silver-haired princess is left sweating as she hears about an unexpected royal reward. Sipping his freshly brewed tea, the Duke calmly commends the startled princess for handling the head chef's challenge entirely on her own. Setting his cup down with a soft click, he firmly declares that her stellar performance and adaptability deserve a proper royal reward. Caught completely off guard by the sudden offer, the sweating princess struggles to think of what she could possibly ask for. A brilliant light bulb suddenly goes off in her head as a perfect idea strikes her mind. Turning with a radiant, eager smile, she excitedly asks if she can visit the bustling local market to explore the empire's fresh ingredients. While the Duke points out that servants can easily fetch any ingredient, the princess insists that handpicking her own produce is half the culinary fun. Reassuring the silent Duke, she quickly promises she has no plans to escape, though his true worries might run far deeper than she thinks. The Duke violently chokes on his tea as the bubbly princess casually suggests visiting the market with the handsome head chef. Wiping his mouth in a frantic attempt to regain his cold composure, the Duke reluctantly mumbles that she can go. Surrounded by a sudden majestic aura of blooming roses, the possessive Duke firmly declares that they will go to the market together on his day off. A thoroughly stunned princess stammeringly asks if he is too busy, only for the Duke to dismissively declare that one day off makes absolutely no difference. Back in the kitchen, the silver-haired princess stares blankly into space, completely overwhelmed by the Duke's sudden, shocking proposal. The dark-skinned chef enters the kitchen to ask about the Duke's lunch preparations, only to be met with a deeply depressed sigh from his partner. Clattering her dishes, she flatly reveals she no longer has to prepare lunch or dinner, leaving the head chef completely dumbfounded. With a deeply disappointed face, she explains that the Duke will be dining at the imperial palace, leaving her with only breakfast duty. Looking at her with profound sympathy, the chef mistakenly assumes she is heartbroken over not being able to feed her beloved master. Erupting into a literal wall of fiery passion, the passionate chef strikes a dramatic pose and loudly commands her to cheer up. Stealing her resolve, the silver-haired princess reaches up to creak open a mysterious golden cabinet. Looking up thoughtfully, the princess plots her next move during the sudden break in her royal cooking schedule. Sobbing dramatically, she panics over the terrifying prospect of her hard-tamed Usul master reverting back to a feral beast if he eats bad food at the palace. Rummaging frantically through the high shelves, she realizes that this long-term absence means her precious master will be missing multiple meals for days on end. Trying to play it cool as she reaches for a strange black container, she casually tells the chef she is just rearranging the unused tableware. Our silver-haired princess stands frozen in absolute shock as a sudden revelation hits her like a physical blow. As dusk begins to paint the palace walls in a fiery orange glow, the scene shifts to the military training grounds. A wooden training dummy is brutally shattered by a high-impact strike, signaling intense combat preparation. The brooding, black-haired Duke wipes sweat from his brow, his mind preoccupied despite his grueling physical routine. He sternly lectures his trainees on proper shoulder alignment, demanding immediate correction from his eager soldiers. As the training bells chime, signaling the end of the grueling session, a soldier happily remarks that their work is finally finished. A dark-gloved hand hesitantly picks at a freshly prepared steak dinner. The surrounding knights loudly praise the elite food of the Leviathan Knights, completely unaware of their master's silent misery. Legion stares blankly at the perfectly cooked morsel, feeling absolutely no appetite. With a shudder of pure disgust, he forces down the elite meal, finding the taste utterly repulsive. He realizes his cursed appetite has been completely ruined because he has grown too accustomed to Luana's magical cooking. Staring out into the silent palace yard, he laments that he must force himself to eat despite having barely touched his meals. Suddenly, a startled guard bursts through the door, abruptly cutting off the Duke's grim thoughts. The guard delivers an urgent summon announcing that the Emperor has requested the Duke's immediate presence in the main hall. Narrowing his sharp crimson eyes, the Duke processes the unexpected Imperial command in tense silence. Quickly donning his regal cape, Legion prepares to leave immediately, brushing off the guard's suggestion to finish his meal first. Leaving his plate practically untouched, the Duke flatly declares he is finished with his tasteless dinner. The next morning, the grand spires of the royal palace gleam brilliantly under a crystal-clear blue sky. Arriving at the gates, Legion halts his steed in absolute bewilderment as a bizarre sight greets him. The silver-haired princess proudly presents a mountain of stacked picnic baskets, revealing she has prepared a massive lunchbox for him. The Duke sternly reminds her that the imperial palace is fully capable of serving meals. Luana cheerily insists imperial food cannot satisfy his unique palate, forcing Legion to begrudgingly admit that palace food is merely tolerable. Seeing the giant pile of baskets, Legion points out the absurdity of the quantity, but Luana urges him to take it anyway. The princess passionately argues that she lost track of the portions while cooking, ensuring he would have enough for both lunch and dinner. To solve the transport issue, a bubbly chibi Luana casually suggests that the Duke should simply travel by carriage instead of horseback. With radiant confidence, the silver-haired princess boasts that she made the food extraordinarily delicious. Unleashing a lethal weapon of pure, starry-eyed cuteness, she begs him to accept the meals. Legion stands completely paralyzed, sweating under the overwhelming pressure of her pure innocence. Within the majestic palace corridors, whispers spread rapidly about the legendary Duke arriving in a formal carriage. Entering the grand audience chamber, the Duke prepares to face the smirking monarch. The blonde emperor playfully notes that Legion arrived with an unusually large cargo of mysterious baskets. A mocking smirk plays on the emperor's lips as he prepares to tease his famously private cousin. Amused by the gossip, the emperor wonders if he should have summoned Legion sooner to investigate this bizarre cargo. The Duke's heart skips a beat as he realizes the emperor has already caught wind of his giant carriage delivery. Legion quickly kneels, dismissively claiming it is a trivial matter, but the curious emperor refuses to let it slide. The monarch points out how deeply out of character it is for the workaholic Duke to bring personal items to the palace. Under his cousin's intense, searching gaze, the proud Duke's composure begins to crack. Legion hesitates, searching frantically for a way to preserve his remaining dignity. With deeply wounded pride, Legion finally confesses that the mysterious cargo is indeed his lunchbox. The emperor mockingly inquires why a single lunchbox required an entire carriage to transport. Even the mischievous monarch is left momentarily speechless by the sheer scale of the Duke's domestic arrangement. The table is laid out with Luana's colorful home-cooked feast of fresh sandwiches, grapes, and rice balls. The emperor bursts into booming laughter, teasing the red-faced Duke over the ridiculous mountain of food. He playfully asks if Legion intended to devour this entire feast alone, prompting a sheepish defense from the embarrassed Duke. Deciding to help himself, the emperor reaches out a gloved hand toward the glistening grapes. Legion flinches in shock as the smug emperor takes a bite, casually asking if he can share the meal. Defeated and deeply embarrassed, the Duke respectfully bows to his teasing sovereign. Underneath his formal exterior, Legion seethes in quiet humiliation over this unexpected dining scenario. Watching him, the blonde emperor inwardly marvels at how easily the silver-haired princess has tamed the beastly Duke. Though pleased that someone can manage Legion, the emperor secretly worries about what will happen if his fierce cousin becomes too attached to her. Sitting before a mountain of home-cooked delicacies, the stoic Duke realizes this unexpected feast has given them an unexpected window of time. The smug, blonde-haired emperor uses this massive lunchbox as the perfect excuse to slowly tease his cousin with royal business. As night falls over the grand estate, a distant voice calls out for the silver-haired princess. Startled by the sudden shout, Luana freezes in the kitchen, completely snapped out of her deep daydream. The dark-skinned head chef questions her distraction, but a blushing Luana quickly denies looking for anyone in the garden. He points out her excessive stirring, forcing her to realize how intensely she has been overworking the soup. Looking at her with growing concern, the chef notes that she has been acting incredibly bizarre all day long. He details her clumsy mistakes, from nearly breaking her favorite jar to mixing up various spices. When he reveals she slipped 5 times on the kitchen floor, the embarrassed princess can only sweat in pure panic. She softly admits her extreme anxiety stems from this being the very first lunchbox she has ever prepared for the Duke. Expressing her fears about the meal getting ruined during transport, she finds comfort as her partner validates her culinary worries. The passionate chef enthusiastically agrees, stating that any true cook is always dying to see their diner's genuine reaction. Finding a shared bond in their culinary passion, Luana's face brightens with hopeful excitement as they wait for the Duke's return. The butler Kane suddenly knocks on the kitchen door to deliver an urgent update about their master. Hearing that the Duke has finally returned to the estate, the anxious princess quickly turns around, her heart racing. She rushes down the dimly lit corridors, eagerly bursting open the heavy doors of his private study. The stoic Duke is caught completely off guard by her sudden, frantic entrance into his office. Slamming her hands dramatically onto his desk, she demands an immediate answer to the burning question on her mind. With a radiant rose-filled aura, she eagerly asks him exactly how he liked the giant lunchbox. When the Duke questions her desperation, the chibi princess frantically explains she needs honest feedback to perfect tomorrow's recipes. Turning his face away to hide a subtle, rare blush, the proud Duke softly confesses that the meal was absolutely delicious. Luana practically glows with pure joy upon hearing his praise, especially when he mentions that the Emperor loved it too. Curious about their relationship, she wonders if her sweet and sour pork is the secret reason the Emperor joined his lunch. However, the Duke suddenly drops a bombshell, declaring that she does not need to prepare any food for tomorrow. Left completely speechless and sweating from confusion, she frantically asks why her cooking duties have been suddenly canceled. Shifting to the next morning, the grand spires of the Imperial Palace gleam as she is ordered to accompany him inside. Inside the palace guest wing, worried maids gossip over a full tray of untouched food, terrified by a mysterious guest's hunger strike. Lying pale and weak in her grand bed, the starving blonde woman pushes herself to the absolute limit of physical exhaustion. Clutching her empty stomach in agony, she silently endures a tearing pain rather than accepting any palace food. Overwhelmed by extreme dizziness, the blonde woman finds it increasingly difficult to even sit upright in her bed. With a tragic, bittersweet smile, Ingrid resolves to starve herself to death just to reunite with her deceased parents in the afterlife. As darkness begins to cloud her fading vision, a familiar voice suddenly echoes through her mind. Staring in disbelief, she witnesses a glowing vision of her red-haired mother reaching out to comfort her. Trembling as the gentle hand brushes her shoulder, the starving girl gasps at the incredibly lifelike sensation. Desperately reaching out into the empty air, she begs her mother's fading specter not to leave her alone in the dark. With a sudden swift rustle of fabric, the phantom vision abruptly shatters, snapping her back to harsh reality. Realizing she was only clutching the bedside curtain, she stares blankly as her heart sinks in deep disappointment. Sobbing quietly in her empty, cooled room, she despairs over the cruel reality that every comforting memory is just an illusion. A single tear rolls slowly down her pale cheek, reflecting the absolute hopelessness of her lonely captivity. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a soft click as her bedroom door begins to creak open. Luana bursts into the room in her pink dress, gasping in shock as she spots her dear sister Ingrid. Whirling her head around in disbelief, Ingrid's tear-filled eyes widen as she hears a voice she never expected to hear again. Staring at the pink-clad girl by the door, the weakened captive wonders if her mind is playing cruel tricks on her once more. Reaching out a trembling, pale hand, Ingrid weakly calls out her sister's name in desperate hope. Running to the bedside, a tearfully joyful Luana firmly grasps her sister's hand, confirming she is truly here. Ingrid gazes up in absolute shock at her sister's warm, radiant smile, completely overwhelmed by this miraculous reunion. Shifting back to the previous night, the lit windows of the palace highlight the quiet tension surrounding Ingrid's starvation. In a dark corridor, the blonde emperor sternly commands his maid to keep bringing meals, determined not to let his captive starve. Back in her bed, Ingrid clutches her sheets with a bitter scowl, utterly rejecting the emperor's hollow concerns. Glaring into the darkness with burning hatred, she realizes his dark obsession with her is the ultimate cage she must escape. A dark, chilling truth hangs heavy over the battlefield of memories as a sinister force reveals who truly orchestrated this tragedy. With unwavering defiance, the captured blonde woman vows that she will never allow her oppressor to truly possess her. Her desperate cry of absolute refusal echoes through the silent chamber as the tyrant and his servant leave her to wither. A simple steaming bowl of porridge appears, carrying with it a glimmer of unexpected warmth in this cold prison. Luana presents the freshly prepared meal, expressing her deep worry over her sister's severely weakened state. Setting the spoon down with a soft click, Ingrid looks up at her sister, unable to hide her heavy emotion. With tears glistening in her blue eyes, Ingrid questions Luana's baffling presence in this dangerous enemy territory. Ingrid starkly reminds Luana of the brutal losses they suffered, highlighting that their kingdom and family are completely gone. Haunting memories of their parents' tragic end and their burning homeland flash in their minds, underscoring their grim reality. The crushing realization of having lost everything leaves a void of absolute despair between the two royal sisters. Dressed in her elegant pink gown, the silver-haired princess stands firm, her gaze filled with a quiet, profound realization. Luana begins to question the nature of their losses, wondering if her sister's perspective on defeat is different from her own. She recalls the humble, isolated estate of her youth, reflecting on the meager confines she once called home. Luana explains that her past consisted of a distant father and a life of neglect, meaning she had very little to lose in the first place. The silver-haired princess gently reminds her sister of her former status as a completely forgotten royal child. A soft, comforting smile graces Luana's face, radiating a warmth that cuts straight through the cold room. Overwhelmed by regret, Ingrid looks down and sincerely apologizes for her thoughtless words. Luana frantically waves her hands to reassure her sister, insisting that she deeply understands her profound grief. With a serious expression, Luana shares how she once believed she had nothing left before finding a new path forward. Ingrid stares in astonishment as her sister explains the secret to finding hope amidst absolute ruin. Surrounded by a blooming aura of hope, Luana enthusiastically presents the porridge as her first step toward a brighter future. Inspired by her sister's resilience, Ingrid makes a silent, powerful resolution to reclaim her will to live. Beautiful, blooming energy reinforces her vow to stay alive and discover what she can achieve next. With a joyful chibi cheer from her sister, Ingrid finally reaches out to accept the long-awaited meal. Taking her very first bite of the porridge, the starving woman tastes the pure care cooked into the food. Luana leans forward with wide, sparkling eyes, eagerly anticipating her sister's reaction to the food. Overcome by the deeply comforting flavors, Ingrid bursts into silent, streaming tears of emotional release. Luana gently pats her sister's back, softly encouraging her to take her time eating the warm meal. Stepping back, Luana sighs in relief, glad to have successfully broken her sister's dangerous hunger strike. Ingrid finally drifts into a peaceful, much-needed sleep while firmly holding onto her sister's hand. The heavy doors swing open as the blonde emperor and the dark-haired duke make their sudden entrance. Clad in his striking white and gold imperial uniform, the blonde monarch steps forward with an unreadable, intense gaze. The emperor inquires if she has finally eaten, prompting a nervous response from the protective princess. His golden eyes narrow as he observes the sleeping captive, his cold expression revealing nothing of his true intent. He extends a gloved hand toward the slumbering woman, threatening to shatter her hard-won peace. In a daring move, Luana boldly steps in front of the monarch, fiercely declaring that her sister is resting. Dark, ominous aura erupts from the emperor as he glares down at the girl who dares to challenge him. Unfazed by his terrifying pressure, Luana passionately defends her sister's right to rest, ignoring the danger. Legion quickly steps in, bowing deeply to apologize for the princess's insolent behavior and dragging her back. Luana flinches in surprise as the duke firmly holds her back from provoking the monarch any further. With a protective grip, the dark-haired duke ushers the stunned, blushing princess out of the tense bedroom. With cold finality, the emperor sternly orders them to leave his presence immediately. Standing alone by the bed, the monarch seethes over the insolence of both the princess and his usually loyal subordinate. A sinister thought crosses the emperor's mind as he contemplates permanently eliminating the troublesome princess. Outside, the heavy doors click shut, leaving a tense silence hanging over the grand imperial corridor. In the quiet hallway, Legion sternly reprimands Luana for recklessly risking her life in front of the dangerous monarch. He warns her that the emperor is a merciless ruler, leaving a tearful Luana to realize her terrifying blunder. She recalls the terrifying truth about the ruthless emperor who destroyed an entire kingdom just to capture her sister. Stopping in her tracks, Luana suddenly calls out to the duke with a sudden realization on her mind. Legion turns back in confusion, completely unprepared for the question she is about to ask next. Desperate to understand his true intentions, the spirited princess boldly asks the dark-haired duke if she truly belongs to him, freezing him in his tracks. A heavy silence stretches as her shocking words echo, catching the formidable commander completely off guard. Shuffling around with the sharp glare, the duke sternly reminds her of her standing as a mere captive under his direct watch. Completely drained of energy, she meekly promises to behave as he abruptly turns to head back. They walk side by side down the grand hallway, the lingering tension slowly fading into a quiet calm. Lost in his thoughts, the cold duke remains silent, keeping his true feelings locked deep within. A sudden, thunderous shriek of utter disbelief shatters the morning peace. The princess gasps in complete surprise upon learning she won't have to carry any heavy bags today. Dressed in a vibrant yellow gown, she stands ready to step out into the world. The elderly butler reassures her that porters will handle the load, letting her enjoy her outing. Outside, the handsome duke stands waiting beside a grand carriage prepared for their trip. They soon arrive at a massive, bustling village market teeming with life and vendors. Her eyes sparkle with pure joy as she takes in the spectacular scale of the market. She squeals in excitement over the massive market, completely ignoring the duke's stoic, arms-crossed stance. Caught up in the colorful sights, she gets jostled by a passerby in the dense crowd. Losing her footing, her shoes slip on the cobblestones as she begins to tumble forward. Panicking, she desperately cries out for the duke to wait as the crowd sweeps them apart. Walking slightly ahead, the duke remains unaware of her sudden struggle in the busy street. She reaches out her hand in a frantic final attempt to grab onto anything to save herself. In a flash, a strong, gloved hand securely catches her wrist, stopping her fall. He pulls her swiftly into his protective embrace, surrounding her with an unexpected warmth. Looking down with intense red eyes, he sternly commands her to stay close and never leave his side. Trembling from the close call, she can only offer a soft, nervous nod of agreement. Clutching his pristine white sleeve tightly, she resolves not to let go of her protector. Staring down at her, the Duke internally sighs, finding the entire dramatic situation utterly ridiculous. He realizes she could easily escape into the crowd right now, yet she chooses to stay. As they walk, he ponders whether her clingy behavior is a calculated strategy or pure innocence. Suddenly, she gasps out loud as an incredible discovery stops her in her tracks. Shaking with pure excitement, she grabs his arm and points toward a nearby merchant stall. She points directly at a pile of yellow pods, begging him to buy them for her. The friendly vendor praises her excellent taste while she happily requests a massive batch. The Duke stands completely perplexed, staring blankly at the strange, unfamiliar fruit. He questions her weird choice, prompting her to explain she must study its recipe first. Her face lights up as she dreams of crafting the most heavenly chocolate desserts with it. Watching her childish excitement, he realizes there's no way she has any calculated motives. Any suspicion of her plotting against him completely evaporates into thin air. With the transaction complete, the merchant's cheerful gratitude follows them as they walk away. Happily skipping by his side, she thanks him warmly while asking about life in the duchy. The Duke dryly notes he could have bought the entire market if she wasn't so stubborn. She coyly hides her hands, secretly planning her next mischievous move. In a hilarious twist, she happily hums while secretly carrying her own massive shopping bag. As they bid the vendors farewell, she happily reflects on how busy the Duke has been lately. She softly wonders if the busy Duke pushed himself just to accompany her today. Turning around to speak to him, she freezes as she is met with only empty air. Panic sets in as she frantically looks around the crowded streets, calling out his name. Realizing she is completely lost in the unfamiliar market, terror grips her heart. In her haste to find him, she trips over her own feet and begins to plunge toward the ground. Before she hits the cobblestones, a mysterious hand catches her from behind. She gasps as she is held by a silver-haired stranger in a dark hood who smiles with mysterious worth. Gaze locked with her savior, she is mesmerized by his stunning violet eyes, completely unaware of the destiny about to unfold. The mysterious silver-haired stranger gazes down at Luana, murmuring her name with eyes that shine like precious jewels. Quickly pulling herself together, the silver-haired princess politely bows to thank her savior for his help. Suddenly, a wave of shock hits her as she realizes the complete stranger somehow knows her name. They stand together in the bustling market, an unexpected connection lingering in the air. Smiling warmly, the mysterious stranger insists there is absolutely no way he could fail to recognize her. He reveals she is the child of Alanya, leaving the stunned princess to desperately demand how he knows her mother's name. As a gleaming sword blade suddenly appears beneath him, the silver-haired man smiles and prepares to reveal her true identity. Out of nowhere, the dark-haired Duke Legion draws his sword, demanding to know the stranger's identity. Legion asks Luana if she knows the stranger, prompting her to frantically shake her head in confusion. Sensing danger, the formidable commander warns the intruder to answer carefully, threatening to take his life. Pointing his sword directly at the stranger's throat, Legion demands immediate answers while a panicked Luana begs him to wait. Desperate to stop the violence, Luana grabs the Duke's arm, pleading that they were merely talking. Luana watches in sheer terror, realizing that things have taken a deadly turn as Legion calls her name. Noting the chaos of the situation, the silver-haired stranger begins to fade away in a magical light. Shock registers on the Duke's face as the mysterious intruder vanishes right before his eyes. Leaving only a trail of glowing light, the stranger disappears entirely, leaving Legion and Luana in stunned silence. Sudden, violent pounding echoes through the heavy wooden doors of the Imperial Palace. Locked inside her chamber, a frustrated Luana frantically bangs on the door, shouting to see if anyone is outside. She desperately begs the passing maids to let her speak to Duke Legion, but they nervously ignore her pleas. Another heavy slam against the door rings out, highlighting her growing desperation. Overwhelmed by anger, the princess fumes in frustration over being locked away like a prisoner. She rages about being confined to her room for days immediately after returning from the market. Collapsing in exhaustion, she quietly mutters to herself about her complete confusion. She tries to make sense of the hooded man's striking white hair and memorable purple eyes. She questions why someone with such a striking appearance felt like a total stranger to her. She recalls his cryptic word about her being the child of Alanya and belonging to them all. Deep in thought, she wonders if the mysterious man truly knew her late mother. The beautiful silhouette of her mother, Alanya, appears amidst a sea of blooming flowers. A dark truth looms as she remembers her mother's tragic fate after giving birth. Her childhood was defined by neglect as the king ignored her and the maids fled the desolate palace. Meanwhile, Legion interrogates an elderly maid, asking about the princess's life in her former kingdom. The maid explains how Luana survived by working the ruined fields and sewing without ever complaining. She recounts the pivotal day Luana suddenly declared her sole desire was to master cooking. Behind bars, the maid explains how Luana magically began crafting unique, untaught recipes. Sitting at his desk, Legion reviews reports detailing how witches exhibit highly unusual growth patterns. His intense crimson eyes narrow as he focuses entirely on the mysterious vanished stranger. He reasons that an ordinary human could never vanish so suddenly without leaving a single trace. He realizes that Luana clinging to him is the sole reason the intruder managed to escape. Frustrated by his own mistake, the Duke tightly crumples the report in his gloved hand. Looking out of his chamber window, the cold Duke remains deeply unsettled by the looming mystery. He contemplates whether her helpless act is merely a front for a witch's dark curse. The butler knocks on the door to announce dinner, but Legion coldly refuses to eat. Surprised by the sudden rejection, the butler flinches in concern for his master. Back in her room, a cheerful Luana happily devours her meal, completely oblivious to the brewing storm. As she eats, she suddenly wonders if the hard-working Duke is taking proper care of himself. The scene shifts to a completely different battle where a blonde warrior is warned to stay away from a strange beast. Heavy footsteps echo through a dimly lit, subterranean stone corridor lined with torches. A pair of dark boots steadily strides forward, cutting through the eerie silence of the dungeon. Duke Legion arrives in a dimly lit workshop, greeted by a woman dressed in blacksmith attire. The butler Kane arrives shortly after, revealing that he has brought the young captive they requested. Standing before her destiny, the silver-haired girl finally prepares to face her captor. Fear grips her heart as she contemplates whether she should run away from this dangerous confrontation. Steeling her resolve, she decides she must stand her ground and face whatever comes. Walking down the cold stone corridor with the elderly butler, she realizes fleeing would only confirm the Duke's worst suspicions. She believes a direct conversation is the only way to clear up the massive misunderstanding between them. The dark possibility of imprisonment or even torture looms heavily over her as she walks. Despite the terrifying risks, she resolves to proceed for the sake of their bond. Heartwarming memories of her precious moments with the Duke flash through her mind, driving her forward. She refuses to let fear dictate her actions and run away from her fate. Entering the dark dungeon, she finds the Duke waiting for her alongside the anxious butler. Without a word, a strong, gloved hand tightly locks around her wrist. She struggles as the Duke coldly commands her to sit in a terrifying torture chair. The Duke's expression remains icy as he prepares to interrogate her about other witches. Terror fills her eyes as she realizes the grim fate awaiting her in this dark cell. In a desperate bid, she grabs onto his gloved hand to stop him. She begs the Duke to halt and listen to her explanation first. The Duke freezes in sheer shock, his stern expression completely melting away. Taken aback, he pulls his hand back as her grip slips. She looks up at him with tearful, pleading eyes, hoping to reach his heart. He stands in stunned silence, his cold demeanor completely shattered. Tears well in her eyes as the Duke suddenly demands to know why she has lost so much weight. A heavy silence fills the dungeon as he stares at her, utterly bewildered by his own reaction. The Duke's dark inner thoughts reveal his brutal intent toward the captured intruder. He explains to the butler that interrogating the captive is necessary to protect the duchy from other witches. Ignoring the butler's protest, the cold Duke dismisses him to carry out his orders. She realizes his hostile attitude is merely a mask to hide his true concern. She wonders if he neglected his own meals while she was locked away. In the shadows, the Duke's hand troubles with a rush of unexplainable emotion. The blacksmith woman notices his agitation and asks if something is bothering him. He hesitates on his plan to torture her, suddenly questioning his own harsh methods. Abruptly turning away, he commands the blacksmith to keep the girl locked up without harm. He issues a final, stern warning that no one is to touch her until further notice. Duke quickly strides out of the dungeon, leaving the butler completely confused. He suddenly orders the butler to summon a doctor immediately, shocking the old man. Blushing furiously, the Duke covers his face as he realizes his feelings are spiraling out of control.
Meanwhile, in a bustling local tavern, a patron loudly insists that his wild rumors are true.
The other patrons scoff at his claims, refusing to believe his tall tales about the Duke. He loudly insists that a young witch is being held and tortured in the Duke's dark dungeon. Sitting nearby, the hooded, silver-haired stranger listens intently, his violet eyes narrowing with dark resolve. With a sudden slam, a heavy wooden mug of beer is smashed down onto the table. The angry tavern waitress demands that the rowdy patrons quiet down immediately. As she cleans up, she mutters about the absurdity of witch rumors, completely unaware that the hooded stranger has vanished. Back in the deep dungeon, a single torch flickers dimly against the cold stone wall. Shivering behind iron bars, the silver-haired girl laments the freezing cold of her cell. She quietly reflects on her tense encounter with the Duke from earlier. She vividly recalls the pained and conflicted look in his eyes during their brief confrontation. She wonders if he truly despises her as a faint wisp of smoke rises from a guttering candle. Suddenly, she gasps as the warm fire in her cell begins to die down. Oppressive darkness closes in as the last source of light in the dungeon fades away. Trapped in pitch blackness, she is left shivering in her cell as a mysterious draft blows, leaving her fate hanging by a thread. Trapped in a cold, unforgiving dark dungeon, terror consumes her very soul as she trembles in utter helplessness. Before she can process her fear, a heavy hand firmly grips her shoulder. She screams in raw terror as she scrambles away from the approaching figure. Deep within the pitch-black cell, she desperately shrieks out for someone to help her. Suddenly, a tiny flame flickers to life, cutting through the darkness with a gentle voice of reassurance. Glowing light reveals the elderly butler, instantly stopping her panic in its tracks. The tense silence of the dark cell stretches as a sudden shift occurs. The butler softly reassures the terrified princess that she has nothing to fear. He warmly identifies himself, prompting her to gasp in sheer relief. He holds out a warm, covered platter, revealing he brought her a secret meal. A delicious steaming bowl of cream soup and fresh bread is presented. He expresses deep sympathy for her ordeal as he offers the food. Overjoyed, she immediately digs into the delicious meal with absolute delight. He watches her eat with a fond, gentle smile of quiet relief. She completely finishes every last drop as he gently calls her name. She looks up with chubby, full cheeks, completely caught off guard. He asks her the critical question of why she didn't choose to escape. She stares back in complete, utter bewilderment at the very suggestion. He questions her lack of preparation for the dangerous situation she walked into. He points out the numerous, glaring opportunities she had to flee. His intense, knowing gaze emphasizes just how easy escaping would have been. She nervously stammers, unable to find a quick excuse for her actions. She explains that fleeing would have only confirmed the Duke's worst suspicions. He admits she fully expected to face interrogation due to the suspicion. She stands by her belief that open communication was the only option. She fervently complains about the completely unexpected threat of execution and torture. She shifts the topic to the mysterious incident that occurred at the market. Blushing, she insists it was nothing serious and wants to explain directly. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the Imperial Palace where secret lore is discussed. Dark-haired Duke demands an explanation for the bizarre symptoms he is experiencing. The royal doctor explains the ancient records regarding the nature of witch curses. He explains that a person cannot be affected by more than one curse at a time. The Duke internally struggles, wondering why his heart is racing if it's not magic. The doctor remains completely silent, nervously contemplating how to break the news. He gently suggests that these strange symptoms are actually incredibly common for his age. The doctor elaborates on how love and attraction naturally manifest in a person. A sudden knock on the door interrupts the highly embarrassing diagnosis. The doctor is summoned away, leaving the confused Duke to his thoughts. Before leaving, the doctor asks for permission to meet the captive witch himself. The Duke grants permission, deciding it is time to resolve this mystery once and for all. The doctor politely bows and exits, leaving the Duke alone in his grand study. Night falls over the majestic duchy, casting deep shadows across the palace. The butler reports back, confirming the girl was treated gently rather than tortured. The Duke demands to know the reason behind her actions at the market. The butler hesitates, unsure of how to deliver her surprisingly simple explanation. She recalls her sweet admission that she was simply excited for her first outing. The butler is left completely speechless by her adorable, innocent reasoning. She reveals that her sole motivation was the joy of grocery shopping together. A bright, dazzling smile highlights her genuine happiness during their shared outing. She admits she only stopped the fight to avoid ruining their special day together, leaving his cold heart completely shattered. In a dramatic twist, the butler Kane reveals how he boldly stepped in to stop the Duke's interrogation. Heavy, suspenseful silence fills the air as the butler hints at a deeply upsetting truth. He shocks the Duke by reporting that the captive girl actually finished her entire meal and begged for more. As the grandfather clock ticks away in the mansion, the true motive behind her market actions is about to be exposed. The Duke is completely stunned to learn she only wanted to preserve the joy of their first date together. Overwhelmed by a sudden rush of conflicted emotions, the powerful ruler buries his face in sheer embarrassment. The butler softly asks if the Duke has any other specific commands regarding their hostage's treatment. With a quiet, glove-shielded whisper, the Duke immediately shuts down any talk of further interrogation. Blushing furiously, the cold tyrant reveals his hidden warmth by asking if she needs anything else besides food. Deep within the cold stone prison, bright torches are lit to drive away the freezing darkness. In an unbelievable twist of fate, her damp cell is completely transformed into a cozy royal suite. A majestic, steaming feast of fresh meat and savory sides is presented to the captive princess. The silver-haired girl is left completely speechless, staring at the delicious spread in absolute bewilderment. She looks around the glowing, lavishly decorated room, utterly unable to comprehend what is happening. Polite personal maid arrives, warmly asking if there is anything else she desires. Sitting at the table, she hesitates to dig in, highly suspicious of this sudden royal hospitality. When she demands an explanation for this luxury, the confused maid admits she has absolutely no idea. The maid gently reveals that this unparalleled pampering comes directly on the Duke's personal orders. Panic grips her heart as she realizes this luxurious treatment completely derails her expectations of being tortured. An awkward, tense silence stretches across the glowing cell as she sits completely frozen in place. Pushing her doubts aside, her intense hunger takes full control as she eagerly stabs a juicy steak. She decides to worry about her fate later, determined to enjoy the delicious meal first. But as the maid carts away the empty dishes, a sudden, dark realization strikes the young captive. Horror consumes her very soul as she desperately wonders if this feast was actually her final meal. A chilling panic sets in, convincing her that they served such lavish food only because she is about to die. Hysterical with fear, she imagines her maid as a sinister executioner and screams that she must draft her final will. Sobbing uncontrollably, she collapses face down onto her bed, completely convinced her final hour has arrived. Steeling herself to face the end, she decides there is one ultimate final wish she must record before she perishes. With tears streaming down her face, she hysterically declares that her last wish is to see her beloved jars of homemade sauce. She vividly fantasizes about the rich, spicy flavors of traditional boiled kimchi and thick meat stew. Her mind wanders to the perfect culinary combination of warm rice and savory rolled eggs. She desperately yearns for one last taste of a bubbling, aromatic pot of soybean paste stew. Weeping bitter tears of pure culinary longing, she prepares to put her final testamentary desires on paper. Reaching for her journal, she solemnly prepares to bequeath her sacred stash of sauce to her trusted friend. She pours her heart and soul into writing a frantic will, begging her friend to protect her precious recipes. The scene shifts as a full week passes in the blink of an eye, leaving her survival shrouded in mystery. Another empty plate is left perfectly clean, proving her appetite has survived her dramatic execution scare. Smiling happily in a new pink dress, she politely tells her personal maid that she has finished her meal. Looking incredibly radiant, she happily notes to herself that she feels healthier and stronger than ever before. Driven by a sudden burst of courage, she resolves to finally get some direct answers about her situation. She casually asks when her death sentence will be carried out, leaving the maid completely flabbergasted. The maid sweat drops, explaining she was only ordered to look after her comfort and convenience. She is left completely bewildered, deeply questioning the bizarre and confusing behavior of her cold captor. Meanwhile, back in his private chambers, the muscular, dark-haired Duke gets dressed while reflecting on his actions. The gray-haired doctor reports that the Duke's health is fine, but suggests there is a deeper underlying cause. The Duke sighs in annoyance, begrudgingly admitting that the physician's sharp diagnosis hits too close to home. The doctor leaves him with a knowing smile, reminding him of the highly unusual prescription he provided earlier. Bowing politely, the physician makes his exit, leaving the powerful ruler alone with his racing thoughts. Suddenly, a shocking realization hits the Duke, causing him to turn back in sheer panic. As the heavy double doors click shut, the stage is set for a massive confrontation that will change their fates forever. Racked with inner turmoil, the dark-haired Duke runs a hand through his hair and sighs in irritation. Staring into the distance, his glowing red eyes reflect his utter confusion over his rapidly racing heart. Clenching his fist, the Duke desperately tries to convince himself that his only feeling toward the witch is hatred. Painful memories resurface of his father's tragic death from a witch's curse and his mother's abandonment. He recalls how he forced himself to bury his emotions to faithfully execute his heavy royal duties. All his personal feelings and desires were stripped away as he hardened his heart over the years. He deeply resents how witches have always cruelly taken everything away from him throughout his life. Yet, despite his deeply rooted hatred, a lingering doubt begins to chip away at his resolve. He realizes that the silver-haired captive hasn't actually stolen anything from him, but rather brought warmth. He fondly remembers the delicious meal she lovingly prepared, making him realize how much she truly cares. Shaking off his soft thoughts, the Duke mutters about the captive witch's undeniable and confusing hold on him. Suddenly, a polite knock on his study doors interrupts his intense, brooding train of thought. The Duke opens the doors, fully expecting to dismiss his gray-haired royal doctor before he departs. To his utter surprise, the royal doctor looks back at him in complete and utter bewilderment. The confused doctor politely explains that he has actually only just arrived at the Duke's estate. Meanwhile, down in the cozy dungeon cell, the silver-haired girl gasps in shock at her visitor. She cautiously looks through the prison bars, questioning the identity of the older man standing before her. The elderly visitor reveals he came to find her after hearing she was locked away in a dungeon. When she demands to know his true identity, the nervous visitor apologizes for his highly unkempt appearance. He slowly reaches deep into his coat pocket, preparing to reveal a hidden secret. Back in his study, the Duke's blood runs cold as he demands to know why the doctor claims to have just arrived. The doctor explains he was away on business and rushed over immediately after receiving the Duke's summons. The horrific realization instantly hits the Duke that an imposter has successfully infiltrated his mansion. Deep in the dungeon, the silver-haired girl watches in sheer disbelief as the scene before her unravels. With a flash of magic, the elderly doctor sheds his disguise to reveal a mysterious silver-haired man in a dark cloak. The mysterious silver-haired intruder warmly announces that he has come to rescue her from captivity. Realizing the danger, the dark-haired Duke sprints down the Grand Palace hallway as fast as his legs can carry him. His loyal guards desperately try to keep up, screaming that it is far too dangerous for him to go alone. The cloaked savior stands with the silver-haired girl as footsteps echo closer to the dungeon. Bursting through the heavy stone archway, the Duke finally arrives in the dungeon, panting heavily from his sprint. The young girl gasps in sheer terror as she locks eyes with her furious, dark-haired captor. A tense, high-stakes standoff begins in the dark dungeon cell between the Duke and the mysterious intruder. Drawing a sword, the furious Duke coldly promises to make the intruder pay dearly for trespassing. Remaining completely unbothered, the silver-haired intruder smoothly reaches into his leather bag. The Duke's eyes widen in sudden alarm as he senses a dangerous magical threat approaching. The cloaked intruder swiftly hurls a glowing purple glass potion bottle straight at the incoming ruler. The fragile magical vial streaks through the dark prison air toward its target. The potion shatters violently on the stone floor, unleashing a thick, choking cloud of purple smoke. Instantly reacting, the cloaked savior covers the silver-haired girl's mouth, warning her not to inhale the fumes. The Duke stands firm, stubbornly declaring that simple poison cannot hope to affect a warrior of his caliber. A sinister, knowing smirk plays across the handsome face of the mysterious cloaked intruder. The thick purple fog rapidly expands, completely swallowing the two fugitives in a hazy magical shroud. Suddenly, the Duke gasps in agonizing pain, realizing the mist is actually highly potent magic rather than mere poison. Taking advantage of the distraction, the intruder urges the silver-haired girl to make their escape immediately. She hesitates, looking back at her struggling captor with a deeply conflicted expression of worry and fear. Determined to fight through the spell, the Duke viciously bites his own hand to force his body awake. The cloaked intruder watches in awe, deeply impressed by the Duke's unbelievable mental strength and willpower. Sputting the Duke's blood, the young girl realizes this is their golden opportunity to flee before he recovers. However, she is gripped by intense panic, utterly terrified of both the Duke and her mysterious new savior. She internally screams in despair, realizing that escaping with a stranger means leaving the Duke to suffer his curse alone. Her wide, crystal blue eyes shine with immense shock as she realizes her savior's magical presence. A mysterious, silver-haired traveler stands tall, his hooded cloak shrouding him in shadow. She wonders how this mysterious man knows how to cook a nice meal for Legion, the one cursed by the witch. Clenching her fist tightly, she resolves to use this escape as her ultimate chance to get the truth. The silver-haired savior grabs her hand, promising her that they will return to the mansion very soon. Back in the dungeon, the cursed Duke Legion collapsed on the ground, his body succumbing to the magic. Realizing Legion is incapacitated, she calls out to him in panic, but her savior reassures her that he is only sleeping. Glancing back at the fallen Duke, the silver-haired intruder finds the entire situation highly annoying. He pulls her forward before the royal knights can arrive, urging her that they must make their escape now. She hesitates and asks why they must rush, making him wonder if she has figured out his true intentions. Sudden shouting echoes through the dark corridors of the dungeon as the guards frantically call out for Lawana and the Duke. The cloaked man lets out a deep, exhausted sigh as the pressure of the pursuit begins to mount. In a flash of shimmering magic, they prepare to teleport away from the prison cells once and for all. Catching her breath, she looks around in relief, realizing that nobody will be able to follow them here. Trudging through a vast grassy field at sunset, she begins to express her lingering doubts, while her companion points out that the fainted master is currently the least of their worries. Looking incredibly cute, she anxiously inquires if the sleeping magic has any dangerous or lasting side effects on the Duke. The companion reassures her that the spell merely restores consciousness, leaving the target feeling fully refreshed upon waking up. He smugly boasts that the concoction is a high-grade masterpiece from the famous witch Callard, meaning it cannot have side effects. Surprised by the familiar name, she asks if he used a magical potion instead of a simple sleeping powder. He explains that every single witch possesses their own unique specialties and specific magical names. Stepping through the dense foliage, the cloaked traveler warmly invites her to step inside his house to continue their talk. She gasps in awe as a magnificent, glowing golden chandelier comes into view. Stepping inside, she is amazed by the massive, luxurious interior, which her savior explains was created by the Dimension Witch. She smiles warmly as she expresses her absolute amazement that such incredible structures can be crafted with magic. Her savior suddenly asks if she is curious about the true identity of her witch mother. Fidgeting nervously, she admits her curiosity but admits there is something else weighing heavily on her mind. She reveals that her priority is finding out who originally cast the terrible curse on the Duke. He looks back in visible annoyance, demanding to know why she is so deeply obsessed with the Duke's curse. She stammers as seeing the Duke suffer made her deeply uneasy and even ruined her appetite. Her savior explains that the curse has been passed down through generations, making her wonder if the Duke did something wrong. The cloaked savior wears a dark, knowing smirk, questioning if a parent's sins can ever truly be separated from their children. Feeling deeply sympathetic, she asks if they should break the curse since the Duke has suffered for so long. His purple eyes narrow into sharp slits as he stares at her in dead silence. He sighs in disbelief, commenting on how incredibly soft-hearted she is. Reaching into his cloak, he presents a dusty, ornate book and identifies it as her mother Elenia's diary. She gasps in surprise, wondering why he is suddenly handing over her mother's personal journal. The cloaked savior prepares to drop a massive bombshell as he speaks. With a serious look, the savior calmly reveals that it was actually her mother, Elenia, who cursed the Duke's family. She screams in absolute shock, her eyes bulging at the unbelievable revelation. Her jaw drops in pure horror as she struggles to process the fact that her mother is the culprit behind the family curse. In utter disbelief, she asks if her mother really cursed the Duke, and the man calmly confirms it. Confused by the timeline of generations, she questions how this is possible, and he explains that witches have much longer lifespans. He suggests that her mother's actual age is far different from what she believes, leaving her completely speechless. Panic grips her as she realizes the Duke was actually justified in locking her up as the child of his curse's creator. Overwhelmed by absolute dread, she clutches her head in despair as her companion watches in silence. Snapping back to attention, she urgently asks how they can break the curse using the laws of witches. With a smug, mocking grin, the savior explains that only the caster of the curse can ever break it. He smugly adds that he only promised to identify the witch, never to break the spell, prompting her to scream that he is a swindler. Collapsing to the floor in a heap of despair, she laments how easily she was fooled and wonders how she will ever go back. Standing over her, the silver-haired man dryly remarks that while witches are not good, they do not curse people without a very good reason. A mysterious, dusty diary holds the dark, long-forgotten secrets of her mother's past. She demands the full truth, but her companion insists only descendants can unlock the diary. Hesitating, she wonders if opening this book is her only remaining choice. She prepares to demand the absolute truth behind the ancient curse. She furiously accuses her companion of deception, leaving him utterly bewildered. Slamming the table, she demands an explanation for his blatant lies. She rages upon finding the sacred diary is just a cookbook. She weeps over being misled, while he casually urges her to calm down. He playfully teases her about being engrossed in the recipes all night. She internally admits she was completely captivated by her mother's chocolate recipes. He notes their shared passion proves she is indeed her mother's daughter. He reveals her mother was a legendary cooking witch with unmatched skills. She eagerly demands he hand over every single one of those recipe books. He asks for her understanding since he cannot read the magical text. Dashing upstairs, she warns him not to interrupt her late-night reading. A solemn message confirms the diary belongs solely to her descendants. Gasping in wonder, she realizes the profound nature of her heritage. The diary reveals her mother's journey northward to study ancient recipes. A young crying boy appears, lost and weeping in the street. A gentle voice suddenly calls out, catching the crying boy's attention. The legendary witch stops to offer her warmth to the lonely child. Sobbing, the young boy whimpers for a simple piece of bread. The weeping boy loudly complains that the local bread tastes absolutely dreadful. The young boy proudly presents his homemade attempt at potato bread. She bites into the bread, evaluating its surprisingly decent visual presentation. She struggles with its rock-hard texture, leaving the boy deeply discouraged. Forcing a strained smile, she politely claims it is still edible. The child frustratingly objects to her overly polite and dishonest review. A quiet moment of realization passes between the two unusual companions. Whispered fears echo in the shadows regarding the cruel rising taxes. The parents despair over their family's bleak survival under greedy lords. Overhearing the grim truth, the boy lies awake in silent sorrow. He realizes the lord's upcoming inspection might offer a rare opportunity. She quietly resolves to prepare a special gift for the arriving ruler. She knows simple potato bread is far too cheap for nobility. Sparking with resolve, he vows to help his struggling family succeed. She worries his humble recipe is simply not enough to satisfy royalty. She gently explains that true culinary value lies far beyond costs. She promises to teach him cooking secrets, prompting his excited disbelief. With an enigmatic smile, she hints at her true magical identity. A dark veil falls as the magical cooking lessons finally begin. Deep in the kitchen, the bond between witch and boy strengthens. The young boy beams with newfound hope and eager excitement. She is astounded by his rapid grasp of her culinary instructions. Clad in his apron, the young boy embraces his destiny. The first crucial step requires thoroughly mashing the boiled potatoes. He carefully mixes in butter and beer to ferment the dough. The dough is left to ferment in a cool, quiet spot. Exhausted but proud, the young boy pauses to wipe away sweat. The second kneading guarantees the perfect texture for their magical creation. A dark legacy is about to unfold as a legendary witch reveals the final step of her culinary spell. Out of the oven comes a steaming rustic loaf of baked potato bread looking surprisingly perfect. The sudden smell of the freshly baked loaf triggers a wave of dark, foreboding energy, freezing them in shock. Elenia tentatively voices her deep concern over the bizarre and failed state of their culinary creation. Devastated by the failure, the orange-haired boy bursts into tears and declares himself a completely hopeless cook. The legendary witch stares at the weeping child in stunned, contemplative silence. Elenia gently reassures the crying boy, reminding him that this is only their second attempt. She carefully tightens his apron straps, urging him to keep pushing forward since they still have plenty of time. Suddenly, Elenia's face twists into a terrifyingly intense grin as she emphasizes the looming deadline of the Lord's patrol. In a cute chibi lesson, Elenia passionately instructs the orange-haired boy to vigorously mash the potatoes to eliminate lumps. She continues her strict kitchen rules, lecturing him on the absolute precision required for sizing and monitoring the dough fermentation. As night falls, her final tip echoes through the kitchen, warning him that overpressing the knife will utterly ruin the shapes. Sunlight filters through the lush green trees the next morning as a delighted hum of satisfaction breaks the quiet dawn. Elenia closes her eyes and chews happily, completely lost in the heavenly flavor of the freshly baked recipe. The orange-haired boy beams with absolute joy, eagerly asking if the bread is truly as delicious as it looks. They look down at the perfect, glowing golden loaf, celebrating their miraculous success just in the nick of time. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the young apprentice bows deeply to thank his magical mentor for her invaluable help. Elenia looks down at the boy with a quiet, lingering sense of pity, knowing the harsh reality of the world he faces. The confused, orange-haired boy looks up at her, wondering what is on her mind. Patting his head affectionately, Elenia coldly claims her mentorship was never born out of mere compassion. Despite her aloof words, the orange-haired boy's eyes sparkle with pure admiration and hope. Tension skyrockets as the arrogant new lord arrives in the village, immediately expressing his utter disgust for the dirty surroundings. Clutching the warm bread, the orange-haired boy desperately begs the guards to let him approach the noble. The noble turns around in annoyance while the boy's terrified parents watch in horror, dreading their son's reckless move. The boy's family frantically calls out to the lord, desperately trying to intervene before it is too late. With a condescending look, the lord takes the wrapped potato bread, examining the humble offering. The orange-haired boy looks up with sparkling, hopeful eyes, eagerly waiting for the ruler's reaction. In a brutal display of cruelty, the lord violently slaps the humble bread straight out of the boy's hands. His face contorted with pure rage, the lord furiously demands to know how they dared offer him such trash. Turning his back, the noble scoffs in disgust, declaring that even looking at such peasant food makes him physically ill. The terrified parents immediately throw themselves to the ground, begging for forgiveness for their son's lack of manners. Golden potato bread lies abandoned in the dirt, a painful symbol of crushed hopes and absolute humiliation. Sobbing in the dirt, the heartbroken boy begins to apologize, but a firm voice suddenly cuts him off. Stepping forward with absolute authority, Elenia commands the child to hold his head high because he has nothing to apologize for. Elenia gracefully picks up the dirty loaf, warning that those who judge food without tasting it deserve no mercy. The arrogant lord spins around in fury, demanding to know the identity of this bold intruder. Unleashing a torrent of blinding magic, Elenia viciously declares that an ungrateful ruler does not deserve a tongue to taste with. A terrifying curse wraps around the screaming lord, stripping his entire bloodline of their ability to ever taste food again. Back in the present, a warm, fragrant tea is poured, snapping us away from the dark history of the ancient curse. The silver-haired savior casually sips his tea, observing a completely exhausted Luana collapsed across the table. Looking miserable, Luana mutters that she desperately wants to disprove the horrifying truth about her mother. Setting his teacup down with a sharp click, the silver-haired companion prepares to deliver his final terms. He gazes across the table, coldly telling Luana that the time has finally come to make her ultimate choice. Luana blinks in confusion, completely caught off guard by his sudden seriousness. The companion reveals that the sacred witch night is taking place in just 3 days. He explains that this legendary festival occurs once every 5 years and is the ultimate gathering for all witches. It is a magical night where young descendants officially awaken their true powers, hinting at Luana's hidden potential. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the grand, sunlit mansion of the Cursed Duke. Inside a luxurious bedroom, the Cursed Duke Legion finally stirs awake, rubbing his temple in exhaustion. Sitting up with red, bloodshot eyes, the Duke groans in frustration as he realizes he has slept through the entire night. A terrifying nightmare from the past is about to break the peace of this silent, moonlit mansion. Inside his dark bedchamber, Duke Legion restlessly tosses and turns. In his dream, a shivering, white-haired girl desperately whimpers about the freezing cold. Dark-haired noble attempts to offer comfort to the lonely child trapped in the dark room. The child looks back, questioning the unexpected kindness of her mysterious benefactor. Years later, she clings to a red-eyed nobleman, demanding to know the reason behind his sudden tenderness. Nobleman looks down, confessing his deep uncertainty regarding her rumored identity as a witch. He reveals that her captors falsely assumed she was a mere cook rather than a magical threat. Sensing a trap, she swiftly pulls her hand away. Her expression darkens as she mockingly demands him to repeat his foolish words. Revealing her sinister, mocking nature, she laughs maniacally after successfully deceiving him. The nightmare shifts as a dark entity whispers poison into a young boy's mind about his mother's abandonment. The terrified child trembles as the malicious shadow continues to fuel his growing hatred. A sinister silhouette exposes the deceit behind a promise to hunt down and punish witches. The corrupted shadow looms over the defenseless boy, proposing a dark and disturbing bargain. An arrogant blonde noble mockingly demands the boy hand over the family's youngest princess. Dark, suffocating despair consumes the young boy as his reality completely shatters. Legion violently gasps awake, drenched in cold sweat from the terrifying echo of his childhood. The elderly butler rushes to his side, deeply concerned by his master's sudden, breathless awakening. Composing himself, Legion demands the butler deliver the latest secret intelligence report. The butler grimly reminds his master of the dire consequences if Luana ever returns. Legion coldly questions the old servant's unwavering loyalty to their missing companion. He reveals a wanted poster of Luana, offering an astronomical bounty for her capture. The butler stares at the target with a heavy heart, dreading the impending hunt. Meanwhile, in the bustling estate kitchen, tension rises as the political situation rapidly deteriorates. The butler delivers the devastating news of the official arrest warrant to Chef Wei. He worries that the Duke's severe lack of appetite is rapidly draining his remaining strength. He pleads with Chef Wei to recognize the desperate gravity of Luana's current predicament. Chef Wei's eyes narrow with fierce determination as he processes the dangerous update. With a grim expression, the butler declares they have no choice but to initiate their secret plan. Far away, a peaceful cottage sits nestled in the quiet, starry forest. Inside, Luana gasps in pure shock upon hearing she must become an official witch. Gellert steps up to a blackboard to explain the significance of the Witch Night ceremony. He illustrates how the coming-of-age ritual officially awakens a witch's unique power to manipulate curses. He explains that newly awakened witches inherit specialized names that correspond directly to their magical bloodline. Gellert reveals that passing the ritual will unlock the full potential of her mother's legendary recipes. Luana's eyes sparkle with excitement at the thought of mastering her mother's magical culinary arts. Gellert pauses, trying to recall the exact timing of the upcoming celestial event. A bewildered Luana questions the frequency of this rare magical gathering. Gellert casually replies that the elusive festival only occurs once every 5 long years. Realizing she has only 3 days to decide, Luana panics over the massive time delay. Gellert calmly advises her to relax, reminding her of a witch's exceptionally long lifespan. The sun sets, marking the rapid passing of 3 agonizing days. Back in her bedroom, an exhausted Luana slumps in her chair, completely overwhelmed. She groans in frustration, having failed to make any progress on her life-changing decision. Her soul metaphorically leaves her body as she weighs the impossible burden of breaking Legion's curse. Overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation, she dramatically slams her head onto the wooden table. The wind gently rustles the pages of the magical cookbook, revealing her true passion. She suddenly gasps in surprise upon recognizing a familiar minced meat pie recipe. With the secrets of magic and cooking finally colliding, can she master the spell before time runs out? A heavy silence fills the room as Luana swallows her rising anxiety, facing a decision that could alter her fate forever. Her fingers tremble slightly as she examines the ancient recipe page, wondering about the deep secrets hidden within its faded ink. She dramatically bursts into tears at the mere thought of how Duke Legion would react to her newly improved magical dishes. Staring out at the warm sunset, she grimly accepts that simple culinary skills will never be enough to break the terrifying curse. Memories of her arrival at the abandoned palace flood her mind, recalling her time spent with Legion and his loyal knights. She fondly remembers the absolute joy her cooking brought to the castle, longing to return to those peaceful, delicious days. Her ultimate dream flashes before her eyes, reinforcing her simple desire to make others happy through her magical culinary creations. Even the stoic, red-eyed Duke had once smiled warmly at her, pledging a silent promise she desperately wishes to keep. The sweet memory fades, leaving Luana slumped at her desk in the quiet room as agonizing self-doubt takes hold. She wonders with deep dread if the Duke will completely turn his back on her if she officially transforms into a witch. Meanwhile, in a bustling town square, shocked citizens gather around a massive, newly posted bounty notice. The wanted poster demands her safe, unharmed return, offering an astronomical fortune that shocks anyone who reads it. Townspeople whisper and speculate, assuming the girl is merely a carefree, wealthy lady running away from home. A mysterious investigator wearing a sleek top hat carefully pins up the official notice, tracking her every potential move. Satisfied with his work, the investigator quietly slips away into the whispering crowd. The prominent seal of Duke Legion's family on the document leaves no doubt about the immense gravity of her disappearance. Back in the cottage, Gellert continues his explanation, revealing that becoming a witch grants incredible magical powers and an extended lifespan. He warns her that gaining such immense power will permanently alter her perception of the mortal world around her. Stark reality remains that a witch's standards and existence are entirely foreign to ordinary human beings. The sheer weight of this looming choice leaves Luana utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the wooden table in defeat. She stares somberly into the distance, realizing the heartbreaking truth that an extended lifespan means watching her mortal friends pass away. Looking in from the window, she ponders the inevitable fear and misunderstanding she will face from those who cannot wield magic. The terrifying reality of this transition weighs heavily on her heart, threatening to shatter her current life completely. Her mind wanders to her deepest, most paralyzing fears about what she must sacrifice to awaken her powers. Sitting in her chair, Luana is consumed by a quiet storm of doubts, unable to find an easy path forward. Staring at her beautiful pink dress, she dreads that she might inherit her mother Elenia's cold heart and grow to hate Legion. She tries to recall the Duke's true intentions, searching for any reason to trust the path ahead. Suddenly, a sharp noise behind her breaks the heavy silence, startling her completely out of her deep thoughts. She turns around in surprise as Gellert calls out to her, asking her to join him downstairs immediately. Luana steps forward with a bewildered look as her silver-haired mentor prepares a fresh brew. An uncharacteristic, suffocating seriousness fills the room, making her realize that the moment of truth has finally arrived. Gellert presents her with the formal, dark ceremonial garments required for the legendary Witch Night Festival. He turns to face her directly, calling her name to demand her absolute attention. With the sun rapidly setting outside, he warns her that they must depart immediately if they are to make the festival. He locks his gaze onto her, delivering the ultimate question of whether she has finally made her decision. Luana hesitates, the weight of her entire future hanging on the single answer she is about to give. She looks at his elegant silhouette, deeply questioning why he is so intensely determined to turn her into a witch. She points out the reality of their situation, stating that they are essentially strangers who shouldn't be so deeply involved. Gellert pauses, calmly delivering a shocking revelation about his close relationship with her legendary mother, Elenia. Luana is left completely stunned as her silver-haired companion steps past her with absolute poise. When she questions the existence of male witches, he flatly and coldly dismisses the idea. Prepares to explain the dark, tragic fate that awaits any male child born into a witch's lineage. He reveals the grim truth that most male offspring fail to contain their inherited magical powers, dying at a tragically young age. Even the rare few who manage to survive face a painful life, forever locked away from becoming true magic wielders. Listening to the tragic history, Luana realizes the immense, lonely distance that separates witches from the rest of the world. Gellert turns his back, whispering Elenia's name with a deep, lingering sorrow that hints at their forbidden past. The scene shifts to a bright memory from years ago, where a cheerful young girl gasps in absolute amazement at a magical display. Running through the sunlit forest, she eagerly approaches a young silver-haired boy who is creating sparkling magic. The flustered young boy holding a cup tries to explain the delicate balance of magic power required to produce the light. Her eyes sparkle with pure innocent wonder as she begs to try casting the spell herself, setting off a chain of events that will echo through generations. In a long-forgotten memory, a young Gellert hesitatingly warns a curious young girl that his freshly brewed tea is incredibly better. The energetic blonde girl eagerly offers to use her magic as payment if he will just let her have a taste. Her relentless pleading leaves the silver-haired boy flustered and completely overwhelmed by her persistence. He squeezes his cup tightly, realizing this is the very first time he has ever spoken to a witch his own age. Finally giving in to her pressure, Gellert sits back down and reluctantly offers her a small sip. The young blonde girl beams with pure delight, thrilled that her sweet persistence finally paid off. She wastes no time, eagerly drinking down the dark beverage with absolute relish. Watching her closely, the young boy's heart thumps rapidly as a strange warmth washes over him. But the tender moment is instantly shattered when she violently spits the incredibly bitter liquid right back in his face. Well, that's one way to ruin a romantic moment. The girl tries to play it cool by claiming it has a refreshing taste, while a thoroughly irritated Gellert wipes himself off, reminding her he warned her about the bitter herbs. Realizing she made a mess, she quickly reaches out to stop him from taking the cup back. She flashes a bright smile, promising to show him her special magic to make up for the spill. Staring at her glowing expression, the young boy is utterly captivated, completely unable to look away from her. Back in the present, Gellert explains that this very magic is the legacy she left behind, presenting Luana with a warm drink. Luana gasps in absolute shock, instantly recognizing this weird beverage as hot cocoa. Steam rises gently from the rich, warm mug filled with fluffy marshmallows and a sweet aroma. Gellert begins telling the story of Alania, who was thrilled to discover her witch heritage despite growing up human. He fondly recalls how much she loved combining her newly awakened magic with her passion for cooking. Pointing to the cup, Gellert explains that Alania was genuinely happy to walk the path of a witch. He looks at Luana, expressing his deepest hope that she will find that same happiness in her own magical path. Holding the warm mug, Luana feels deeply moved as she realizes her silver-haired mentor's intentions are entirely pure. She presses her lips together, her inner conflict finally resolving into a silent wave of determination. With a clear voice, she announces to Gellert that her mind is officially made up. She stands tall before her tall mentor, ready to face whatever trials lie ahead on her path to becoming a witch. Meanwhile, rumors spread like wildfire across the kingdom about a grand cooking competition hosted at the Duke's estate. In the busy town square, citizens gossip about the strict requirement that all participants must possess elite social status. The townspeople whisper about the highly specific rules, wondering if there is a hidden motive behind the selection. Suspicion grows as some wonder if this tournament is secretly a clever ruse to find a backup bride for the Duke. Others dismiss the wild theories, suggesting the Duke's household is simply in desperate need of an elite female chef. In a lavish parlor, a noblewoman in a green dress stares nervously at her massive teacup as the high-stakes gossip reaches her. Her companion coldly questions her decision to register, pointing out that she has absolutely no cooking experience. The reddish-haired lady casually plans to hire a hidden chef and simply take credit for the delicious results. The green-dressed noblewoman gasps in shock at her companion's shameless and deceitful plan. Unbothered, the reddish-haired noblewoman laughs, confident that winning the competition will finally bring her closer to the Duke. The scene shifts to the Grand Royal Palace shimmering brilliantly under the bright blue sky. Inside, a gloved hand unfurls an elegant letter, revealing that news of the Duke's interesting competition has reached high society. The blonde, yellow-eyed emperor smiles as he reads the handwritten invitation, finding it impossible to turn down such an intriguing offer. He ponders how to handle the situation as a beautiful blonde woman in a navy dress quietly approaches him from behind. With a charming grin, the emperor looks up as she affectionately drapes her arms over his shoulders. He warmly asks his beautiful companion if she will join him on his visit to the Duke's estate. A close-up reveals his striking heterochromatic eyes, shining with playful and sharp intelligence. His brilliant blue and gold gaze sparkles, hinting at the deep schemes running through his mind. He flashes an incredibly charming and calculating smile, confident in his next move. Hugging him tightly, the blonde woman declares her absolute devotion, refusing to be parted from him for even a single hour. The loving couple embraces happily, excited to embark on their upcoming journey together. The screen transitions with a vibrant logo, signaling a dramatic shift in the ongoing political chess match. Back at the estate, Chef Wei stands in the quiet garden, looking incredibly conflicted and heavy-hearted. He clutches his hands in frustration, deeply troubled by the bizarre state of affairs. The elderly butler grimly adjusts his monocle, realizing they have no choice but to enact their secret plan. With a determined look, the butler declares they will use the cooking competition as the perfect cover to find a new love for the Duke. As a shocking crisis looms over the estate, Chef Wei realizes that everything they've built is on the line. Chef Wei contemplates the undeniable, profound bond of love blooming between the Duke and Luna. Chef Wei reflects on the unique, irreplaceable magic hidden inside Luna's masterfully prepared culinary creations. Suddenly, an unexpected rustling in the bushes breaks his train of thought, prompting immediate suspicion. He dashes forward in absolute panic, desperate to protect Luna's legendary kitchen tools from intruders. He skids to a halt, finding nothing but silent, untouched jars sitting under the sunlight. Scratches his head in confusion, wondering if his anxious mind is merely playing tricks on him. Meanwhile, a heavy silence falls over the grand estate as a new storm begins to brew. The high-stakes competition continues to draw the attention of elite forces throughout the entire realm. Mysterious empty jars stand silent, harboring secrets that have yet to be uncovered. Chef Wei tries to brush off the eerie feeling, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding inside. Inside the study, the crimson-eyed Duke demands answers, furious that a massive scheme was executed behind his back. He slams his desk in a blind rage, completely ignoring his elderly butler's desperate attempts to explain. Squeezing his fist in frustration, the Duke realizes that Luna is his absolute last hope to solve this crisis. An overwhelming wave of disgust washes over him as he glares at the absurd situation. Suddenly overcome by severe dizziness and coughing, the exhausted Duke commands that the entire tournament be canceled immediately. The silver-haired butler hesitates in sheer panic, harboring a massive, terrifying secret he must confess. The butler reveals the shocking truth that the Duke himself had already authorized the tournament with his official seal. A hilarious memory reveals the butler shamelessly tricking his heavily intoxicated master into signing the decree. The guilt-ridden butler justifies his deceptive scheme, desperately praying his master won't execute him on the spot. Using flawless comical logic, the butler declares that the tournament must go on since the seal cannot be undone. He sternly warns the Duke that starving himself any longer will lead to a complete physical collapse. The stubborn Duke snaps his fingers, claiming that no chef in the world can cure his loss of appetite. Just then, the massive doors to his office swing open, halting their intense argument. A silent maid enters the room, pushing a beautifully crafted wooden cart laden with fresh meals. The butler presents the highly acclaimed culinary masterpieces that successfully advanced through the initial qualifiers. He challenges his master to a taste test, hoping to prove the tournament's immense worth once and for all. The skeptical Duke stares coldly at the array of steaming soups laid out before him. He reluctantly agrees to take a single bite, completely expecting to be utterly disappointed. Taking his first spoon, the Duke warns that he will show no mercy if his time is being wasted. He slowly brings the warm broth to his lips, preparing to deliver a harsh final judgment. The room falls dead silent as the nervous butler holds his breath, waiting for a reaction. Without saying a single word, the Duke silently reaches for the second bowl of green soup. Cold sweat drips down the butler's face as the agonizing silence stretches on. The Duke takes a slow, calculating taste of the second dish, his expression remaining completely unreadable. The butler's eyes fly wide open in pure shock, instantly recognizing the subtle change in his master's demeanor. Though thoroughly annoyed, the Duke is deeply bewildered that his body is actually accepting the food. He completely ignores his butler's triumphant looks, struggling to process this inexplicable culinary miracle. His curiosity fully piqued, the Duke immediately dips his spoon into the final soup bowl. He silently questions his own actions, wondering why he is indulging his elderly butler's eccentric whims. As the third spoonful touches his tongue, a sudden, powerful realization strikes his senses. His crimson eyes fly wide in absolute shock, completely taken aback by the mind-blowing flavor. A dazzling, majestic sensation overflows from the bowl, completely overwhelming his long-dead appetite. The Duke instantly realizes that this divine recipe belongs to one specific, irreplaceable person. Driven by an intense urgency, the Duke violently flings the library doors open and dashes out. He strides down the grand corridors with immense speed, his cape fluttering wildly behind him. He stormily enters the kitchen, stopping dead in his tracks before a table loaded with delicacies. The breathless butler catches up, eagerly lifting the silver covers to reveal the main dishes. A beautifully arranged plate of perfectly seasoned, steaming meat is presented directly to him. Staring intently at the dish, his razor-sharp red eyes lock on, ready to uncover the chef's true identity. Determined to solve his long-standing culinary crisis, the stoic Duke reluctantly agrees to try the mysterious dish. With one simple bite, he begins chewing, completely unprepared for the flavor explosion about to hit him. The silver-haired butler Kane watches nervously as his master slowly swallows the food. Staring blankly at the empty plate, the Duke demands to know who cooked this masterpiece. Butler Kane explains that while most contestants prepared basic steaks, this mysterious chef chose a far bolder path. He reveals that among all the elite dishes presented, only one stood out. Pointing to the savory meat creation, the butler praises the sheer uniqueness of the recipe. The butler eagerly asks for feedback, leaving the stunned Duke struggling to find his words. A sudden realization strikes the red-eyed Duke as his long-lost sense of taste completely returns. Smirking confidently, the butler assures his master that they will be meeting this exceptional chef very soon. Deep in the mansion's kitchen, the silver-haired chef is already hard at work on her next creation. A final notification confirms that she has officially advanced to tomorrow's highly anticipated championship. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she continues kneading her dough under the warm sunlight. The next morning, the grand stadium erupts with excitement as the finals officially begin. The enthusiastic host Garth announces that the final round will feature a 2-hour free cooking theme. He introduces the first two esteemed judges, the elderly butler Kane and head chef Wade. The crowd gasps as the Emperor, his beautiful companion, and the crimson-eyed Duke take their seats. With a click of the stopwatch, the final battle commences as cheering fans fill the stands. The blonde Emperor leans over to playfully ask the Duke for his initial impressions. Looking down at the two cooking stations, the Emperor questions if either chef has caught his interest. Remaining completely unimpressed, the Duke coldly states that only their cooking will decide their worth. The yellow-eyed Emperor smiles mischievously, clearly plotting a silent political scheme. He reveals he only attended because of rumors that the winner would become the Duke's bride. Leaning on his gloved hand, the Emperor teasingly watches his friend's reaction. Duke's eyes widen in sheer panic as he realizes his butler's secret matchmaking scheme. Down in the arena, the red-haired contestant Rio prepares exceptionally rare lobsters to sway the judges. He meticulously prepares a rich cream sauce combining herbs, white wine, and seafood broth. Rio surprises the audience by pouring a vibrant, mysterious yellow spice into her hot pan. She generously coats the chopped meat with sauce and slides the lobsters into the oven.
Once baked to perfection, she carefully garnishes the steaming seafood with parsley and cheese.
With a triumphant smile, Rio presents her legendary lobster thermidor directly to the judges. Butler Kane and Chef Wade take their first bites, carefully analyzing every subtle note of flavor. The butler's eyes fly wide open behind his glasses, completely blown away by the taste. Kane showers the dish with endless praise, stunned by its incredible tenderness and rich, savory sauce. Head Chef Wade notes the flawless texture, amazed that she kept the meat perfectly tender throughout baking. The emperor is so impressed that he offers Rio a prestigious position at the imperial palace. His beautiful blonde companion takes a bite, thoroughly enjoying the gourmet seafood dish. The host enthusiastically turns to the Duke, eager to hear his final crucial verdict. Crushing her high hopes, the Duke bluntly declares that the dish tastes absolutely terrible. The sweat-drenched host awkwardly laughs off the harsh critique and calls up the next finalist, Maria. Holding a covered silver platter, the silver-haired Maria steps forwards to present her work. The host warmly asks her to explain her unique culinary process to the judges. Maria politely smiles as she lifts the cloche, ready to reveal her humble masterpiece. She explains that she pre-soaked the chicken in milk yesterday to ensure a clean, perfect flavor. Butler Kane takes a bite, his expression shifting as he slowly swallows. The head chef Wade experiences a sudden jolt of pure shock upon tasting the double-fried meat. The blonde emperor is left completely stunned, instantly recognizing the legendary, unforgettable taste. Miria reveals the final secret is her special hometown sauce that she stir-fried into the meat. She proudly presents her glazed Gaydon fried chicken, radiating a mouth-watering sweet aroma. Miria smiles warmly, confident that her simple, magic-infused dish has captured the hearts of everyone. Tension reaches a boiling point as the Duke's jaw clenches in sudden realization. The judges shower the fried chicken with praise, amazed that simple ingredients could taste so rich. Completely captivated by the flavors, the blonde emperor eagerly begs for a second helping. Before the host can finish his announcement, the crimson-eyed Duke suddenly stands up. With heavy, purposeful strides, the imposing Duke marches directly toward the stunned, silver-haired chef. A heavy silence falls over the arena as the judges watch his erratic behavior in shock. Miria whips around in panic, her wide blue eyes locked onto the approaching ruler. A sudden echoing slam reverberates through the courtyard, freezing everyone in their tracks. Looming directly over her, the Duke corners the trembling young chef. Sweating profusely, the host struggles to find his words as the atmosphere grows tense. The host gasps in absolute dread as the Duke leans dangerously close to the young chef. His piercing, crimson eyes narrow in a cold, calculating glare, searching for the truth. Trapped beneath his intense gaze, Miria's heart hammers as cold sweat runs down her face. The suffocating silence stretches on as the two stand mere inches apart in a silent standoff. Shocking the entire stadium, the Duke loudly decrees that Miria is his new personal chef. The audience erupts into frantic whispers, utterly confused by the Duke's sudden decision. Even the blonde emperor is left utterly bewildered by his close friend's incredibly rash declaration. Breaking the stunned silence, a slow, deliberate applause begins to echo from the VIP stands. The mischievous emperor grins widely, thoroughly amused by this sudden twist of events. Startled by the emperor's sudden support, the crowd can only watch in stunned silence. The crowd erupts into thunderous cheers, celebrating the rise of the Duke's newly appointed chef. Turning to the emperor, the Duke acknowledges the support with his signature stoic demeanor. The emperor casually requests that the Duke bring his remarkable new chef to the palace soon. His yellow eyes gleam with sharp, calculating amusement as he plays his hand. The Duke's jaw tightens as he processes the emperor's thinly veiled political play. Suppressing his annoyance, the Duke bows deeply and formally accepts the royal decree. Whipping around, the Duke coldly orders the bewildered silver-haired girl to follow him immediately. Without waiting for her response, he strides away, leaving her no choice but to follow. Hurrying behind him, Miria desperately tries to confess her secret before signing the contract. The Duke suddenly stops in his tracks, turning back to demand what excuse she has prepared. A heavy, dramatic silence fills the room as he firmly plants his feet. He pivots sharply on his heel, turning to face his new chef with terrifying intensity. Trapping her against the wall with a violent slam, the Duke growls her true name, Luana. Her breath catches in her throat as her carefully constructed disguise completely shatters. She desperately tries to cling to her fake identity, but the Duke fiercely cuts her off. His face flushes with raw emotion as he tells her that her unique cooking gave her away. He points out that while her soup was suspicious, her chicken recipe was impossible to ignore. Leaning in closer, he points out the highly specific and rare spice she used in her dish. He reveals that the aroma matched the secret pot Chef Wade had been obsessively guarding. Realizing her cover is completely blown, she slumps against the wall in utter defeat. His gloved hand reaches out slowly, cutting off any remaining distance between them. Tilting her chin up, he demands to know the reason behind her striking new physical appearance. He mockingly compares her disguise to another notorious fraud who once tried to deceive him. With intense jealousy in his eyes, he demands to know if she abandoned him for another master. Overwhelmed by his harsh accusation, tears begin to well up in her beautiful blue eyes. Unable to bear his intensity any longer, she musters her strength and shoves him away. Meanwhile, outside the grand mansion, the evening sun bathes the gardens in a warm amber glow. The Emperor's lovely companion turns around in surprise, noticing a figure approaching from the distance. Firm footsteps echo along the path leading directly toward the House of Legion. The charming Emperor smiles deviously, asking if there is a matter of grave importance to settle. Stepping into the quiet gardens, the blonde noblewoman admits to her companion that she only wished to meet her sister since she was already nearby. Looking downcast, she sighs, explaining that she fully expected to find her sister at the cooking contest, but failed to locate her. A sudden realization strikes the blonde emperor, his golden eyes widening in shock as his friend's words sink in. Turning to her in surprise, the emperor remarks on her isolation at the imperial palace and wonders if she remains unaware of the recent chaos. An ominous chill grips the blonde noblewoman as she receives a chilling update regarding the fate of the youngest princess. Down in the mansion, the silver-haired chef shouts in frustration, accusing the Duke of placing a bounty on her head first. The imposing Duke is left completely dumbfounded and stunned after being aggressively shoved backward by his petite chef. Defending herself fiercely, the silver-haired girl reminds him that she had fully intended to return to him all along. She reveals that her sudden departure was actually a secret mission to find a cure for his terrible curse. Her eyes shine with deep, heartfelt sincerity as she stands before her master in the glowing hall. She confesses that she went through her coming-of-age ceremony to become a full witch just to help him, even leaving her previous master behind. Tearfully, she recalls the moment she discovered flyers declaring that the Duke was searching for a new chef. She explains that entering the cooking tournament was her only chance to get close to him again, but her wrist is suddenly grabbed. Cornering her against the wall, the Duke demands to know if she truly abandoned her master for him. When he asks if she betrayed her own kind to return, she awkwardly tries to downplay the dramatic term. The Duke's mouth slightly parts in silent shock as he processes the depth of her devotion. A vibrant blush creeps onto the Duke's cheeks as his cold, stern facade completely melts away. Suddenly, a painful childhood memory flashes in his mind, recalling his mother's cold betrayal and cruel abandonment. He remembers standing over a flower-filled coffin, hearing warnings that witches are untrustworthy creatures who only bring ruin. Snapping back to reality, the Duke grips her shoulders intensely, demanding she repeat what she just said. Sobbing, she reiterates her dedication, explaining she even fled from Geralt because of his hostility toward the Duke. The staggering reality of her escape to be by his side echoes profoundly in the silence. He stares at her in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why she would risk so much to return to him. Her words echo in his mind, leading his racing thoughts to a heartwarming, unexpected conclusion. She looks up at him with tear-filled blue eyes, waiting anxiously for his final reaction. An awkward, heavy silence fills the long corridor of the grand mansion. Regret immediately washes over the silver-haired chef as she worries she went too far with her yelling. Her sweet dream of a dramatic, loving reunion comically shatters right before her eyes. Shifting the mood, the Duke calmly asks for clarification on her status as an official witch. Caught off guard, she begins to stutter and mumble, trying to gather her thoughts. She proudly explains that she passed her coming-of-age ceremony, allowing her to officially use magic and expand her recipe list. The Duke suddenly leans in dangerously close, sending her heart into overdrive. Sweating and blushing furiously, she struggles to maintain her composure under his intense gaze. Dejectedly, she slumps and admits that she hasn't actually found a cure to lift his curse yet. She explains how difficult it is to get help from other witches, prompting the Duke to ask why she returned. Her feet freeze in place as his practical, blunt question catches her completely off guard. The Duke unleashes a terrifyingly dark aura as she trembles in fear, wondering if he is genuinely furious. She desperately stutters to find an excuse as the Duke blinks in sudden confusion. Shifting away, she awkwardly mumbles to herself, trying to avoid his intense gaze. The Duke blushes as he realizes her entire return was driven by her deep concern for him. Suddenly redirecting the conversation, she frantically asks if he should reach out to the runner-up, Rio. She argues that the red-haired chef would have won the competition and is highly deserving of the position. Remaining completely unbothered, the Duke simply stares back at her with a stoic expression. He flatly declares that there is absolutely no need for another chef now that she has returned to him. He jolts him by snapping back, yelling that she cannot possibly cook for him forever. She reasons that he must prepare for a future after his curse is successfully lifted. The Duke's gloved hand clenches into a tight fist as her words strike a deep chord within him. Stunned by his low murmur, she can only squeak out a confused question in the quiet hallway. Looking at her with a remarkably soft and gentle expression, the Duke asks why she cannot cook for him forever. Blushing a deep crimson, she stands completely frozen, wondering if the Duke truly realizes the romantic weight of his words. A simple declaration of devotion completely shatters the Duke's icy defenses, forcing him to reconsider everything as he pivots on his heel. Turning back to face her, the Duke agrees to reward the runner-up of the contest despite finding it entirely unnecessary, leaving his silver-haired chef completely dumbfounded. He casually strolls away toward the red curtain windows, agreeing to her request with an effortless shrug of his shoulders. Glancing back with a sharp, calculating glint in his red eyes, he reveals that his compliance comes with a catch. Shifting gears, a brand new day begins, promising a chaotic turn in their complicated relationship. The next morning, the bright sun rises over the estate, washing the massive mansion in warm light. Inside, the brown-braided maid beams with pure joy, ecstatic to welcome Luana back home. As Luana relaxes in a luxurious marble bath, the gossiping maids eagerly scrub her arms and shoulders while questioning her about her fabricated overseas trip. Caught in her own web of lies, she can only chuckle nervously as sweat pools on her brow. She suddenly recalls a streaked, echoing warning to keep her fabricated cover story absolutely perfect. In his study, the Duke reviews the official paperwork, carefully laying out her false alibi of searching for overseas recipes. He hands her the written document, which she nervously accepts with a forced smile. Realizing this fabricated lie is far safer than being hunted as a runaway witch, she asks about his mysterious condition. A tense, heavy silence falls over the study as the Duke prepares to drop a bombshell. He begins to state his ultimate, non-negotiable demand. Outside, a sudden gust of wind rustles the green leaves under a bright blue sky. Dressed in a breathtaking green floral ball gown, she steps out of the mansion to fulfill her end of the deal. Without warning, the Duke gently grasps her bare hand with his gloved fingers. Clad in a magnificent white and gold imperial uniform, he personally escorts her toward the waiting carriage. The elegant white horse leads the carriage forward as they depart the mansion grounds. Watching from the courtyard, the maids stare in absolute shock, utterly baffled by this sudden royal treatment. Inside the carriage, the Duke sits with his arms crossed, initiating a highly awkward conversation. He bluntly demands that she act more affectionate, prompting a hilarious, sweating protest from her. She stares back in sheer disbelief, struggling to process the absurdity of their situation. Her mind flashes back to his initial proposal, recalling his shocking suggestion that they fake date. He argues that a fake relationship benefits both of them, clearing marriage rumors about him while providing her with vital protection. He explains that announcing their courtship will keep suspicious eyes away, allowing him to stay by her side constantly. He confidently concludes that his tactical plan is absolutely flawless. Back in the carriage, she tearfully accuses him of punishing her, but he coldly shuts her down by bringing up his curse. When she desperately tries to address him formally, he instantly interrupts to correct her. With a light blush on his stern face, he firmly insists that she address him strictly by his first name. An overwhelming aura of romance suddenly surrounds the Duke, leaving her blushing red and completely frozen. Internally, her mind goes into absolute overdrive as she panics over his bizarre behavior. The carriage continues its journey, rattling down the paved streets of the city. Looking out the window, she desperately argues that her low status will only ruin his esteemed reputation. She begs him to return to the manor to reconsider, but he simply interrupts her once more to enforce his name. He sighs and turns away, completely dismissing her concerns about social classes. He gently reminds her that this is merely a temporary arrangement to fulfill their mutual contract. As he leans in closer, she tentatively agrees, though her heart races with fresh panic. Narrowing his intense red eyes, he directly asks if she is already in love with someone else. Flushing crimson under his heavy gaze, she nervously pleads with him to stop looking at her so intensely. Caught off guard by his own forwardness, the Duke quickly covers his mouth with his gloved hand. Whipping her head away, she frantically denies having romantic feelings for anyone else. Smugly satisfied with her answer, the Duke declares there is nothing to worry about, leaving her utterly exasperated. Defeated by his stubbornness, she mentally gives up, realizing she cannot change his mind. She stares down in despair, completely unsure of how she will survive this high-stakes fake date. Suddenly, the carriage wheels grind to a sudden halt on the stone road. The coachman announces their arrival, jarring her back to reality as she looks out the window in surprise. Stepping out of the carriage, the Duke surprisingly admits that her earlier concerns actually made sense. He stops in his tracks and turns back to her with fierce determination, declaring that his only concern is preventing anyone else from looking down on her. Shifting the scene to a gorgeous fashion boutique, the next phase of their tactical fake relationship begins with a dazzling display of luxurious gowns. Stepping into the famous fashion boutique, Wings of a Butterfly, the commanding Duke generously offers his silver-haired chef anything her heart desires. Completely overwhelmed by his sudden generosity, she stammers in panic while he firmly encourages her to choose the most expensive option available. He casts a cold, calculating glance to the side, ensuring their grand performance remains flawless. Leaning in to whisper closely, he quietly reminds her that his lavish display is merely a tactic to convince onlookers of his affection. As he leans in dangerously close to warn her about noble gossip, she blushes intensely, completely overwhelmed by his proximity. Flustered and eager to escape his intense gaze, she quickly agrees and pivots on her heel to browse the dresses. Her hand tentatively touches a beautiful gown, stopping in hesitation as she struggles to make a choice. Turning back with a worried frown, she dejectedly admits that she is completely lost when it comes to choosing clothes. A bittersweet memory flashes in her mind, recalling her humble nanny sewing simple garments for her in the abandoned castle. Staring at the opulent dresses in absolute daze, she feels entirely out of her depth while he watches in silent contemplation. Noticing her sudden pause, he steps forward and asks if she is dissatisfied with the boutique's current selections. She quickly spins around with a nervous smile, clarifying that she is simply overwhelmed by the endless luxury. Stepping in to take control, he commandingly summons a nearby boutique employee to assist his flustered companion. The silver-haired chef watches in silence as he quietly instructs the shop clerk to find the perfect fit. The enthusiastic attendant eagerly approaches her, ready to offer her expert styling assistance. With a warm, beaming smile, the employee joyfully ushers her toward the elegant changing room. Inside the changing area, the helpful clerk suggests gentle pastel tones to beautifully complement her light hair and eyes. The clerk cheerfully describes the comfortable fit and trendy square neckline of the recommended dress. Looking stunningly elegant, the silver-haired chef steps out wearing a lovely pink pastel dress adorned with a matching pink bow in her hair. The beautiful pink pattern of her new skirt flows elegantly as she admires the incredible craftsmanship. She marvels at how incredibly comfortable and easy to move around in her new outfit is. Comparing it to her previous stiff attire, she happily decides that this delightful gown is the absolute perfect choice. As the curtain is drawn back, she freezes in surprise while he suddenly stops in his tracks, completely spellbound by her transformation. The dark-haired Duke can only stare at her in silent captivation, utterly transfixed by her breathtaking beauty. Looking at her with a softened, genuine expression, he quietly declares that the dress looks absolutely magnificent on her. Her heart races with a sudden flutter as his unexpected compliment leaves her blushing and completely speechless. Shifting to a beautiful sunset sky, they arrive at the renowned dessert cafe a sweet afternoon to carry out their public date. A mouthwatering spread of gourmet cakes, cupcakes, and tea is elegantly presented at their table. Her eyes widen in pure delight as she recognizes the legendary dessert course she has always dreamed of tasting. Salivating at the sight of the fresh strawberry cake, she struggles to maintain her composure. She frantically shakes her head, desperately trying to snap herself out of her sweet distraction. Sitting across the table, he looks at her with a raised eyebrow, questioning her sudden nervous behavior. She leans forward with a hushed warning, reminding him that his severe curse prevents him from consuming any of these sweet treats. Completely unbothered, he calmly picks up a silver fork and prepares to take a piece of the strawberry cake. In a shocking display of public affection, he holds out the fork to personally feed her a bite of the cake. She freezes in absolute shock with the dark background framing her sheer confusion at his intimate gesture. A glowing warmth surrounds them as he continues to hold the fork, while nearby patrons begin to murmur in envy. Nearby noblewomen watch the scene in utter astonishment, gossiping about the notorious Duke's mysterious companion. Happily taking the bait, she enjoys the delicious cake while realizing that their grand performance will quickly become the talk of the entire town. He asks if she enjoys the dessert, and she enthusiastically nods with her mouth full of delicious cake. Though she feels incredibly uncomfortable under the intense glares of the surrounding nobility, she tries to keep her composure. She reassures herself that a few stares are nothing compared to execution, happily agreeing when he offers to order more. He raises his gloved hand to summon the server, but a sudden loud sound interrupts his words. A massive rumbling stomach growl echoes loudly across the elegant cafe, causing him to freeze in embarrassment. She stares back at him with wide, horrified eyes as his stomach continues to growl loudly. She silently panics, realizing it has barely been 2 hours since they had a massive breakfast. He desperately tries to maintain his pride with a haggard expression, denying his hunger while she looks on in absolute disbelief. Eager to escape the awkward situation, she quickly changes the subject and asks if there are any scenic open areas nearby. The stunning, peaceful lake shines under a bright blue sky, promising a quiet refuge, but what unexpected secrets await them on this mysterious waterfront walk? She enthusiastically claps her hands, declaring his suggestion ideal. She beams with pure joy, thrilled with her lovely dress. A beautifully stylized title card shifts the scene toward their culinary destination. He crossly demands to know why they aren't having simple packed lunches. She nervously laughs, explaining that food tastes far better when freshly prepared. She excitedly displays her pre-prepped ingredients ready to cook immediately. He questions her unexpected thoughtfulness in preparing all this just for him. She shatters the tension by claiming it was simply a necessary outdoor preparation. She calls out his growing hunger as his stomach betrayingly rumbles once more. He stubbornly turns away, trying to save face by prioritizing their schedule. He reluctantly relents on the condition that she keeps her new dress clean. She ties her apron, mentally planning her seasoning despite the limited spice selection. She expertly dissolves her homemade sweet and spicy seasoning paste in boiling water. She quickly slices fresh cabbage and scallions for the dish. She happily drops the fresh ingredients directly into the steaming pot. She leaves the savory stew to thicken while setting up the side dishes. A dazzling feast of spicy rice cakes, golden fritters, and sweet peach juice is served. He curiously asks about the unfamiliar red dish, and she eagerly explains its texture. He dubiously questions the paper-like seafood sheets, prompting her nervous explanation. He stares warily at the dish while she desperately coaxes him to take a bite. Stealing his resolve, he lifts a chewy rice cake and takes a bite. A sudden jolt of surprise hits him as he marvels at the chewy texture. He finds himself deeply impressed by how soft and flavorful the saucy fish cake is. He admits the dish is fiery, but finds the sweet peach juice perfectly refreshing. She excitedly directs him to dunk the crispy fritters directly into the rich sauce. He follows her instructions, dipping the golden fritter deep into the spicy glaze. She beams with satisfaction, eagerly asking if he likes the delicious combination. His stoic exterior melts as he quietly chews, captivated by her charm. As they stroll along the lake, she reminds him to praise Rio for her help. He confirms Rio's identity as her replacement chef, while she credits her for the fish cake recipe. She admits she couldn't have prepared this feast alone, shrinking under his intense gaze. She laments her failed attempt to craft perfect seaweed rolls to complete the meal. She passionately vows to master the recipe next time, and he gently encourages her. She looks up in quiet contemplation, struggling to decipher his unusually soft attitude. Framed by falling leaves, he expresses warm anticipation for her future cooking. A comfortable silence settles between them as they continue their stroll. She silently admits to herself how much she enjoys his surprisingly tender treatment. Her heart flutters with the dangerous wish that this fake date would never end. He smiles beautifully at her, unleashing an overwhelming wave of romantic tension. A sudden realization hits her like ice, snapping her back to reality. She nervously wonders if his affection is more than just a performance. She begins to question if the cold Duke has actually fallen in love with her. She recalls his past flustered expressions, searching for clues of genuine feelings. She questions why he would orchestrate such a public, intimate dating performance. She remembers his intense interrogation inside the carriage about her romantic life. Lost in her frantic thoughts, she is suddenly jolted by him calling her name. She sighs, rationalizing that he only cares for her due to her cooking curing his curse. She assumes his interest will fade once his curse is cured, but his voice calls her again. Before she can spiral further, his firm grip suddenly pulls her back. He pulls her flesh against his chest, locking her in a breathtaking embrace that threatens to shatter her composure forever. Caught in a breathtaking, sudden embrace, Luana freezes in absolute shock as her heart threatens to burst. Locked in an agonizingly close gaze, their faces are inches apart as romantic tension peaks. Gasping his name, Luana is jarred when Legion whispers a chilling warning that they are being followed. Stunned by the danger, Luana quickly turns in shock while Legion keeps a firm, protective hold. As a mysterious cloaked figure watches from the shadows, Legion warns her not to look while they maintain their intimate cover. Ready to strike, Legion confidently asserts he will handle the threat as he begins to draw his sword. Panicking, Luana urgently stops him and questions his immediate instinct to resort to violence. Luana pleads to avoid bloodshed, arguing that a public couple shouldn't react so violently if someone is just testing their relationship. She presses that they must act so madly in love that they completely ignore their surrounding audience. Luana cutely pouts, pointing out his sword would be useless if their pursuer turns out to be a witch. Realizing he is actually listening to her advice, Luana happily notes his grudging compliance. With a playful wink and a radiant smile, Luana declares she has a far better strategy to lose their tail. Staring back with absolute disbelief, Legion can only sigh at her plan. Stepping into the noisy, crowded market, Legion dryly questions if this chaotic crowd was her master plan. Luana cheerfully justifies that a packed marketplace is the perfect environment to lose a tail. Keeping his guard up, Legion scans the bustling crowd before letting out another quiet sigh. Luana glances back to check if they have successfully shaken off their persistent shadow. Pointing to a vibrant fruit stand, Legion reluctantly admits that he can no longer sense any threat. Deciding to play it safe, Legion declares he is canceling the rest of their afternoon outing. As Legion instructs her that they must head back, Luana pauses by the fresh fruit stall. Luana eagerly asks to buy groceries, but Legion dismisses the idea since the manor is already well stocked. Pouting dramatically, Luana complains that they are completely out of fresh strawberries. Luana fondly recalls the cake from earlier, admitting she felt guilty being the only one able to enjoy it. She explains she wants to purchase the ingredients to bake the exact same dessert for him. With a heart-melting smile, she sweetly begs him to let her prepare the treat for him. Completely disarmed by her sweetness, Legion turns away with a sudden blush. Trying to maintain his composure, Legion reluctantly gives in as Luana celebrates her sweet victory. He quietly steps closer to her, ensuring she stays safe amidst the busy marketplace. The lively market fades behind them as they complete their shopping under the setting sun. A sudden, heavy downpour begins to wash over the stone streets. Safely inside their carriage, Luana marvels at how quickly the sky turned into a torrential storm. Luana enjoys the moody rain from the window while Legion sits awkwardly crammed in the corner. Legion suddenly breaks the silence by calling her name, prompting her to turn in curiosity. Looking at her with a serious gaze, Legion prepares to address her directly. Legion explains that more dates will be necessary to find activities she genuinely enjoys for their future performance. Luana falls silent, processing his unexpectedly thoughtful gesture as the rain continues to fall. Feeling awkward, Legion clears his throat and looks away to hide his growing embarrassment. Just as Luana musters the courage to speak, an abrupt knock on the carriage door halts them. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Luana wonders what could possibly be happening in this downpour. Legion's expression sours upon hearing that Albert, the leader of the Royal Knights, has arrived. A stern voice cuts through the rain, criticizing the Duke's conduct. Stepping out into the rain, Legion demands to know why Albert blocked his carriage at his own doorstep. Albert offers a polite but firm apology, emphasizing that the matter is of extreme urgency. Legion's eyes narrow in deep suspicion as Albert invokes the name of the king. Shockwaves ripple through them as Albert reveals the king's command to bring Luana to the palace immediately. Burning with silent rage, Legion inwardly questions the king's true motives for summoning Luana. Legion notes with suspicion that the king sent multiple elite knights just to retrieve one girl. Intervening protectively, Legion lies that Luana is far too exhausted and traumatized from a stalker attack to travel. Legion firmly declares that he will personally escort Luana to the palace tomorrow instead. A sudden splash cuts through the tension as Boots step forward. Under a freezing downpour, the Royal Knights deliver a chilling decree demanding Luana's immediate presence at court. Legion glares coldly into the rain, deeply suspicious of this sudden command. The brown-haired knight commander sternly demands absolute cooperation from the Duke. While the knight addresses Legion, Luana nervously questions why the Duke is reacting so fiercely to a standard royal summons. Resolving to defuse the tension, Luana steps forward and agrees to accompany the knights, catching Legion off guard. Legion suddenly grabs her hand, refusing to let her walk into danger. Legion whispers a warning to stay back as a dark foreboding settles over him. Squeezing his hand, Luana internally expresses deep gratitude for his protective concern. She fears the sadistic emperor's wrath, recalling his deadly threats if his demands are defied. Luana realizes that Legion's continuous defiance could brand him a traitor and seal his execution. Despite the risk, the painful look on Legion's face breaks Luana's ground. Looking up at him, Luana decides she must take desperate measures to resolve this. She reaches up, placing her hand gently against Legion's cheek. Standing on her tiptoes, she plants a sudden kiss on his forehead to distract the onlookers. She desperately hopes this sudden display of affection will diffuse the tense situation. The bold kiss lingers, freezing the entire rain-slicked courtyard in absolute disbelief. Albert stares in utter shock, completely derailed by their public display of affection. Legion stands frozen as a deep blush creeps across his stoic face. Luana flashes a bright, reassuring smile and tells him she will be completely fine. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, the flustered Duke reluctantly agrees to let her go. Albert quickly clears his throat, ordering his men to prepare the carriage for departure. Touching his forehead, Legion promises Luana that he will be waiting for her return. Luana flinches softly, deeply moved by the sincerity in his eyes. The carriage rattles through the stormy streets, carrying Luana toward the unknown. Inside the carriage, Luana buries her face in her hands, agonizing over her impulsive kiss. Luana frantically rationalizes her actions, convincing herself it was the only way to prevent bloodshed. She wonders what the Emperor wants, guessing he might just demand a late-night meal. A sudden, violent thud rattles the carriage, bringing the journey to a screeching halt. Screams and alarms echo from outside, sending chills of terror down Luana's spine. Lightning flashes as a masked invader breaches the carriage, striking sheer terror into her. A gloved hand reaches through the darkness, locking onto its target. The masked assailants ruthlessly haul a screaming Luana out into the stormy night. Luana struggles desperately, but her captor shockingly addresses her as royalty while denying it is a kidnapping. Luana angrily protests the abduction before freezing in confusion at his words. She reels in shock, realizing the masked stranger just called her Your Highness. The captor hints that they're taking her back to where she truly belongs. Luana freezes in absolute shock, wondering if he means her lost royal kingdom. The kidnapper lowers his mask, revealing distinct gray hair and piercing green eyes. A sudden shocking realization strikes Luana as she recognizes his familiar features. Overwhelmed by the shock, Luana loses consciousness and collapses into the gray-haired man's arms. The scene shifts to the imposing, rain-drenched imperial palace looming in the night. Inside the palace, a dripping wet Legion demands to know if the emperor ever summoned Luana. Legion turns sharply as the blonde emperor addresses him from his throne. Dropping to one knee, Legion realizes a hostile faction successfully abducted the princess under their noses. The emperor sneers maliciously, revealing that the eldest princess, Ingrid, has also vanished. The emperor looks down coldly, preparing to issue an absolute royal command. He orders Legion to hunt down the captors and bring back the eldest princess. The emperor smirks, telling Legion he can retrieve the youngest princess as well. Legion's eyes burn with fierce determination as he silently accepts the dangerous mission. The legendary general vows to fulfill the command, embarking on a high-stakes rescue. Whispers echo through the shadows as a tense discussion unfolds in secrecy. Luana slowly blinks open her eyes, her mind reeling from the confusing voices surrounding her bed. Bolting upright in bed, Luana is startled to find Ingrid and her gray-haired companion watching over her. Ingrid rushes to her side in deep concern while the mysterious gray-haired man stands back coldly. Reacting in pure terror, Luana points accusingly at the gray-haired man, but he calmly denies kidnapping her. Bowing with practiced grace, the nobleman introduces himself as Kind of the prestigious House Ilange. Luana reels in shock, realizing her captor belongs to the most powerful family outside the royalty. Sensing her confusion, Ingrid gently questions if Luana truly knew nothing about their grand rescue plan. Ingrid explains she sent a secret messenger to warn her, leaving Luana bewildered by the missing warning. A sudden realization strikes Luana as she recalls the hooded stranger who had stalked her earlier. Luana sheepishly confesses she fled from the messenger, prompting Ingrid to comfort her for the terrifying misunderstanding. Ingrid tenderly reassures her sister, grasping her hand to promise that everything will be fine. Overjoyed, Ingrid smiles warmly, celebrating their long-awaited reunion after so much time apart. A quiet moment of transition settles over the room as a new path opens before them. Ingrid suddenly declares they will never return to the Empire, leaving a heavy silence in the room. Absolute dread washes over Luana as the weight of her sister's words sinks in. As Luana tries to protest, Kind steps in, noting he expected her to be displeased. Kind mockingly points out she was only playing house with their enemy while Ingrid built a resistance. Kind delivers a harsh truth about royalty and traitors before Ingrid sharply cuts him off. Silenced by the princess, Kind grinds his teeth in suppressed anger. Kind dismisses himself to let Luana rest, leaving the sisters alone to face the brewing storm. Luana sits in stunned silence, deeply unsettled by Kind's mention of a suicide squad. Morning light breaks over the misty mountains, shifting the scene to their secret rebel base. Standing in the open air, Luana sighs as she contemplates her bizarre new reality. Luana eats a dismal meal in despair while rebel soldiers train relentlessly with swords behind her. She tearfully reminisces about her luxurious life at the palace, recalling how Legion used to feed her sweet treats. Luana recalls Ingrid's explanation about gathering loyal royalist families to their secret location. Ingrid proudly raises the royal flag, declaring their ultimate mission to reclaim their fallen kingdom. Luana can only stare in sheer disbelief, completely overwhelmed by the sudden call to war. She sits alone in the darkness, questioning how her peaceful life derailed so spectacularly. She remembers the original story's dark history, where the king and queen met an early demise. Clutching her head in panic, Luana realizes the plot is deviated entirely from the novel she knew. In the original tale, the kingdom fell swiftly and Ingrid was forced to love the cruel emperor. Luana acknowledges the tragic nature of the original story, designed only to bring despair. Covering her face, Luana sighs heavily at the chaotic turn of events. Yet she realizes this new, rebellious path might save Ingrid from a lifetime of suffering. Seeing Ingrid smile happily while talking to Kind, Luana decides she prefers this hopeful outcome. Luana groans, realizing her only real problem is her complete lack of interest in royal politics. Her mind wanders back to the Empire, tenderly recalling the stoic general she left behind. She fondly imagines Legion as a cute, adorable bunny waiting patiently for her return. A sudden bolt of shock hits Luana as her own imagination startles her. Luana screams in sheer embarrassment, horrified that she just visualized the fearsome Duke with bunny ears. Sheer shock causes her to spit out her food as lightning flashes in her mind. Looking down at her spoon, Luana realizes the dreadful truth of her current situation. The soup before her is completely putrid, a culinary nightmare compared to the palace feasts. Trembling on her tree stump, Luana struggles to maintain her composure. Declaring that bad food is her absolute limit, Luana runs off to find a decent kitchen. A mysterious pink-haired boy glances back, completely bewildered by her sudden outburst. The grand title card transitions the story as Luana prepares to take matters into her own hands. Whispers echo through the wooden corridors as a silent observer overhears a secret conversation. Determined to escape her terrible meals, Luana's sudden kitchen invasion leaves the rebel soldiers in complete awe. Alerted by the commotion, Kine storms into the room to investigate the unexpected noise. Hearing his heavy footsteps, Luana turns around with a brilliant dish ready to serve. An excited pink-haired rebel praises Luana's cooking, urging the skeptical Kine to taste her masterpiece. In a fit of cold distrust, Kine ruthlessly smacks the dish out of the soldier's hand. The delicious soup splatters violently across the cold stone floor. An awkward silence grips the room as everyone stares in absolute shock at the wasted food. Kine reminds his soldiers that Luana used to cook for their mortal enemy. Fed up with his endless suspicion, Luana forcefully shoves a spoonful of soup directly into Kine's mouth. Touching her spoon defiantly, Luana challenges him to taste it before passing judgment. Luana fumes with righteous anger while Kine skeptically begins to chew her cooking. A sudden wave of intense flavor washes over Kine, leaving him completely speechless. Pink-haired and red-haired soldiers happily cheer, reassuring their leader that the food is completely safe. Kine glares intensely at the cheering soldiers, refusing to let his guard down. Feeling the freezing glare, the embarrassed rebels quickly try to defuse the tension. Clearing his throat, Kine reluctantly permits Luana to cook under his strict supervision. Handing her a plate, Kine coldly reminds her that she has not earned his trust. Accepting his terms, Luana, unfazed, hints that she has a hidden motive. She flashes a mischievous smile, fully prepared to execute her next culinary strategy. Armed with her delicious dish, Luana confidently knocks on her sister's bedroom door. Kine holds the tray with deep suspicion as Luana waits to greet her sister. Inside the quiet chamber, Ingrid is startled by the sudden knock. Luana cheerily invites Ingrid to eat together, using the meal as a clever excuse to speak with her. A soft voice from behind the door grants them entry. Ingrid requests some privacy to change, asking Kine to wait for her near the outdoor shed. Luana tilts her head in mild confusion while Kine immediately recognizes the spot. Kine offers to escort Luana there, which Ingrid calmly approves. Luana eagerly leads the way down the hall, urging her sister not to let the food get cold. Once they leave, Ingrid stands alone, her expression hardening in the silent room. Closing her eyes, Ingrid whispers that she must leave immediately to attend to urgent matters. A mysterious silver-haired nobleman named Gillard steps out of the shadows, prompting Ingrid to demand his business. Outside, a beautiful patch of white flowers glows brightly under the morning sun. Luana crouches by the garden in absolute wonder while Kine stands watch behind her. Studying the delicate white petals, a sudden sense of familiarity grips Luana's mind. As Luana tries to remember where she saw them, Kine bows and explains they are native to their kingdom. Ingrid suddenly arrives, shimmering in the sunlight as she explains the flowers grow near the border. Overjoyed, Luana beams with happiness at her sister's arrival. Ingrid rises to greet her, pleasantly surprised by how quickly Luana prepared the meal. Smiling warmly, Ingrid praises her sister's incredible cooking skills. Luana is deeply touched, her face lighting up with an affectionate smile. Bursting with excitement, Luana happily extends her hand to begin their long-awaited meal. A grand title card transitions the scene as the sisters sit down to eat. Under a clear blue sky, the sisters enjoy their outdoor feast while Kine silently observes. Mid-bite, Luana stops in surprise as her sister suddenly calls out her name. Ingrid drops a bombshell, directly asking if Luana wishes to return to the Empire. Caught completely off guard, Luana breaks into a nervous sweat, struggling to find an answer. Luana sheepishly admits there is nothing for her to do here, prompting Ingrid to reassure her. Ingrid explains she is fully aware of Luana's lack of interest in royal politics. Realizing her sister already knew her heart, Luana lets out a nervous sweat of relief. Clenching her hands tightly on the table, Ingrid prepares to reveal her ultimate true desire. Under a bright blue sky, Ingrid desperately tries to protect her sister from the looming shadow of war. The sudden warning leaves Luana completely frozen as she struggles to comprehend the danger ahead. Recalling the tense atmosphere of their hideout, Luana realizes she cannot easily dismiss the warning. Ingrid delivers a grim warning about the terrifying threat Duke Legion poses to their safety. She insists that the ruthless Duke's cruelty makes him far too dangerous to trust. While Luana understands her sister's fear, she remains quietly conflicted about the general's true nature. Memories of the Duke's fearsome threats flash through her mind, adding to her mounting confusion. Yet, she privately wonders if his harsh actions were merely driven by his desperate circumstances. Unable to hold back, Luana speaks up to defend the hidden warmth beneath his cold exterior. She firmly tells her sister that there is much more to the Duke than his monstrous reputation. Ingrid is left utterly speechless by her sister's sudden and passionate defense of their enemy. Realizing her mistake, Luana quickly tries to backtrack to ease the awkward tension. A sudden, curious blush washes over Ingrid as she questions if the romantic rumors are actually true. Stuttering in pure panic, Luana frantically denies any romantic connection to the terrifying commander. Though she keeps mumbling her denials, her embarrassed reaction clearly tells a different story. Cutting the awkward conversation short, Ingrid politely excuses herself to attend to her duties. With a swift, military turn, the blonde princess prepares to make her exit. Looking back one last time, Ingrid leaves behind a lingering air of mystery. Luana can only watch in confusion as her sister abruptly walks away. Stepping back inside, Ingrid slips quietly into the shadows of the mansion. Inside, she is startled to find the silver-haired Gerald waiting for her in the dim hallway. Gerald flashes a cold, knowing smirk as he prepares to deliver a critical update. He delivers a shocking blow, warning her that the enemy has already located their base. Urgency grips Ingrid as she immediately moves to prepare the rebels for a hasty retreat. But Gerald aggressively blocks her path, demanding to know what she told her sister. Ingrid tries to reassure him, but the suspicious nobleman remains deeply skeptical of their security. Leaning in close, Gerald whispers his profound distrust of the newly arrived princess. He issues a chilling threat, warning Ingrid not to let her sister weaken their resolve. He reminds her of their dark alliance, demanding absolute loyalty to their cause. With glowing purple eyes, Gerard vows to abandon their assassination plot if she fails to control her sister. Meanwhile, as the sun begins to set, Luana panics over her slip of the tongue. She mentally screams in embarrassment, mortified that she sounded like a defense attorney protecting a tyrant. Yet she quietly accepts that she simply could not sit by and let them label him a monster. But her quiet moment of introspection is suddenly shattered by a distant commotion in the woods. She desperately tries to shake off the complicated feelings swirling in her heart. Suddenly, the sound of heavy boots rushing toward her signals immediate danger. A pink-haired rebel soldier bursts into the clearing, screaming the princess's name in pure panic. Breathless and terrified, the messenger delivers a chilling command to abandon the camp. The sudden order to evacuate leaves Luana completely bewildered as chaos erupts around her. This order confirms her worst fears, revealing that a deadly army is rapidly approaching. Luana's heart stops as she realizes her stoic general has finally tracked her down. A heavy gulp betrays her rising anxiety as the reality of the situation settles in. Yet, a secret, hopeful smile spreads across her face at the thought of seeing him again. Realizing that staying behind would only endanger her allies, she reluctantly prepares to flee. With a determined expression, she steeled herself for the chaotic road ahead. Meanwhile, a blonde Imperial knight investigates the empty base, reporting no signs of life. Turning to Duke Legion, the knight notes that the rebels have vanished without leaving a single trace. As the knight suggests magic was involved, the cold general dismisses the theory as nonsense. Consumed by silent fury, Duke Legion commands his forces to split up and scour every corner. Saluting his commander, the knight quickly prepares the Imperial troops to begin the high-stakes hunt. Armed with ruthless determination, Duke Legion steps into the abandoned enemy hideout with a cold glance. Staring at the rustic wooden building, he wonders if this is where Luana was kept. Pushing the heavy wooden door open, his black-gloved hand breaks the absolute silence. Suddenly, a startling detail inside the room catches his eye, making him freeze. In an instant, a sweet memory of Luana smiling warmly in a garden floods his mind. He remembers her playful anger, demanding to know why he was sneaking around. Her bright, cheerful laugh seems to echo clearly through the quiet, empty room. He vividly recalls her presenting a fresh dish, proudly boasting about her new secret sauce. But the warm memory fades, leaving him standing completely alone in the silent, cold kitchen. Sighing in frustration, the dark-haired commander laments finding absolutely nothing of value here. His loyal knight reports their complete failure, suggesting the rebels used magic to escape. Staring down at the empty cooking pan, he skeptically processes the mention of magic. Gloom washes over him as he wonders if she was truly a victim of kidnapping. He desperately wants to trust her, but the highly suspicious circumstances make it nearly impossible. He reflects on how Ingrid never showed any interest in Imperial power struggles. Yet, he is painfully aware that Ingrid would do absolutely anything to protect her sister. Clenching his fist, he suspects Ingrid used magic to help Luana escape their grasp. A sudden gust of wind flutters the white curtains, breaking his tense train of thought. He quickly whips his head around to face the source of the draft. Sensing something unusual in the breeze, he turns to inspect the area. His sharp eyes catch a mysterious, glittering object resting right next to the kettle. Stepping closer, his eyes widen as he recognizes the tiny, sparkling metal piece. He picks up a gold fork with a string tied to it, serving as a clever message. A soft, genuine laugh escapes his lips as the tension entirely melts from his face. Holding her ridiculous, heartwarming clue, a soft smile spreads across his handsome face. Meanwhile, deep within the Empire's Grand Palace, the trail of the runaway rebels has gone completely cold. The terrified knight reports finding an empty hideout, but the bored emperor ruthlessly cuts him off. The emperor sarcastically suggests the knight simply admit his absolute failure, paralyzing the soldier with fear. Radiating a chilling, murderous aura, the long-haired emperor stares down at the trembling man. As the soldier desperately begs for mercy, the emperor calmly muses about pruning rose gardens. Smiling viciously, he asks the weeping soldier if he knows why dead stalks must be cut. Shaking uncontrollably on the carpet, the terrified knight whimpers that he does not know. With a cruel, mocking laugh, the emperor prepares to explain his heartless philosophy. He states that a withered bud is entirely useless to a beautiful garden. He reasons that keeping dead assets only drains precious nutrients from the healthy flowers. His chilling blue eyes narrow as his terrifying metaphor takes on a deadly meaning. Flanked by a beautiful blonde woman, the emperor implies that only blooming assets deserve to live. From the corner, the terrified knight can only peek up in absolute horror. Sighing, the emperor laments that his previous purges were apparently not thorough enough. Under a dark, blood-red sky, he grimly smiles, vowing not to make the same mistake twice. Meanwhile, back at the new rebel base, a hand gently sets down a porcelain vase. Ingrid demands to know why a vase of fresh white flowers was brought to her room. Kyne hesitates, clutching a report as he stands before the blonde princess. Kyne explains he brought them thinking she liked them, but she coldly reminds him of his duties. She sternly commands him to focus on the kingdom instead of worrying over such petty matters. Kyne flinches at her sharp rebuke, his green eyes widening in shock. Bowing his head, the gray-haired soldier quickly apologizes for his unprofessional behavior. An awkward, heavy silence fills the dimly lit room as the tension lingers. Bowing deeply, Kyne promises to remember her words as she coldly turns her back to him. With heavy, silent steps, she walks away, leaving him to ponder her mysterious motives. A bittersweet memory of a smiling blonde princess highlights the tragic cost of their survival. Kyne silently regrets that his thoughtful flower gesture was so coldly dismissed. A heavy door slams shut, plunging the silent hallway back into tense darkness. Ingrid collapses to the ground in agony as a sudden pain grips her chest. Writhing in pain, the blonde princess clutches her head as the agony intensifies. Distant, ghostly voices call out to Ingrid from the dark depths of her mind. The haunting whispers continue to echo, pulling her further into absolute despair. The scene shifts to a sunny garden memory as the emperor greets her warmly. The emperor casually notes her improved appetite since her sister's recent visit. Ingrid coldly questions if the imperial dish is not to his liking. Forcing herself to stay calm, the blonde princess suppresses her mounting dread. Ingrid clenches her dress, realizing she must earn his trust to succeed. The smiling emperor schemes to eventually loosen his tight control over her. She flinches when the emperor asks if something else is bothering her. Ingrid is consumed by silent rage, cursing his vile and shameless behavior. A sudden realization strikes Ingrid, making her freeze in her tracks. Her eyes lock onto a pitcher of fresh white flowers on the table. The emperor grows curious as Ingrid falters and stops mid-sentence. Ingrid claims she is feeling lightheaded and excuses herself from the table. The golden-eyed emperor stares intently, processing her highly suspicious excuse. Smiling warmly, the emperor dismisses her and tells her to rest. The emperor chillingly notes that they have plenty of time ahead of them. The dramatic tension builds as the title card appears on screen. A white cloth wipes down a surface as normal duties resume. The orange-haired maid glances back, sensing a quiet shift in the room. Ingrid sits in solemn silence, reflecting on her family's tragic slaughter. The maid continues her chores until Ingrid quietly calls out to her. The maid is startled when Ingrid asks for a personal favor. The maid agrees, noting the emperor commanded her to fulfill every request. Ingrid hesitates for a brief second before stating her request. Ingrid flips open a thick book filled with detailed botanical illustrations. The maid silently wonders why Ingrid specifically requested a plant encyclopedia. Ingrid pauses as her eyes lock onto the page she wanted. Ingrid instantly recognizes the white flower illustrated on the open page. The botanical book shows detailed drawings of unique, elegant flowers. The text explains the annual plant thrives only in temperate climates. It notes the flower only grows in the Eastern Kingdom. Ingrid realizes this is the beloved flower from her lost kingdom. Tears drip onto the page as she reads its symbolic meaning of freedom. She recalls her sister's wise advice to focus on what remains. Weeping with joy, Ingrid finds hope in knowing not all is lost. A soft sniffle echoes through the quiet, beautifully lit bedroom. The orange-haired maid peeks back, deeply concerned by her tears. The maid reports the strange event back to the emperor. She reports that Ingrid broke down crying upon reading the encyclopedia. The smirking emperor mutters that she reacted much faster than expected. The emperor casually dismisses the confused maid and stands up. Grinning wickedly, the Emperor reveals he has another task for her. Birds chirp cheerfully under the clear, sunny sky above the palace. Ingrid is stunned to find her bedroom completely covered in white flowers. Ingrid jolts awake in a room completely paralyzed with shock. Her maid reveals the Emperor ordered the room decorated with her favorite flowers. Cold dread washes over Ingrid as she struggles to maintain her composure. She silently questions if this massive gesture is truly meant for her. As she cuts into her steak, her mind races with dark suspicion. She wonders how a flower unique to her homeland ended up here. She freezes mid-meal, realizing she never once mentioned this flower to him. Raising her head, she prepares to face the dangerous tyrant sitting opposite her. A sudden realization strikes her that he is deliberately mocking her tragic past. In her eyes, the golden-haired emperor is nothing but a cruel, scheming silhouette. She realizes this is a calculated plot to remind her of her losses. His ultimate goal is to force her to face a brutal, inescapable reality. The smug emperor breaks the heavy silence, demanding to know her thoughts. Grinning wickedly, the emperor asks if she likes her new room decorations. Clenching her fork tightly, Ingrid refuses to let his mind games break her. She fiercely wonders if he truly believed such an obvious tactic would work. She berates herself for letting a single glance destabilize her composure. Forcing a fake blush, she masks her deep resentment with a fragile smile. She lies through her teeth, claiming to absolutely adore the grand jester. Smiling sweetly, she offers her false gratitude directly to the malicious ruler. The unexpected warm response leaves the golden-eyed emperor completely stunned. Overwhelmed by her reaction, he admits this is a surprising first for them. Playing her part flawlessly, she tilts her head in polite feigned confusion. Radiating pure joy, the grinning emperor celebrates her first genuine sign of appreciation. Underneath her calm disguise, she remains fully alert and deeply guarded. Under the table, she tightly clenches her dress to control her rising anger. Returning to her room, she is deeply disgusted to find even more bouquets. She pauses, recalling the emperor's surprisingly innocent and happy expression. It bothers her how his smile briefly resembled that of a young child. Shaking off her thoughts, she turns as her yawning maid enters with flowers. Bumping into each other, the delicate vase slips and shatters on the floor. A tense panic immediately fills the quiet room as shards scatter everywhere. The horrified maid instantly drops to her knees beside the broken porcelain. Ingrid quickly kneels down to help pick up the sharp shattered fragments. Despite the maid's protests, Ingrid accidentally slices her finger on a shard. Ingrid downplays the bleeding cut to soothe the visibly trembling maid. Terrified of the consequences, the maid frantically begs for her life. Shivering uncontrollably, she desperately pleads for mercy over the minor accident. The weeping maid prostrates herself completely, terrified of a brutal punishment. Ingrid is deeply chilled by the maid's extreme unnatural level of fear. The traumatic incident leaves lingering questions as a bright new day dawns. Rising from her bed the next morning, she instantly senses something is off. Scanning the room, she notices every single white flower has completely vanished. The furniture stands completely bare, stripped of yesterday's vibrant floral displays. She questions the sudden change when a stern, unfamiliar head maid enters. The new maid coldly announces that the previous servant has been replaced. Stricken with guilt and horror, Ingrid quietly prepares to face the emperor. They walk through a breathtaking garden path sparkling with fresh morning dew. Holding her arm, the smiling emperor asks if she finds the path beautiful. Ingrid smiles politely, silently wondering if his garden is another psychological trap. The golden-haired emperor looks back with a penetrating gaze before leading Ingrid down a scenic garden path. Her delicate shoes step lightly across the grass, surrounded by lush white roses. Ingrid silently ponders the sudden suspicious disappearance of her former maid. Swallowing her pride, Ingrid calls out to the tyrant, who turns with mild curiosity. She asks about her missing servant, prompting a dark smirk from the emperor. He casually reveals a horrifying punishment, shattering the garden's peaceful facade. Cold dread freezes Ingrid in her tracks as the emperor defends his cruel methods. She is utterly sickened when he claims he spared the maid's life as a celebratory gesture. Smiling brightly, the emperor proudly announces they have reached their destination. He grandly presents a magnificent glass house overflowing with white flowers as her personal gift. Solemn silence lingers as he demands her complete understanding. Looking at the stunning display, Ingrid realizes this massive cage is meant to symbolize her own captivity. She clenches her dress in silent fury, disgusted by his superficial attempts to win her over. She watches him bask in self-satisfaction, realizing he only cares about his own twisted emotions. Memories of her burning kingdom flash through her mind, reigniting her deep-seated hatred. She laments that her beautiful homeland fell to such a merciless monster. A single tear slips down her face as she struggles to contain her overwhelming despair. Looking at the locked glass house, she compares herself to the beautiful cage flowers doomed to be discarded. A sudden realization sparks in her mind, reminding her of her sister's final, desperate plea to survive. She visualizes a warm memory of her sister holding her hand, offering a lifeline of hope. Renewed determination washes over her as she resolves to play her part to the end. The Emperor tenderly reaches out a gloved hand to his weeping captive. To his absolute shock, Ingrid throws her arms around him, calling him by his name. Stunned by her sudden embrace, the Emperor listens as she desperately begs for his forgiveness. She cleverly offers her submission, apologizing for ever doubting his devotion. She weeps against his shoulder, masking her true intentions with a flawless performance of vulnerability. Wrapping her arms around him, she declares her fake love while secretly plotting his ultimate ruin. Underneath her sweet confession lies a burning vow to reduce his entire empire to ashes. The curtain falls on her dramatic resolve as she prepares to execute her dangerous plan. Later that night, Ingrid sits alone on her bed, her mind racing with dark strategies. Sudden footsteps break the quiet night as she summons a secret ally to her chamber. Gerald enters through the parted curtains and Ingrid quickly calls out to him. She gets straight to the point, asking if his previous dangerous proposal still stands. Gerard turns in surprise, questioning her sudden change of heart. He immediately realizes she is referring to the powerful magic he once offered her. A tense silence fills the room as they lock eyes, understanding the gravity of their choice. Ingrid confirms his suspicion, her face shadowed by grim determination. She issues a strict deadline, demanding the magic be prepared before dawn tomorrow. Gillard stares at her, deeply contemplating the massive risks of her sudden decision. He questions why she is willing to take such a dangerous gamble now, after turning it down before. Ingrid looks him dead in the eye, reminding him of his own advice to stay strong. Gerard yields to her resolve, promising to do whatever it takes to support her. Meanwhile, a sharp emerald green glare cuts through the shadows elsewhere in the palace. Hein stands with crossed arms, keeping a watchful, suspicious eye on the silver-haired maid cooking. The maid sighs heavily, urging him to stop watching her like a common criminal. Hein snaps back, bluntly admitting his deep distrust of her presence. They trade irritated remarks as the tension between them continues to simmer. She grumbles over her shoulder, suggesting he find someone else to watch her if he dislikes her so much. Hein catches her off guard by quietly stating that he does not actually hate her. He glares in disappointment, leaving the startled maid to wonder what his true feelings are. Tensions skyrocket as Princess Luana confronts her captor, questioning how he can judge her past when they have only just met. Hein stares back silently with his intense emerald green eyes. Hein sighs heavily, calling her by her title to establish control. Hein challenges her knowledge of the severe losses and sacrifices made to build their suicide squad. Sweating nervously, Luana acknowledges the brutal struggles of trying to rebuild a fallen nation. She silently questions his motives for bringing up the tragic past at this moment. Hein reflects on how they push through despair at every turn. A memory reveals a blonde girl walking through a sunny garden. The young emperor looks back with a soft, reminiscent gaze. A memory of past survival is shattered when a guard yells for Hein. A knight bursts in, frantically demanding Hein report to Ingrid immediately. Hein reacts with immediate shock to the urgent summons. Hein demands to know her location, and the knight orders him to follow. Left alone, Luana questions if she ever spoke those fateful words to Ingrid. She suddenly remembers uttering them while comforting Ingrid with porridge. A memory shows young Luana feeding porridge to a crying Ingrid. Sobbing, she realizes she only said those comforting words out of pure sympathy. Luana freezes mid-thought as a sudden realization strikes her. A horrific realization dawns on her that she's responsible for twisting the story's timeline. She stands shocked in the kitchen as the pan sizzles loudly. The forgotten food burns on the hot stove, releasing smoke. Luana remains deep in thought, unaware of her burning cooking. Regaining her resolve, Luana decides she must speak with Ingrid again to set things right. Her serious thoughts are cut short as she panics over her burning food. The scene shifts to the military tents of the imperial camp. A gloved hand carefully inspects a tiny, shimmering glass bottle. Legion inspects the glass vial, noting it is the only remaining trace of his target. While Legion worries about his report, a knight rushes in to summon him. The breathless messenger urges Legion to step outside immediately. Legion frowns in confusion at the soldier's sudden frantic interruption. The beautiful white stallion neighs outside the general's tent. A guard salutes as the emperor arrives unexpectedly on a white horse. Bowing deeply, Legion asks what prompted His Majesty's sudden visit to the camp. The emperor steps forward, demanding to know why Legion is taking so long to finish the job. A chilling aura surrounds the emperor as his gaze turns cold. The emperor bluntly expresses his deep disappointment in Legion's slow progress. Legion begs for forgiveness, but the emperor coldly dismisses his excuses. The emperor sternly orders Legion to assemble his troops. The emperor declares he is taking absolute command of the operation. Legion flinches in pure terror as the tyrant steps past him. Webtoon production credits roll, marking a tense transition in the story. Placing his hand on the map, Legion asks the emperor to clarify his orders. The emperor questions if his previous instructions were not clear enough. Unsheathing his sword, the Emperor orders the total slaughter of everyone except Ingrid. He dismisses the concept of hostages, blaming survivors for the current rebellion. Horrified by the cruel decree, Legion stands frozen in absolute shock. The Emperor mockingly asks why Legion looks so deeply troubled. He taunts Legion, asking if he has grown soft over the captive princess. Legion tightly clenches his jaw, fighting to hide his inner turmoil. Legion struggles to respond as a distant, blood-curdling scream pierces the quiet camp. Chaos erupts in the Imperial camp as a panicked soldier bursts through the curtains, frantically alerting Sir Legion that the search team has met a horrifying fate. A phantom voice of betrayal echoes in Legion's mind, accusing him of stealing a precious fiancée. The madness takes hold as two trusted knights turn on each other in a bloody frenzy. Crying tears of despair, a berserk knight raises his sword to strike down his own comrade. A blood-drenched blade clatters to the ground as guards struggle to restrain the maddened soldiers. Kyne grimly explains to Legion that the returning patrol team has completely lost their minds, turning into bloodthirsty beasts. Legion demands confirmation on their path, learning the patrol went deep into the eastern forest. Kyne freezes in sudden horror as a chilling realization strikes him. A sinister, unnatural aura sweeps across the darkening woods. The tragic web of fate tightens as the stage is set for ruin. Lost in the woods, Luana panics as a thick, blinding fog suddenly rolls in. Luana bitterly regrets following Ingrid as she finds herself completely trapped in the dense mist. Clutching her basket, the silver-haired maid sighs in despair, utterly directionless in the magical haze. Eerie, distorted murmurs echo through the quiet undergrowth. Luana perks up, catching the faint sound of voices nearby. Believing rescue is near, she eagerly dashes toward the mysterious sounds. In the shadows, a sinister hand unleashes a purple mist designed to strip away all human reason. Gellard explains that his magic forces victims to act purely on raw desire, shocking Luana, who spots him. Spying from the brush, Luana is horrified to hear Gellard plotting the self-destruction of the search team. Gerald asks his companion if she is satisfied with the unfolding chaos. The mystery deepens as Gellard addresses Ingrid, who looks back with quiet compliance. Luana staggers backward in absolute shock, unable to comprehend why Ingrid is conspiring with the enemy. In her panic, her foot accidentally trips over a loose stone. All right, a loud thud breaks the silent tension of the forest. Ingrid and Gellard jolt in surprise, instantly hearing the noise. Spotting the intruder, Gellard gasps in surprise as he recognizes the silver-haired maid. Terrified of what she has witnessed, Luana frantically turns to flee. Luana bolts into the fog as Ingrid desperately warns her of the hidden dangers ahead. Gellard watches her escape with a calculating, unfazed glare. Reaching down to the spilled food, Gellard notes the betrayal has begun sooner than expected. Holding the ruined snack, Gerald darkly muses that the end of their relationship is for the best. Elsewhere, the unnatural purple mist spreads deeper into the Imperial camp. The golden-haired Emperor smiles wickedly at the mist, leaving Kyne utterly confused. The Emperor gleefully declares that the madness-inducing fog is a sign that Ingrid must be nearby. Visibly swaying under the magic's influence, the Emperor claims Ingrid is calling out to him. Legion raises his black-gloved hand to intervene. Stepping forward, Legion requests to accompany the Emperor into the dangerous fog. The Emperor looks back suspiciously, questioning Legion's sudden change of heart. Legion clenches his fist, smoothly lying that his intentions have been misunderstood. Bowing deeply, Legion falsely pledges his absolute loyalty to the Empire and the Emperor's command. A sinister, self-satisfied smirk creeps across the golden-haired tyrant's face. The Emperor mockingly warns Legion not to disappoint him this time. Running blindly, Luana flees the scene as the tyrant's chilling warning echoes through the trees. Desperately catching her breath, Luana questions her own panicked flight. Running deeper into the woods, Luana admits she simply couldn't bear to look at Ingrid anymore. To ease her aching heart, she rationalizes that Ingrid is merely a fictional novel character. A fleeting memory of warm, clasped hands flashes through her mind. She recalls a heartfelt wish to keep her sister safe. Memories of their simple shared meals together contrast sharply with the bitter present. Collapsing in tears, Luana wonders why her heart feels so utterly shattered by this betrayal. Mind-bending realization strikes Luana as she desperately questions if her current despair matches the heavy burden Legion has been carrying all along. Standing alone, Legion's silent, imposing figure reflects the crushing weight of isolation and unresolved conflict. She silently wonders if his silent fury stems from a deep-seated belief that she has betrayed him once again. Overwhelmed by grief, tears well up in her eyes as the pain of her situation becomes too much to bear. Losing her footing in her state of panic, she stumbles blindly into the dark, misty unknown. Crashing heavily onto the forest floor, she winces in pain, holding her bruised head. Looking up through the haze, her eye widens in absolute shock as a towering silhouette looms directly over her. Paralyzed by raw fear, she holds her breath, bracing for the worst. Suddenly, a desperate voice calls out her name, echoing through the unnatural, glowing purple woods. Ingrid emerges from the thick brush, calling out in a panic as she frantically searches for her sister. But the toxic, magical fog is unforgiving, forcing Ingrid to collapse into a violent coughing fit. Knowing the Imperial search party is nearby in a state of madness, Ingrid desperately tries to locate Luana before they do. Realizing the search is futile, she decides to turn back, completely unaware of a sinister hand reaching out from the shadows. Before she can react, the shadowy predator strikes, locking her arm in a brutal grip. Ingrid gasps in pure terror, turning to face the mysterious assailant holding her hostage. Back in another part of the woods, a pair of heavy leather boots stops directly in front of the fallen princess. A voice calls out her royal title, instantly snapping her out of her dazed state. Standing over her is the gray-haired knight, Kine, whose green eyes are wide with shock. Kine immediately demands to know why she is wandering in such a deadly place, but Luana weakly admits she was searching for Ingrid. The sudden mention of Ingrid sends a wave of absolute shock across the knight's face. Losing all control, Kine grabs her roughly, desperately demanding confirmation that she actually saw Ingrid. He aggressively presses her for details, completely ignoring her visible distress. Kine's frantic interrogation only stops when Luana cries out in pain from his tight grip. Snapping back to his senses, the guilty knight releases her arm, leaving behind a dark purple bruise. A sudden, calm voice echoes through the glowing forest, asking what is wrong. Kine kneels beside Luana, his protective instincts warring with his desperate need for answers. Meanwhile, deep in the misty forest, a cold fury boils as a deadly soldier prepares his next strike. Holding his blood-stained blade, Legion ominously inquires about Ingrid's recent actions. It is revealed that Ingrid had mysteriously vanished into the Forbidden Woods after strictly ordering everyone not to follow her. Left with no choice, commanders had sent a specialized suicide squad into the fog to bring her back. But the toxic woods proved to be a death trap, as only a single, heavily traumatized member returned alive. Covered in blood, the maddened survivor's frantic warnings point to a truly horrific threat lurking in the mist. Back in the present, Legion violently restrains Ingrid, declaring that the ruthless murderer is hiding in the very fog they stand in. Ingrid panics as his iron grip tightens around her long blonde braid. She curses her terrible luck, realizing her master plan has been completely ruined by running into this terrifying man. Giving her a chilling glare, Legion's red eyes glow as he asks why she was desperately calling out Luana's name. Ingrid sweats nervously as Legion demands to know if Luella has been by her side this entire time. Glancing around the quiet woods, she realizes she is completely alone with no squad members left to protect her. Looking at his blood-dripping sword, she knows that even with backup, they would stand absolutely no chance against this monster. She fears that if a fight breaks out, the innocent Luana will be the first one caught in the bloody crossfire. Stealing her resolve, Ingrid defiantly refuses to tell him anything, determined to protect her sister at all costs. She goads him, suggesting he simply take her captive and claim his handsome reward from the Emperor. Legion's eyes narrow in a cold frown as he listens to her desperate defiance. Pointing his bloody sword to the ground, he stands before her as she demands he stay away from his sister. Ingrid begs for mercy, pleading with him to let her sister go free after a lifetime of cruel captivity. But Legion remains completely unmoved, coldly mocking her unchanged selfishness since their last encounter in the dungeons. Without another word, he suddenly releases his grip on her blonde braid. Ingrid gasps in confusion as the cold-hearted killer tells her not to misunderstand his actions. Walking right past her, he bluntly states that he is not performing this act of mercy for her sake. In a stunning revelation, Legion admits he is leaving Luana behind because the dangerous woods are far safer for her than being anywhere near him or the tyrant emperor. A sudden, terrifying realization strikes as Ingrid turns in absolute horror. A heavy, black-gloved hand roughly pushes her forward, ordering her to run. Through the hazy purple mist, Legion's blurry figure commands her to go protect her sister. Ingrid watches in stunned silence as the dark warrior vanishes into the dense forest. Meanwhile, a desperate Luana begs the gray-haired knight to tell her which way Ingrid went. Jolting in panic, Luana points back toward the path she originally came from. Realizing the immediate danger, Kine dashes forward to search the misty path. Kine bolts into the woods, calling back to Luana to wait for him there. In a flash, the knight disappears, leaving a quiet Luana watching him go. Left to her thoughts, Luana silently wonders why Duke Legion wasn't there to save her. She recalls Ingrid's warning about the dangerous Duke, realizing her sister's secret motives. Connecting the pieces, Luana clenches her dress, deducing Ingrid traded her for Gillard's magic. A lingering hesitation hangs in the air as a painful transition begins. Consumed by panic, Kine screams in agony, desperate to reach Ingrid before it is too late. Lost and heartbroken, Luana wanders aimlessly through the thick, glowing forest. Mysterious footsteps echo softly through the undergrowth, approaching the blonde-haired survivor. Ingrid catches her breath against a tree trunk, praying she is finally safe. Sensing a sudden presence, Ingrid turns her head and calls out Gillard's name. High above, a silver-haired figure sits calmly on a thick tree branch. From his perch, Gillard stares down coldly, demanding to know why she lied to him. A dark warning screen signals that the truth of their past is deeply distressing. In a warm flashback, Luana and Gillard share a peaceful meal in a sunlit room. Luana marvels at how his magic has completely transformed the flavor of the food. Happily eating her meal, Luana joyfully praises the wonders of cooking magic. Gillard smiles warmly, noting that her journey as a witch is only just beginning. But his smile fades when Luana eagerly mentions sharing her delicious food with others. That chilling uneasiness fills the room as Gillard demands to know if she planned to leave him. Gerald experiences a sudden jolt of memory, recalling a past refusal of his companionship. In a dark memory, a dying woman reveals a shocking secret about Luana's true parentage. The bitter taste of hidden bloodlines and ancient pacts rises to the surface. Back in the present, Gillard's demand for the truth echoes through the quiet woods. The dense bushes rustle violently as the tense standoff between the two begins. Ingrid confronts Gillard, accusing him of lying about the Duke's hatred for witches. Floating down gracefully, Gillard coldly denies ever telling her a single lie. Gerald jumps down from the tree, questioning why she thinks he deceived her. He lands heavily on the forest floor, asking if she is pretending to be ignorant. Ingrid pats her chest, arguing that Luana and the Duke are truly in love. She explains they care enough to sacrifice their own lives for one another. Ingrid plots their next move, aiming to eliminate the tyrannical emperor once and for all. Stealing her resolve, Ingrid firmly declares she has no reason to keep Luana from the Duke. A cold, knowing expression crosses Gillard's face as he processes her sudden defiance. Gillard snaps in rage, accusing her of attempting to break their sacred alliance. Ingrid retorts, pointing out that he cannot hope to defeat the emperor without her help. She claims that choosing an honorable path is far better than exploiting her sister. A tense, heavy silence settles over the woods as the two conspirators face off. A chilling, mocking laughter echoes through the canopy of the glowing forest. Turning his back, Gillard mockingly questions if love is actually worth protecting. A terrifying, oppressive aura erupts as he asks if love is more important than her life. Shivers run down Ingrid's spine as she is crushed by his overwhelming murderous pressure. Turning away with a cold shrug, Gillard warns her that she is completely on her own. The silver-haired man coldly admits he never expected a human to help him. Standing in the glowing woods, Gillard prepares to deliver a surprising final statement. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Gillard offers Ingrid a parting gift. Thick purple smoke suddenly rises from the forest floor beneath her feet. A sudden gust of magic clears the air, leaving Ingrid completely bewildered. Gillard reveals that Kine is nearby, leaving Ingrid in absolute shock. Ingrid quickly turns to address Gillard, her mind racing with confusion. Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes something is terribly wrong. Turning around, Ingrid finds the misty forest clearing completely empty. Frustrated by his sudden disappearance, Ingrid clenches her fist in determination. Determined to find her knight, Ingrid dashes wildly through the thick brush. Ingrid bolts into the deep woods, driven by pure desperation. Noticing the toxic fog is fading, Ingrid panics, realizing her time is running out. She frantically searches the path, desperately wondering where Kine could be. Suddenly, Ingrid freezes in absolute terror as her eyes catch a horrific sight. A cold chill runs down her spine as a blood-stained blade catches the light. Before her, the ruthless emperor mercilessly impales Kine with a brutal sword thrust. Ingrid stares in paralyzed horror, her mind refusing to accept the gruesome scene. The mad emperor beams with psychotic joy, loudly calling out her name. With a sickening splash of blood, the emperor pulls his sword from Kine. Kine's lifeless body collapses as the emperor casually welcomes Ingrid back. Turning to her, the bloody tyrant mentions he has been searching for her. He coldly complains about his commander's growing disobedience since meeting the princess. The emperor reaches out a bloody black-gloved hand, ordering Ingrid to submit. Smiling warmly amidst dark roses, the twisted tyrant commands her to come to him. He mockingly promises to forgive her if she willingly returns with them. Ingrid trembles in sheer disgust, bitterly repeating his hollow offer of forgiveness. Looking at her fallen knight's sword, Ingrid feigns submission to buy time. Highly pleased with himself, the arrogant emperor proudly praises his own kind heart. In a flash, Ingrid snatches the fallen knight's sword from the ground. Driven by pure fury, Ingrid violently thrusts the blade at the tyrant's chest. A promotional screen welcomes readers with a lovely illustration of a young girl. Deeply buried memories return, recalling Ingrid dining elegantly during a peaceful past. She remembers holding hands with Raytheon when they once shared a genuine connection. A sweet confession of love from their happier days echoes in her mind. She recalls the joy of wearing a beautiful wedding gown for her beloved. Back in reality, Ingrid screams in absolute rage as she attacks the emperor. The blood-spattered tyrant calmly catches her blade with his bare hand. Tilting his head, the unbothered emperor mockingly asks why she is so angry. He looks down at Kind's corpse, casually offering to replace her knight. Ingrid's lips tremble as a deep, suffocating grief begins to boil over. Shaking with uncontrollable rage, Ingrid asks how much more he plans to steal. As the emperor feigns innocence, Ingrid tearfully screams that he took everything from her. She furiously accuses him of destroying her country, her family, and her people. Clenching her teeth, Ingrid breaks down in painful, bitter tears of despair. The bewildered emperor looks genuinely confused, asking if his gifts weren't enough. Ingrid firmly declares that all his hollow wealth and love are completely useless. The emperor flinches as she declares she never wanted any of his gifts. Unable to comprehend her hatred, the tyrant sweats in nervous disbelief. He desperately recalls their time at the glass house, wondering if she was ever happy. In a stunning clash of madness, the blonde warrior Ingrid bursts into mocking laughter at the bleeding tyrant's pathetic plea of love. Ingrid coldly smirks, her eyes filled with absolute amusement at his pathetic delusions of romance. Maniacal, tearful laughter erupts from the blonde warrior as her sanity completely breaks under the weight of his words. Ingrid mockingly questions if the emperor actually believed her fake confession, leaving the tyrant completely speechless in disbelief. Screaming in pure fury, Ingrid declares she could never love her mortal enemy, branding him her ultimate nightmare and regret. Ingrid spits out that a world with him in it is worse than hell, causing the tyrant's jaw to twitch with intense rage. A sudden heavy step in the dirt shatters the suffocating silence between the two. Ingrid firmly raises her sword, warning the heavily blood-stained emperor not to dare step any closer. I'm unable to adjust the speed of speech. I can read it back at a normal pace if you'd like. Would you care for me to do that? Ignoring her, Ingrid freezes in absolute horror as the emperor suddenly grabs her sharp steel blade with his bare hands. Smiling creepily through his pain, the emperor laments that she never wanted or needed any of his gifts. Chilling golden eyes lock onto her with an obsessive, terrifyingly intense glare. Under his suffocating gaze, Ingrid stands completely paralyzed by a wave of unconcealable fear and disgust. Deeply buried memories return, reminding her of the disgust she always hid whenever he whispered sweet words in her ear. In a tragic flashback, the blonde emperor proudly presents a bloody hunting trophy to Ingrid in the palace fields. The freshly slain, blood-covered wolf reflects the raw, violent nature of the man who sought her heart. No matter how hard she tried to smile, Ingrid could never fully hide her terrified expressions from him. In his twisted mind, the obsessive tyrant dreamed of keeping his beloved trapped forever in a beautiful gilded glass cage. Holding her tightly in a sea of white flowers, the mad emperor never cared if her love was actually real. A sudden, violent spray of crimson blood violently shatters his delusional trip down memory lane. Back in reality, Ingrid gasps in sheer shock as she realizes what the tyrant has just done. Fresh blood drips slowly from the steel as a chilling voice breaks the heavy silence. In a shocking act of absolute madness, the smiling emperor pulls the sword deeper into his own chest, asking if this is her true desire. Grinning wildly through his fading strength, the tyrant raises a bloody hand, offering his life as his final gift to her. Gently caressing her face with his bloody glove, the dying emperor begs her never to leave his reach. Rain begins to patter softly over the silent, blood-soaked forest clearing. With a heavy splash, the defeated emperor finally collapses into the mud under the pouring rain. Bleeding and exhausted, Ingrid stumbles backward as the sanity-warping fog begins to lift. Looking at the carnage, she realizes the toxic fog drove the emperor to act on his deepest, most foolish desires. Hugging herself in the freezing downpour, Ingrid stands alone over the bodies in silent, trembling disbelief. With a heavy heart, she gently slides her hand over Kind's face to close her fallen knight's eyes. The heavy rain pours over the quiet clearing where both the loyal knight and the tyrant emperor lie lifeless. A sudden rustle in the nearby bushes causes Ingrid to flinch in high alert. Swiftly thrusting her golden blade forward, Ingrid screams into the rain, demanding to know who is hiding in the shadows. A terrified, silver-haired Luana steps out of the brush, shivering violently as she stares at her sister. The pouring rain intensifies as the tragic reunion between the two sisters begins. Luana trembles in absolute shock, her eyes wide with horror as she struggles to speak. Looking at the bloody bodies, Luana explains she only came to the dangerous woods to save her sister. Luana points frantically, asking if Sir Kine and the Emperor are truly dead. Keeping her face heavily shrouded in dark shadows, Ingrid remains cold and silent. Turning to her sister, Ingrid bluntly confirms that they're both dead. Ingrid takes a step forward, casually noting that the blood splattered across her clothes isn't her own. With a chilling expression, she explains the blood belongs to the Emperor from when she stabbed him. Luana flinches and stumbles backward as her blood-stained sister slowly strides toward her. Looking down, Ingrid mutters that Kine's death was a necessary sacrifice for her grand plan. Ingrid calmly admits she is satisfied with the results, leaving a horrified Luana completely stunned by her coldness. Furrowing her brow in anger and disbelief, Luana demands to know if this bloody betrayal was her sister's plan all along. Standing face to face in the pouring rain, Ingrid coldly confirms her sister's worst suspicions. Ingrid's eyes glow with a chilling blue light as she declares she removed the emperor to rebuild their kingdom. Luana jolts in absolute horror as Ingrid reveals she used her own sister as mere leverage to seal her pact with Jallard. A tense hand clenches a green floral dress as unspoken doubts begin to boil over. Confronting her sister in the pouring rain, Luana desperately asks if Ingrid was really just using her all along. Ingrid coldly shifts the blame back, asking her sister if she wasn't the one who said it first. Ingrid ruthlessly belittles Luana, sneering that she is nothing more than a princess of a ruined castle. Crows call out over the dark forest as a mysterious boot squelches through the thick, muddy ground. Scanning the dark woods, the black-haired Knight Legion anxiously wonders if the sisters managed to escape. Regret washes over Legion as he laments not knowing their last parting would be their final moment together. He fondly recalls a gentle memory of Luana kissing his forehead in a soft, sunlit flashback. In his memory, he treasures her warm touch, unable to forget her absolute devotion. Legion silently reflects on how her promises must be haunting her, knowing she always keeps her word. He envisions Luana smiling beautifully amongst blooming roses, hoping she might still have feelings for him. A subtle smirk plays on Legion's lips, finding solace in the hope that she is still thinking of him. He covers his face, finding it hard to believe he is actually smiling during such a grim time. Dark reality shatters his peace as he remembers the gruesome fate awaiting any knight who betrays his king. Suddenly, another knight's frantic shout of his name startles Legion out of his deep thoughts. Albert dashes forward to report, but Legion waves him off, lying that he lost the enemy in the fog. An authoritative step echoes through the clearing, flatly denying Legion's attempt to deflect. Captain Jallard suddenly steps forward, demanding that Legion deliver the battle report directly to him instead. Legion and Albert turn around in utter shock, frozen by the commander's sudden, uninvited presence. Jallard eyes him suspiciously, questioning why Legion would bypass the Emperor's authority to report directly to him. An intense, deadpan silence hangs heavy in the air as Jallard stares him down with cold eyes. A heavy, grim announcement rings out through the dark camp, confirming that the Emperor has passed away. Standing over the Emperor's bloody corpse, Jallard claims that a man named Kine is responsible for the murder. A sudden chill runs down Legion's spine as the shocking news of the king's demise sinks in. Legion's mouth twitches in silent disbelief, desperately trying to keep his composure intact. Fighting back his rising panic, Legion asks about the current status of the accused killer. Jallard reveals the killer is already dead, pointing out the severe battle wounds on the Emperor's corpse. Jallard then asks if the fleeing princess has been successfully captured, causing Legion to flinch in panic. Gerald hesitates, revealing the search party managed to capture one of the princesses, but something is amiss. Stepping toward the royal tent, a knight asks if the princess's sister truly betrayed her. Inside, guards gossip that the captured princess was merely used as bait to lure Sir Legion. Furious, Legion bursts into the tent, demanding to know if Luana has been cast out as well. With a dark glare, Legion coldly orders the gossiping guards to leave the tent immediately. Legion frantically rushes deeper into the tent to find his beloved princess. His heart sinks as he locks eyes with her, swallowing his overwhelming grief. Tied up on the floor, Luana looks up in sheer shock at his sudden appearance. Unable to hold back any longer, Legion pulls the bound princess into a desperate emotional hug. Squeezing her tightly, Legion tearfully whispers that he never expected to see her alive again. Pulling back, Legion asks if she is injured and how she ended up captured by the enemy. He questions why she did not follow Ingrid, leaving Luana hesitant and searching for words. A dark shadow falls over the memories as Ingrid's name echoes in the silence. In a flashback, Luana strides confidently toward a blood-stained Ingrid in the pouring rain. Luana challenges her blonde sister, telling her she needs to look far more convincing to pull off this lie. Staggering in absolute agony, Ingrid clutches her face, completely overwhelmed by her sister's insight. Luana gently takes Ingrid's hand, asserting that she knows her sister better than Ingrid knows herself. Squeezing her hand warmly, Luana softly promises to listen to whatever burden she is carrying. A blinding, warm magic envelops the two sisters as Luana begs Ingrid to finally tell her the truth. Ingrid's eyes widen as she clenches her hand, her resolve starting to crumble. Deep in thought, Ingrid clenches her fist as her secret plan is finally laid bare. Promotional graphic encourages viewers to like, subscribe, and share their thoughts on the story. Tears and betrayal clash in the freezing rain as a kingdom's dark legacy begins to unravel. Ingrid clenches her chest, reflecting on how her sister's past advice motivated her to serve the realm. Ingrid suddenly turns away, urging her silver-haired sister not to carry this heavy burden. Lowering her blood-stained golden sword, Ingrid reveals she allied with Gallard solely to keep Luana safe. She drops the bloody blade to the muddy ground, signaling an end to the violets. Ingrid suddenly snatches Luana's hands, pleading with her to return to her beloved. Stunned, Luana listens as her sister insists that he is not a threat to her safety. Standing in the misty forest, Ingrid proposes a desperate ruse of betrayal to completely sever their sisterly ties. Luana freezes in absolute silence, struggling to process the agonizing plan. Smiling warmly through her grief, Ingrid reassures her sister that she deserves a life of her own. Desperate, Luana reaches out to stop her sister from walking away into the storm. A sudden, sharp shock registers in Luana's eyes as she is pushed backward. Ingrid stands in the shadows, her expression hidden as she prepares to depart. Luana loses her balance, tumbling backward through the thick forest brush. With a dull thud, Luana falls onto the damp grass as the heavy rain continues to pour. A shout echoes through the woods as an Imperial guard suddenly spots her location. Luana flinches, casting a fearful glance toward the approaching search party. The scene transitions to the quiet, dim interior of a military tent. A discarded rope lies forgotten on the floor, indicating a recent escape. Squeezing her arm, Luana looks down in quiet contemplation inside the tent. Kneeling before her, Legion tries to comfort the distressed princess. Staring intensely with his crimson eyes, Legion senses that something about her silence is deeply amiss. He recalls a bittersweet memory of Luana hiding her secrets in the palace gardens. A mysterious, thick fog blankets the dark woods, echoing his lingering doubts. Looking down, Legion laments arriving too late to protect her from this tragedy. Luana smiles brightly with tears of joy, celebrating her safe return to him. Legion's gloved hand reaches out gently to close the distance between them. Cradling her face with his hand, Legion warmly welcomes his princess back. Luana pouts in playful confusion, unable to understand his sudden shift in mood. Riding inside a carriage, Luana demands to know why she must travel with the red-haired Lugard. The carriage rolls through the vibrant green forest as the two engage in a petty argument. Luana sulks by the window, wishing she had been paired with Legion instead. Lugard sighs deeply, exasperated by her lack of political awareness. Lugard explains that the sudden demise of their powerful emperor changes everything. A vision of burning ruins and despair shows an empire in total chaos, looking for someone to blame. Luana listens anxiously as she tries to grasp the true target of the public's rage. Lugard reveals a terrifying truth, warning that Legion will take the blame for failing to protect the emperor. Lugard details how Sir Albert was assigned to keep a close eye on the suspect. Lugard leans forward, asking if she finally understands the danger of their current position. He suddenly stops, noticing the sheer panic rising in her expression. A cold chill runs down Luana's spine as she realizes the horrifying threat looming over Legion. She desperately reminds herself that none of this tragedy was Legion's fault. Luana looks up at Lugard, fearfully asking about the worst-case scenario. Lugard scratches his neck, admitting that their futures remain completely unpredictable. He explains that their survival depends entirely on who seizes the vacant imperial throne next. Luana springs up from her seat, frantically demanding to know the prospective candidates. Lugard hesitates, touching his face as he prepares to drop a massive truth bomb. Sunlight breaks through the lush forest canopy, hinting at a hidden legacy. Legion recalls a painful memory of trembling behind a curtain as the truth of his identity was unveiled. A handsome brown-haired man in royal blue smiles, revealing Legion's true noble birthright. A shocking betrayal shatters a lifetime of loyalty as the truth of a stolen lineage finally comes to light. Legion demands an explanation for this sudden treachery as Albert scoffs mockingly. Legion watches in utter disbelief as Albert bursts into absolute hysterical laughter right in front of him. Albert leans down close, mockingly pointing out how little Legion's royal heritage actually matters now. Albert ridicules Legion for falling for the same deception twice, leaving the desperate knight demanding answers. The chilling realization of a coordinated kidnapping disguised as official business finally begins to dawn on him. Fragmented, faded memories of a past deception flash vividly before his eyes in the haze. He recalls the false orders that initially lured the princess away under the guise of royal duty. As Legion pieces the conspiracy together, a mysterious silver-haired man suddenly emerges from a blinding magical light. Standing behind the lush rose bushes, the mysterious newcomer laments the tragic fate of the Empire. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Legion demands to know the mastermind's true motive. Legion argues that Luana escaped of her own free will, but the stranger notes her autonomy as their greatest obstacle. The silver-haired man reasons that dragging the princess back by force will only drive her to run away again. Snapping his fingers, the stranger insists on using this harsh method despite the immense emotional pain it will cause. A sudden overwhelming magical drowsiness takes hold as Legion violently coughs and collapses to the ground. Legion's vision begins to fade as he realizes he has succumbed to the same familiar enchantment. Silver-haired man delivers a chilling promise of a far worse curse before Legion sinks into absolute darkness. A colorful promotional graphic encourages viewers to hit like, subscribe, and share their thoughts. Meanwhile, a tense, silent conversation begins to echo through the quiet halls of the Imperial Palace. Lugard expresses deep concern over his refusal to eat, but the dark-haired Duke flatly rejects his meal. When Lugard mentions that Luana personally prepared the food, Legion fiercely shuts him down, clenching his glass. In a violent burst of fury, Legion shatters the glass, demanding the removal of everything connected to her. Overhearing the commotion, Luana is deeply hurt to learn he refused to even look at her meal. Lugard explains that his grace is completely consumed with settling the imperial crisis and preparing for the enthronement. Luana desperately protests, arguing that his busy schedule is no excuse to starve himself. She confronts Lugard, highlighting that his grace hasn't touched any food since they arrived at the palace. Lugard is left deeply perplexed, wondering how his master is even surviving without consuming a single bite. Unable to find any logical answers to his master's behavior, Lugard can only release an anxious sigh. But the dark-skinned chef bows low, offering his sincere apologies to the distressed princess. He nervously confesses that he has actually been the one preparing his grace's meals for some time. Luana freezes in sheer shock as she realizes his grace is actively eating food cooked by someone else. She stares at the prepared dishes, utterly bewildered as to why he would avoid her own cooking. A sudden, staggering realization hits her, making her wonder if his ancient curse has finally been broken. Chef snaps her out of her deep trance, causing her to jump in sudden surprise. The chef confesses he was initially thrilled to put the cooking skills she taught him into practice. However, the wide dining hall remains filled with heavy tension as the Duke sits down to eat. The silent tension in the room thickens as his grace reluctantly chooses food. Legion glares down at his fork, wearing an unmistakable expression of profound disgust. The chef notes with dismay that his grace still looks thoroughly repulsed by anything he cooks. The chef admits his complete confusion over his grace's sudden decision to avoid her cooking entirely. Despite the mystery, the loyal chef vows to help the princess in any way he can to resolve this. Deeply moved by his earnest support, a glimmer of hope returns to Luana's eyes. Luana sighs, knowing this mystery will never be solved unless she confronts him directly. Hearing this, the chef thoughtfully prepares to offer his assistance to secure her a meeting. The scene transitions to the Grand Cathedral, standing tall under a clear, bright sky. Luana frantically dashes through the corridors, panicking over a massive event she completely forgot about. She throws open the heavy chapel doors, desperately remembering that today is the day of Raytheon's funeral. A heavy, solemn silence hangs over the gathered mourners inside the beautifully decorated chapel. Panting heavily, Luana breathlessly asks for Legion, only to learn he has already paid his respects and departed. Luana is struck with profound disappointment as she realizes she has missed her chance once again. She lets out a heavy, weary sigh as the emotional distance between them grows wider and more agonizing by the second. A haunting funeral begins as a solemn companion hands Luana white mourning flowers, admitting she didn't want to upset her by bringing up this painful day. The companion gently asks Luana what her next move is now that she has arrived at the chapel. Luana stands by the white-flowered coffin of the blonde emperor, reflecting on seeing the deceased ruler before Legion and deciding to place a flower. Staring down at the deceased tyrant, Luana notes that despite his psychopathic nature, he still played a crucial role in this story. Luana looks up thoughtfully, quietly worrying about how her sister Ingrid is holding up. Haunted by a bloody flashback, Luana collapses in grief, blaming herself for pushing her sweet sister to commit murder. Sudden shock registers in Luana's eyes as something unexpected catches her attention on the Emperor's body. Her gaze lands directly on a glowing white flower pinned to the deceased Emperor's chest. Later in her room, Luana points to a botanical illustration in her book, realizing her suspicion was correct. Sitting in her room, Luana notes that she is likely the only one who recognized the flower, remembering it from her home kingdom. She leans over her book, deeply puzzled as to why a flower from her kingdom is at the Emperor's funeral. A heavy sigh escapes her lips as she realizes only one specific person could have placed it there. The book reveals that the Ophelia flower represents fresh starts and the ultimate achievement of freedom. A flashback shows a cloaked Ingrid placing the flower, serving as her final silent message to the deceased emperor. Walking down the corridor, Luana realizes her sister successfully took control of her own destiny to forge her own ending. She accepts that every decision her sister is making now is driven by the path she bravely chose. Grabbing the door handle, Luana decides to stop wallowing in guilt and honor her sister's hard-won resolution. Blushing furiously, she cringes at her own self-absorbed behavior and dramatic overthinking. Raising her head with determination, Luana vows that she must start moving forward in her own life as well. She charges down the hallway with newfound fire, resolved to actively shape her very own happy ending. Two gossiping maids call out to Luana as she suddenly approaches them in the corridor. Nearby, the red-haired Lugard suddenly gets intense chills, sensing a strange presence right behind him. He recoils in pure comical shock as he recognizes the person standing before him. Luggard shouts her name in utter disbelief as she catches him off guard. Sitting at a table with a bowl of soup, Luggard desperately protests her sudden, overwhelming actions. A steaming, mouth-watering bowl of spicy red soup sits enticingly on the table between them. Wiping his mouth, Luggard skeptically asks if she is using this delicious food to bribe him into letting her see Legion. Luana frantically waves her hands, laughing off his suspicion and assuring him there are no hidden tricks. She presents the spoon and explains the meal as a genuine apology, leaving the red-haired knight completely confused. Luggard remains highly skeptical, reminding her of her first failed attempt to smuggle food past Legion's sharp sense of smell. He lists her second failure, pointing out her incredibly obvious and hilarious mustache disguise. He details her third failure when she tried to sneak under a cart and was instantly caught. Luana sweats in extreme embarrassment, sheepishly admitting to all her bizarre past schemes. She explains that she cooked a massive feast to apologize to everyone she has inconvenienced, not just him. A massive metal cooking pot steams on a stove, drawing excited whispers from the surrounding kitchen staff. Despite his lingering suspicion, Luana swears she has absolutely no tricks up her sleeve this time. Luggard decides to give the dish a chance, lifting a spoonful of noodles to his mouth. He takes a bite, savoring the flavor of her cooking. Luggard is instantly blown away, blushing with pure joy at the incredibly delicious and spicy flavor. Luana watches him eat with a highly sinister shaded face, proving her extreme spice levels were entirely calculated. The kitchen comes alive with the rapid rhythmic sound of precise vegetable chopping. Ingredients are whisked together at lightning speed as preparation for the feast continues. Chef Wade and assistant Rio proudly report to Luana that all prep work is complete. Luana directs her crew, instructing Wade to discard the red water while Rio takes the vegetables to the next stage. Wade rushes off just as a dazed blonde man named Garth dressed in a holiday Hawaiian shirt appears at the door. Garth stands in complete deadpan silence, utterly bewildered by the intense kitchen scene. Garth asks what the chaos is about, only to be immediately ordered to pitch in and help. He reluctantly walks into the kitchen wearing casual beach flip-flops. Garth asks why they are cooking when the Duke refuses to touch Luana's food, causing the entire kitchen to freeze in shock. Wade and Rio unleash their terrifying demonic wrath on Garth for saying something so insensitive, leaving him shivering in absolute terror as a tense silence falls over the kitchen. Chills run down the silver-haired girl's spine as she stands behind her companion. Luana smiles with a twitching eyebrow, determined not to let the Duke have a single bite of her food. Today's menu showcases a mouth-watering stew special with steamed eggs and white rice. Pushing a steaming cart, Luana happily announces to the staff that lunch is ready. The kitchen staff gapes in absolute wonder and excitement at the delicious feast. The young assistant Rio asks if the sauce goes on the meat, and Luana cheerfully confirms it can be poured over the rice too. Luana offers alternative dishes to a confused Garth, who wonders why she is preparing meals for all the servants. Garth and Chef Wade discuss Luana's mysterious motivations, noting she hasn't revealed her plans to anyone. Wade smiles warmly, suggesting that her true intentions are completely obvious just by looking at her. Garth silently contemplates Wade's words with a skeptical glance. Thoughts linger on how much happier Luana seems now compared to before. Luana joyfully presents another delectable dish to her helpful assistant. Today's fried food special leaves the emotional servants crying tears of pure, delicious joy. Garth and a maid happily devour the snacks, praising the incredible taste of the squid. Serving the seafood special, Luana explains the ingredients to an astonished maid. The daily menus change constantly, showcasing an endless parade of gourmet dishes. Sitting at his desk, Legion clutches his throbbing head in deep frustration. Legion demands to know why the palace smells of food while his blonde knight feigns ignorance. Rising from his desk, Legion insists he can smell the delicious aroma right next to him. In a sudden flash, Legion roughly snatches the blonde knight's arm. Legion forces the knight to drop his hidden stash onto the desk. 3 spicy snack sticks land on the desk as the terrified knight frantically apologizes. The blonde knight explains that Luana has been supplying the entire staff with a variety of foods. Legion's quiet inquiry prompts the knight to praise the food before suddenly freezing in sheer terror. A wave of terrifying dread washes over the room as Legion glares with menacing red eyes. Luana winces in pain as she wraps bandages around her sore, overworked wrist. Luana reflects on the exhausting effort of preparing such a massive feast. Looking out into the night, she anticipates that her master plan should be working by now. Suddenly, Legion's deep voice calls her name, causing her to turn around in surprise. Stepping out from the shadows, the dark-haired Duke demands to know what she is planning. Meanwhile, the bustling village streets are alive with lively chatter and activity. Garth offers to buy food, asking his red-haired companion Henry if he wants to eat. Henry claims he already had lunch but eagerly dashes off to find his own meal anyway. Sizzling skewers of meat and green onions cook over hot coals for just 5 coins. Garth holds his coin pouch, noting that humans are easily swayed by their physical senses. Henry stands frozen, realizing that his resolve is quickly crumbling. Art takes a delicious bite of the skewer right in front of him. The mouth-watering aroma of the grilled meat proves absolutely irresistible. Henry drools heavily, completely defeated by his overwhelming hunger. Back in the palace, the silent night sky watches over their tense confrontation. Luana faces Legion, silently noting that her plan to bait him successfully worked. She remembers that Legion absolutely hates the thought of anyone else enjoying her cooking. Luana works at the counter, explaining she was simply cooking for the other servants. Legion angrily demands to know if she did this without approval, but Luana firmly defends her personal freedom. Pouting, Luana declares she prefers cooking for those who appreciate her food over those who refuse it. Legion stands utterly baffled as the silver-haired girl huffs in stubborn defiance. Legion leans in close, telling her that she has completely misunderstood the situation. Radiating a chilling presence, Legion asks if she truly believes he wants her to stop cooking. Legion attempts to order her to stop immediately, but Loetta cuts him off with a flat refusal. Legion recoils in absolute shock as the defiant girl suddenly turns away from him. Luana firmly refuses his terms, declaring she should have taken this stand from the start. Her attention is taken by a sudden splash as she washes an onion, daring him to punish her insolence tomorrow. A quick drop sounds as she places the vegetable down, determined to make her point. A sharp chop echoes as she reminds him that her execution was already predetermined anyway. With steady precision, her bandaged hand cuts the green onion on the wooden cutting board. The sound of repetitive chopping fills the kitchen as she explains her refusal to live in fear. Legion scoffs in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend why she would risk her life just to cook. Luana turns back with a noticeable frown upon hearing his dismissive view of her culinary passion. A sudden flare erupts from the stove as she passionately questions his disregard for cooking. She stirs the bubbling pan, explaining that her true purpose is bringing universal happiness through food. A gentle and heartfelt smile graces her face as she remembers her core motivation. She turns back to finish her thought, only to be cut off by a sudden movement. A sharp snatch echoes through the room as Legion firmly grabs her bandaged wrist. Luana gasps in shock as Legion pulls her away, refusing to eat food made by someone who disobeys him. With a cold and resolute expression, Legion declares he will simply remove himself from her sight. Luana cuts off his dramatic self-pity, loudly demanding to know if he is actually being serious. Luana loudly shouts her confession of love in the heat of her absolute frustration. A sudden flinch shakes the Duke as he stares at her in absolute stunned silence. A sudden hiccup breaks the silence as Luana covers her mouth, mortified by her own confession. Flush with embarrassment, Luana waves her hands in a panic as she desperately tries to backtrack. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she squeezes her eyes shut and exclaims that she does not know anymore. Luana clenches her dress, passionately explaining how cooking for others ultimately left her feeling incomplete. Fidgeting nervously, she admits that cooking for a crowd still leaves her feeling entirely empty. Turning around with newfound resolve, she prepares to reveal the true source of her happiness. Legion blushes deeply as she declares his satisfaction is the only thing she truly desires. Legion softly calls her name as his gloved hand reaches out toward her. Luana abruptly halts his advance by thrusting a freshly prepared plate of soup to him. Clutching her dress, she stubbornly demands that he eat the soup before they say another word. Legion stares down at the steaming plate of soup in a long, quiet silence. Luana watches him with growing worry, wondering if he still refuses to eat her food. Legion steps forward, quietly remarking that he has nothing left to say to her. A soft step sounds as he approaches, correcting her that she has entirely misunderstood his intentions. Luana looks up in surprise as he questions if he ever expressed dislike for her food. Clutching his chest, Legion intensely confesses his deep desire to completely savor every bite of her cooking. Steps sound as he advances, and she backs away, asking why he has avoided her cooking. He grabs her waist, asking what happens if her cooking makes him hungry for her as well. Luana looks up in sheer disbelief as he corners her against the kitchen counter. Legion leans in close, admitting he fears losing his self-control once he tastes her cooking. Luana's eyes widen in sheer panic as she realizes how dangerous the situation has become. The tension escalates as she freezes, sensing him drawing even closer to her. She frantically wonders if his curse has mutated or worsened to target her instead. A mysterious hooded figure appears in a fleeting thought, deepening her internal confusion. A sharp snap breaks her train of thought as he demands her response. Luana's eye remains wide with shock as she processes his intense proximity. Legion wears a knowing, playful smirk as he leans within inches of her face. A soft lean sounds as their lips nearly touch, sending her mind into a frenzy. Her panicked thoughts scream that he is actually going to eat her. She desperately stammers his name as the physical proximity completely overwhelms her. A heavy droop sounds as Legion unexpectedly rests his head wearily on her shoulder. Legion clings to her waist on the kitchen floor, despairing that he has become her greatest threat. In a battle of unyielding wills, Legion leans down to coldly demand if Luana finally understands his harsh conditions. With a bone-chilling gaze from his crimson eyes, the terrifying Duke commands her to leave his presence forever. Luana stands completely frozen as he ruthlessly offers her a lifetime of wealth just to get her to disappear. He tells her to feed others across the empire, but Luana fiercely protests, flatly refusing to leave his side. Glaring with intense dark focus, Legion warns her she has absolutely no idea what monstrous things he might do to her. Luana bravely confronts him, suggesting his bizarre behavior is entirely due to the terrible curse plaguing him. Stepping forward with absolute confidence, she boldly claims she has discovered a way to finally break his curse. She explains that just like fairy tales of cursed beasts, his curse will break once he learns to love. Luana explains that the dark spell can only be lifted through a profound inner change within his heart. She begins to explain that the witch who originally cast the curse did so out of intense rage. The ancient witch cursed his line because a cruel man heartlessly disregarded a child's hard work on a meal. Luana points directly at him, challenging the terrifying Duke to cook a meal himself to understand culinary love. Luana proudly strikes a confident pose, completely sure that her flawless logic has completely won him over. An incredibly awkward, heavy silence fills the royal kitchen as the Duke processes her bizarre challenge. Legion crosses his arms and deeply ponders her words, entirely ruining her expectation of a dramatic reaction. Luana nervously calls out his name as her fantasy of a flustered, cute Duke instantly crumbles to dust. Dropping his hand, he grimly concedes her point, but hints at a massive, dangerous catch. Suddenly, a jolt of pure terror shoots through Luana as she realizes her own grave mistake. Luana panics internally, remembering she completely forgot to tell him that her own mother cast the family curse. Sweat pouring down her face, her hilariously suspicious reaction makes her look incredibly guilty of hiding something. Unbothered, the dark-haired Duke shrugs off her strange behavior, wondering aloud why any of it matters. Luana's heart beats wildly as Legion unexpectedly declares his absolute trust in her and her plans. Standing tall, he formally promises to do exactly as she instructs to finally break the ancient spell. As a new day dawns, his voice details the agony of keeping his dark hunger suppressed. He explains that he brought powerful assistants along to physically restrain him if his control slips. Suddenly, Garth and Henry burst through the kitchen doors, eager to assist with the cooking lesson. Garth freezes in utter shock, questioning why they needed to come fully armed to a kitchen. Sweat pours down Garth's face as his eyes widen in complete and utter disbelief. The knights let out a stunned, hysterical cry as they lay eyes on their terrifying lord. Standing regally in the center of the kitchen, the terrifying Duke wears a beautiful pink floral apron. Glaring with deadly crimson eyes, Legion threatens them to stay completely quiet and do their jobs. The terrified knights salute in absolute panic while Luana happily tries to break the ice. Luana joyfully dashes across the kitchen, announcing to her trembling teen that it is time to begin. She cheerfully demonstrates how to hold the knife and slice an onion with expert precision. The onion splits perfectly in half, leaving Luana sweat dropping as she prepares to let him try. Legion immediately rips the dough apart, prompting Luana to nervously suggest kneading instead of using knives. The Duke accidentally gushes water everywhere, causing Luana to stare in absolute dumbfounded shock. Standing in silent mutual despair, the legendary Duke weakly admits he had no idea he was this terrible. Luana quickly points to herself, encouraging him by promising he has her expert help to guide him. Breathing heavily, the exhausted Duke pants as he admits he never knew cooking was this hard. A massive fire flares up in the kitchen, forcing the terrified knights to realize their lord is catastrophically hopeless. While Garth throws water on the blazing fire, Legion marvels at the sheer physical effort required to cook. Turning to her, the Duke softly admits he finally realizes just how hard she has worked all this time. Luana quickly turns away, her face flushing bright red at his sudden, heartfelt praise. She shyly downplays the effort, reminding him that she is a skilled culinary witch after all. Clutching her skirt, she admits that while cooking is exhausting, she always finds the strength to continue. A beautiful, radiant smile graces her face as she explains she's motivated by the person eating her food. Luana laughs heartily, adding that she also simply loves to eat the delicious meals she creates. Legion stares down at her in quiet fascination, deeply touched by her beautiful dedication to her craft. Determined to succeed, he asks to try again as Chibi Luana cheers him on toward their next chaotic attempt. As the terrifying Duke holds a deadly blade, his culinary instructor warns him not to view the kitchen knife as a weapon of destruction. With careful precision, Legion successfully slices the onion, prompting a delighted Luana to praise him for finally keeping the cutting board in one piece. Luana continues her gentle guidance, advising the intense Duke to practice patience and master heat control instead of rushing his cooking. The yellow soup swirls smoothly inside the pan as the culinary lesson progresses. A shimmering warmth envelops the kitchen as the delicious aroma begins to fill the air. A sudden magical voice echoes, leaving Legion completely stunned as he looks around in disbelief. Legion jolts in surprise as a dress flutters in the air right above him, signaling an ethereal presence. A mysterious entity reveals herself as the curse cast upon his family by the legendary witch Alanya. The ethereal witch Alanya manifests inside Legion's consciousness, declaring that she has arrived to finally lift his family curse. Alanya mockingly asks if he is grateful, playfully inviting him to weep with joy over his salvation, while Legion stares back in deadpan silence. Legion bluntly points out her striking resemblance to Luana, catching the ancient witch completely off guard. Alanya proudly confirms the resemblance, revealing that she is actually Luana's mother, a revelation that makes Legion flinch in absolute shock. Silence fills the mental space as Legion processes this massive family secret. Looking back at the young Duke, Alanya confesses her deep sense of relief. Legion lets out a surprisingly gentle and genuine smile, showing his true gratitude. Smiling warmly, Alanya summons a radiant pink orb of magic to initiate the lifting of the curse. The ancient witch gracefully floats upward, preparing to depart his subconscious. With a brilliant, joyful smile, Alanya prepares to vanish forever. A blinding flash of pink light consumes the space, cementing the end of the ancient curse. The culinary journey reaches a monumental turning point. Legion suddenly snaps back to reality with a jolt as Luana loudly calls his name. Luana curiously asks what had him so deeply lost in thought, while Legion looks at her in mild confusion. Luana grins mischievously, teasingly asking if he was simply deeply moved by his own creation. Luana proudly presents a perfectly cooked stew in golden buns, ecstatic that he didn't burn anything and that the food smells absolutely mouthwatering. Realizing his vision was entirely real, Legion quietly asks Luana if she would do him the honor of tasting his food. Luana excitedly agrees, eagerly preparing to take the very first bite. She takes a bite of the stew, savoring the flavor. A burst of pure culinary joy washes over Luana as she tastes the incredible dish. Legion's face flushes with a rare blush as Luana showers him with high praise, declaring the dish absolutely amazing. Staring at his hands, Legion marvels at the profound feeling of cooking for someone he cares about, leaving Luana slightly puzzled. Legion tenderly reaches out and cradles Luana's blushing cheek, calling her name softly. With his heart racing alongside hers, Legion looks into her eyes and asks her for a monumental favor. The scene transitions to the Grand Palace bathed in the warm, golden light of sunset. The mysterious silver-haired noble, Gillard, arrives, stating he came immediately after receiving Legion's urgent letter requesting help to escape the Empire. Gerald stands frozen in utter confusion as he witnesses Legion and Luana peacefully enjoying a meal together. Legion calmly explains he used the escape letter as a ruse, knowing Gillard would never have agreed to come just for a casual dinner. Annoyed by the deception, Gerald immediately turns to leave, but Legion stops him with a crucial question. Gerald freezes in sheer shock when Legion reveals he has actually met the legendary Alanya. Stunned, Gerald asks if this means the devastating family curse has finally been lifted. Reluctantly, Gillard takes a seat at the table to process this world-changing news. Legion confirms the curse is gone, giving all the credit to Luana's invaluable help while Gillard sighs in disbelief. Still defensive, Gillard demands to know why he was summoned, if not to be mocked. Gerald questions if Legion wants to show him that his past efforts were completely useless, but Legion firmly denies it. Legion drops a massive bombshell, revealing he invited Gillard to seek his formal approval before proposing to Luana. Gerald's jaw drops in absolute speechless shock at the sudden marriage announcement. Legion continues, offering a sincere and solemn apology for all the historical wrongs his ancestors committed against Gillard's people. Legion offers to make full compensation for the past, but a bewildered Gillard quickly cuts him off. Gerald demands to know what on earth is happening, while a perfectly calm Legion reiterates that he is simply asking for his blessing. Squeezing Luana's hand tightly, Legion passionately declares that even after regaining his sense of taste, Luana is the only thing that truly matters to him. Legion swears he will cast aside all his pride as a duke to earn the forgiveness of her family, leaving everyone on edge about Gillard's final decision. Legion drops a bombshell of absolute passion, kissing Luana's hand as he declares his undeniable deep love for her. Flustered and completely caught off guard, Luana's face turns bright red as she stammered his name in disbelief. Watching the intimate display, Gillard stands in dead silence as he processes the intense declaration of love. Her name is suddenly called, causing the terrified witch to jump in comical panic as she nervously responds. Gerald narrows his gaze, demanding the absolute, unvarnished truth about her situation. He questions if her presence here is truly of her own free will and genuine happiness, rather than fear or coercion. With a soft, blushing smile, Luana prepares to confirm her genuine feelings without any hesitation. Radiating pure joy, she proudly declares her love for Legion and her absolute happiness in her daily life. A rare, gentle smile graces the Duke's face as Gillard quietly absorbs her sincere and heartwarming confession. Accepting her answer, Gerald suddenly rises from his seat, catching the Duke off guard with his sudden movement. The silver-haired noble turns away from the dining table, preparing to make his final departure from the room. Glancing back, Gerard bluntly admits he still harbors distrust and has not forgiven the Duke for past ancestral crimes. However, he promises not to stand in the way of the life Luana has chosen for herself. The noble extends his heartfelt wishes for her ultimate happiness in her future journey. The joyous chime of wedding bells echoes across the clear blue sky, signaling a monumental celebration of love. Dressed in a stunning bridal gown, a radiant Luana waves and thanks her cheering guests at her dream wedding. The crowd erupts in enthusiastic applause as the master of ceremonies announces the grand cake-cutting ritual. Luana freezes in confusion, realizing the grand wedding cake is missing its entire top layer. Confronting her new husband, Luana catches the guilt-stricken Duke admitting he only wanted a quick taste of her masterpiece. Cradling his blushing face, she playfully scolds him for overindulging after yesterday's massive feast. She questions if he could ever grow tired of eating her creations, prompting a knowing smirk from the Duke. Interlocking their hands, he delivers an incredibly dramatic promise to gladly accept anything she serves. His romantic words send a jolt of pure emotion straight through her heart, leaving her utterly speechless. Leaning in close under the floral arch, he gently reminds her that food made with love is truly priceless. With their hearts finally aligned, the newlywed couple shares a deeply passionate kiss, sealing their happily ever after.